Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. I'm so excited you're here today. We're diving into something a little different, a sleep reading. So, in this reading, we're going to be tapping into the messages that someone and you'll know who wants you to hear, like maybe even while you're asleep. This is super cool because these messages might be things they're not saying out loud. You know, those unspoken thoughts and feelings that just kind of hang in the air? We're going to try to catch them. This reading is timeless, so whenever you're watching this, the message is meant for you. So how do we do this? Well, we have 4 beautiful crystal piles to choose from. Trust your intuition here. No pressure at all. If one calls to you, even a little, that's probably the right one, but it is also okay to check multiple piles. First up, we have the Citrine Tower, all about sunlit truths and bringing clarity and joy. Then we have the Agate cluster, with its protective energy and guarded whispers. Next is the Ruby Pyramid, full of fiery declarations and passionate messages. And finally, the Garnet tree, representing rooted revelations and deeply personal truths. Take a deep breath, clear your mind, and just feel which crystal you're drawn to. Don't overthink it. Now, close your eyes for a moment and let's make a wish together, wishing for the messages you need to hear to come through loud and clear. Trust what you feel, and let's get started. Okay, so for those of you drawn to the Citrine Tower, welcome. Citrine, as you know, is all about harmonizing energies and bringing in that bright, sunny disposition. And the theme for this reading is sunlit truths, which is perfect because it's all about messages that bring clarity and joy, really dispelling any shadows that might be clouding your path. So, with the citrine and the sunlit truths in mind, let's dive into the cards and see what wants to come to light for you guys. All right, so the cards we have are the Knight of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Hierophant. Okay, so right off the bat, this feels like there's some fast-moving energy, right? The Knight of Swords is all about action and like charging forward. But then we have the Wheel of Fortune, which speaks to change and the cyclical nature of things. And then there's the Hierophant, which is like tradition and established systems. So it's like bam, bam, bam. Okay, so that feels like a lot is happening all at once. I feel like it might be like, do you go with the flow or fight the flow? Okay, this could be really interesting. So let's unpack this, shall we? Okay, so first up, we have the Knight of Swords. This card, oh my gosh, it is pure, unadulterated energy, right? Think about it, the Knight of Swords is like, I have a goal and I'm going for it full speed ahead. There's a real sense of focus and determination with this card. But, and there's always a but, right? It can also be a little reckless. Like, are you thinking things through, or are you just acting on impulse? That's the big question with this card. I feel like for some of you, you might be feeling this intense urge to just, like, do something. Maybe you've been feeling stuck or stagnant, and now you're ready to break free and take action. That's amazing, and I love that energy for you. But the Knight of Swords is also a warning to, like, pump the brakes just a little bit, you know? Like, are you really considering all the angles here? Are you listening to your intuition, or are you just letting your ego drive the bus? Because that can get you into trouble, you know? I feel like some of you might be facing a situation where you need to make a quick decision. Maybe it's a job opportunity, a relationship thing, or even just a personal project. And the Knight of Swords is telling you to go for it, but with a little bit of caution. Do your research, talk to people you trust, and make sure you're making the right move for you, you know? Because sometimes the fastest route isn't always the best route. It is so tempting, though, I know. Think about it like this. Imagine you're driving a car and you see an opening in traffic. The Knight of Swords says, go for it, change lanes. But like, did you check your blind spot? Did you signal? Are you sure there isn't another car speeding up behind you? See what I mean? It's about being decisive, but also being responsible, you know? And that's the key here. You have the energy and the drive to make things happen, but you need to channel that energy in a way that's actually going to benefit you in the long run. Don't just charge into battle without a plan, okay? That's my advice for you with the Knight of Swords. Okay, so that's the warning side, yeah. But let's talk about the positive aspects of this card, because there are definitely some. The Knight of Swords can also represent courage, ambition, and a willingness to take risks. It's about not being afraid to go after what you want, even if it seems scary or uncertain. And that's a really powerful quality to have, especially when you're trying to manifest your dreams, you know? Sometimes you have to take a leap of faith, and the Knight of Swords is all about that. But here is something to think about. Is it really a leap of faith if you haven't checked to see how far down the drop is? For some of you, this card might be telling you to be more assertive in your life. Maybe you've been holding back, afraid of what other people will think or say. The Knight of Swords is saying, enough is enough. It's time to stand up for yourself and go after what you deserve. And that's amazing. That's such a powerful message, and I really want you to embrace that energy, you know? Don't let anyone tell you that you can't do something or that you're not good enough, because you are. You have the power within you to achieve anything you set your mind to. Channel the Knight of Swords, be brave, be bold, and go after your dreams. So how do we do that, right? How can we actually take this energy of the Knight of Swords and make it work for us? I mean, so many times, it's tempting to just let the Knight of Swords take over and go all in. Well, first of all, awareness is key. Just recognizing that you're in this Knight of Swords energy is huge. It's about noticing when you're feeling impulsive or restless and taking a moment to pause and reflect before you act. Ask yourself, am I really thinking this through? Am I being driven by my ego, or am I listening to my intuition? Those are really important questions to ask yourself, you know? And don't be afraid to get a second opinion. Talk to a friend, a family member, or a mentor and get their perspective on the situation. Sometimes, it helps to have someone else point out the blind spots that you're missing. It's easy to get caught up in your own head, especially when you're feeling passionate about something. So, yeah. Another thing you can do is to channel that Knight of Swords energy into something productive. Instead of just impulsively quitting your job or ending a relationship, use that energy to create a plan, to set goals, and to take action in a way that's actually going to move you forward. For example, if you're feeling restless at your current job, don't just storm into your boss's office and quit without having another job lined up. Instead, use that energy to update your resume, network with people in your field, and start applying for new positions. That way, you're still taking action, but you're doing it in a way that's smart and strategic, you know? And I know, that doesn't seem nearly as fun, but sometimes the most responsible action is the most fun, right? Because success is fun. And I think it's important to find healthy outlets for your energy. The Knight of Swords is all about movement and action, so find ways to incorporate that into your daily life. Go for a run, hit the gym, dance, do yoga, or just take a walk in nature. Anything that gets you moving and helps you to release that pent-up energy is going to be really beneficial. Because if you don't have a healthy way to release that energy, it's going to come out in other ways, like through irritability, anger, or impulsive decisions. And nobody wants that, right? So take care of yourself, find healthy outlets for your energy, and channel that Knight of Swords into something positive. Also, be willing to adjust your course as needed. The Knight of Swords is all about speed and efficiency, but sometimes you need to slow down and reassess your plan. Things change, circumstances evolve, and what seemed like a good idea yesterday might not be the best idea today. So, be open to feedback, be willing to pivot, and don't be afraid to change your mind if necessary. Rigidity is the enemy of success, you know. So stay flexible, stay adaptable, and keep moving forward, but don't be afraid to change direction if you need to. And maybe you aren't charging boldly, and that is the message. Maybe you are procrastinating, or perhaps you are letting fear hold you back. The Knight of Swords might be showing up to tell you to just do it, you know. Maybe you need to embrace the energy of the Knight of Swords and use it to overcome your fears and take action. Don't let those limiting beliefs hold you back any longer. It's time to step into your power and go after what you want, even if it scares you. And then, what does it really mean to embrace your power? I mean, how can we think about that in practical terms? Sometimes, that is more about self-care than charging into battle. I mean, so often we hear about taking action and really grabbing the bull by the horns, but sometimes we just need to take a nap. I'm serious, we live in a society that glorifies busyness, and we often feel guilty when we're not being productive. But sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do is to take a break, recharge your batteries, and give yourself permission to rest. You know, I have heard it said that rest is productive because it allows your brain to recover, consolidate memories, and process information. So, if you're feeling overwhelmed or burnt out, don't hesitate to take a break and give yourself some time to relax and recharge. And don't feel guilty about it. Taking care of yourself is not selfish. It's essential for your well-being and your success. It is so hard to remember that, though, because we think we must always be doing. So listen to your body, listen to your intuition, and give yourself what you need, whether that's a nap, a massage, a walk in nature, or just some quiet time to yourself. Remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. Okay, so, yeah, the Knight of Swords is complex, right? It is not just about charging forward. It's about awareness, about taking care of yourself, and about finding healthy outlets for your energy. So, with the Sunlit Truths theme here, you want to ask what truths are hidden if I charge ahead. How can I bring the truth to light? So before you go charging down your chosen path, you have to ask that, okay? Okay, that was a lot about the Knight of Swords. Let's move on to the Wheel of Fortune, because I think that's going to add another layer to this whole situation. The Wheel of Fortune, oh man, this is such a powerful card. It's all about change, cycles, and the ebb and flow of life. It reminds us that nothing stays the same forever, and that what goes up must eventually come down, and vice versa. So this card can be both exciting and a little bit scary, because it represents the unknown, You never really know what's going to happen next when the Wheel of Fortune is in play. You might be on top of the world one day, and then facing challenges the next. So, it's important to be prepared for anything and to be able to adapt to whatever comes your way. With the harmony of the citrine, it might be time to center yourself. For some of you, the Wheel of Fortune might be signaling a major turning point in your life. Maybe you're about to experience a big breakthrough, a new opportunity, or a significant change in your circumstances. And that's amazing. But it's also important to remember that change can be uncomfortable, even when it's positive. You might be leaving behind something familiar and stepping into the unknown, and that can be scary. So, be gentle with yourself, trust the process, and know that you have the strength and resilience to navigate whatever comes your way. On the other hand, the Wheel of Fortune can also represent a period of instability or uncertainty. Maybe you're feeling like you're on a roller coaster, with lots of ups and downs, and you're not sure where you're going to end up. And that can be really frustrating, especially if you're someone who likes to be in control. But the Wheel of Fortune is reminding you that you can't control everything, and that sometimes you just have to surrender to the flow of life. Trust that everything is happening for a reason, and that even the difficult times are helping you to grow and evolve. So, how does the Wheel of Fortune interact with the Knight of Swords? That's the big question, right? Because we have this energy of action and impulsiveness, combined with this energy of change and unpredictability. It's like, are you charging forward because the wheel is turning in your favor, or are you being swept up in something beyond your control? That's what you need to figure out, because if you're not careful, you could end up spinning your wheels and getting nowhere. Think about it like this. Imagine you're sailing a boat and the wind is picking up. The Knight of Swords says, full speed ahead. Let's catch the wind and ride the wave. But the Wheel of Fortune is reminding you that the wind can change direction at any moment. So, you need to be aware of your surroundings, adjust your sails accordingly, and be prepared to change course if necessary. You can't just blindly charge forward without paying attention to the conditions, or you could end up capsizing your boat. So you would want to make sure you have a life vest on if the Knight of Swords is taking you straight into a storm, right? For some of you, the Wheel of Fortune might be telling you to embrace change and take advantage of new opportunities. Maybe you've been feeling stuck in a rut, and the wheel is bringing you a chance to break free and try something new. And that's amazing. But it's also important to be discerning about which opportunities you pursue. Don't just jump at anything that comes your way, because not all opportunities are created equal. Do your research, trust your intuition, and make sure that the opportunity aligns with your values and your goals. You don't want to end up chasing after something that's not right for you, On the other hand, the Wheel of Fortune might be telling you to be patient and wait for the right moment to act. Maybe you're feeling eager to make a change, but the timing isn't quite right. The wheel is reminding you that everything happens in its own time, and that sometimes you just need to be still and let things unfold naturally. Don't try to force anything, because that will only lead to frustration and disappointment. Trust that the universe has a plan for you, and that the right opportunities will come along when the time is right. And how does the citrine crystal fit into all of this? Well, citrine is all about abundance, joy, and optimism. It helps you to see the positive side of things, even when you're facing challenges. So, with the Wheel of Fortune in play, citrine is reminding you to stay positive, to trust in the universe, and to believe that everything is working out for your highest good. Don't let fear or negativity hold you back. Embrace the change, trust the process, and know that you are always supported. What does that really mean, though, to trust that you are always supported? I mean, it's easy to say, trust the universe. But what does that actually look like in practice? For some people, it might mean practicing gratitude. Take time each day to appreciate the good things in your life, no matter how small they may seem. Focus on what you have, rather than what you lack, and you'll start to attract even more abundance into your life. It's also about letting go of control. We talked about that a little bit before, but it's worth repeating. You can't control everything that happens to you, but you can control how you respond to it. So, when things don't go according to plan, don't get discouraged. Trust that there's a reason for it, and that something even better is on its way. And it's about listening to your intuition. Your intuition is your inner guidance system, and it's always there to help you make the right choices. So, pay attention to your gut feelings, your hunches, and your dreams. They're often trying to tell you something important, and it's about taking inspired action. Trusting the universe doesn't mean sitting back and waiting for things to happen. It means taking action on the opportunities that come your way, but doing so in a way that feels aligned with your values and your goals. It's about co-creating with the universe, rather than trying to force things to happen. So, with the Wheel of Fortune and the citrine crystal in mind, ask yourself, what changes are happening in my life right now? How can I embrace these changes and use them to my advantage? How can I stay positive and trust in the universe, even when things are difficult? What opportunities are coming my way, and which ones are aligned with my values and goals? How can I take inspired action and co-create with the universe to manifest my dreams? Hugh, those are some big questions, right? But I know you can handle them. You've got this. It's also worth asking. Is the Wheel of Fortune showing up to warn you that the time is not right to trust the Knight of Swords? Maybe you feel like you are being rushed, right? And maybe what the Wheel of Fortune is saying is, slow down, stop what you are doing and be mindful. It may be that the universe wants you to pause before you go rushing into battle, and it may be time to take a breath and center yourself. So sometimes the cards aren't about a certain action, but a warning against an action, right? That is something we have to keep in mind, too. So maybe you slow down and consult the Hierophant. Okay, let's bring in the Hierophant, because this is going to add another layer to this whole reading. I just know it. The Hierophant, oh man, this is the card of tradition, institutions, and established systems. It represents the structures and beliefs that we rely on to give our lives meaning and order. It can be anything from organized religion to social norms to family values. The Hierophant is all about following the rules, respecting authority, and adhering to tradition. It's about fitting in and playing your part in society. It's not about challenging the status quo, but about upholding it. For some of you, the Hierophant might be showing up to tell you to seek guidance from a mentor or authority figure. Maybe you're facing a situation where you need advice or support, and the Hierophant is reminding you that there are people in your life who have the wisdom and experience to help you. Don't be afraid to reach out to them and ask for their guidance. They can offer you valuable insights and perspectives that you might not have considered on your own. Just be sure that they are trustworthy, right? On the other hand, the Hierophant can also represent a feeling of being constrained or limited by tradition. Maybe you're feeling like you don't fit in, or that you're being forced to conform to expectations that don't align with your true self. And that can be really frustrating, especially if you're someone who values individuality and freedom. The Hierophant is reminding you that it's okay to question the status quo, to challenge the rules, and to forge your own path. You don't have to blindly follow tradition if it doesn't feel right for you. How does the Hierophant interact with the Knight of Swords and the Wheel of Fortune? Well, that's where things get really interesting, right? Because we have this energy of action and impulsiveness, combined with this energy of change and unpredictability, and then we have this energy of tradition and conformity. It's like, do you follow the rules or do you break them? Do you embrace change or do you resist it? That's the dilemma that you're facing, and it's not an easy one to resolve. Think about it like this. Imagine you're a student and you're feeling frustrated with the traditional educational system. The Knight of Swords says, drop out, start your own school, revolutionize education. The Wheel of Fortune is reminding you that the educational system is constantly evolving and that there are always new opportunities to learn and grow. But the Hierophant is saying, stay in school, get your degree, follow the rules. So, what do? Do you follow your instincts and break free from the system, or do you stick with tradition and play it safe? For some of you, the Hierophant might be telling you to find a balance between tradition and innovation. Maybe you can honor the wisdom of the past while also embracing new ideas and approaches. You don't have to completely reject tradition in order to be true to yourself. You can find ways to incorporate it into your own unique path. For example, maybe you can use traditional methods in a new and creative way, or maybe you can adapt traditional values to fit your modern lifestyle. It's all about finding what works for you and creating a life that feels authentic and fulfilling. On the other hand, the Hierophant might be telling you to break free from tradition altogether. Maybe you've been holding yourself back because you're afraid of what other people will think or say. The Hierophant is reminding you that you don't have to live your life according to anyone else's expectations. You have the right to choose your own path, even if it's different from what everyone else is doing. So, if you're feeling called to break free from tradition, don't be afraid to do it. Trust your intuition, follow your heart, and create a life that's truly your own. But what does that look like in practice? I mean, how do you actually break free from tradition without alienating your family, your friends, or your community? That's a valid concern, and it's something that you need to consider carefully. But it's important to remember that you can't please everyone, and that ultimately, you need to prioritize your own well-being and happiness. One thing you can do is to communicate your needs and boundaries clearly and respectfully. Explain to your loved ones why you're choosing to do things differently, and how it's important for your own personal growth and fulfillment. You might be surprised at how understanding and supportive people can be, even if they don't fully agree with your choices. It's also important to find a community of like-minded people who share your values and beliefs. This can provide you with a sense of belonging and support, and it can help you to feel less alone on your journey. There are countless online communities and support groups where you can connect with people who are going through similar experiences. Remember, you're not alone, and there are people out there who will support you and encourage you to be your authentic self. How does the citrine crystal fit into all of this? Well, citrine is all about self-confidence, empowerment, and personal power. It helps you to believe in yourself, to trust your intuition, and to take action on your dreams. So, with the Hierophant in play, citrine is reminding you to own your power, to stand up for what you believe in, and to create a life that's aligned with your values and your goals. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't do something or that you're not good enough. You have the power within you to achieve anything you set your mind to. So, with the Hierophant and the citrine crystal in mind, ask yourself, what traditions or institutions am I feeling constrained by? How can I find a balance between honoring tradition and forging my own path? How can I communicate my needs and boundaries clearly and respectfully? How can I find a community of like-minded people who support my values and beliefs? How can I own my power and create a life that's aligned with my true self? And what truths can citrine help bring to light? Are there shadows and darkness that I can cast off? Okay, so a lot of questions. Okay, so here's the deal, right? We've got the Knight of Swords, charging ahead, maybe a little impulsively. We've got the Wheel of Fortune, reminding us that things are always changing and that we need to be adaptable. And we've got the Hierophant, representing tradition and established systems. It's a lot, I know, but the key here is to find a balance between all of these energies. Don't just blindly charge forward without thinking things through. Be open to change, but don't abandon your values and beliefs. Honor tradition, but don't be afraid to break free from it if it's holding you back. Ultimately, this reading is about finding your own truth and creating a life that's authentic and fulfilling. And with the Sunlit Truths theme, it is about casting light on what has been dark and creating a path forward that feels right for you. The citrine crystal is there to support you, to empower you, and to help you believe in yourself. So, trust your intuition, follow your heart, and know that you have the power within you to achieve anything you set your mind to. Hugh, you got this. Okay, I'm excited to see what else comes up for you in this reading. Okay, so the Magician, wow, this is such a powerful card, right? It's all about manifestation, skill, resourcefulness, and taking action. I mean, the Magician is like, I have all the tools I need, and I know how to use them to create the life I want. Like, there is a real sense of confidence and competence with this card. It's about recognizing your own potential and knowing that you have the power to make things happen. But there's also a warning here, right? Because the Magician can also be a little too confident. Like, are you really as prepared as you think you are? Are you using your skills and resources in a responsible and ethical way? That's the big question with this card, I think. For some of you, you might be feeling this surge of creative energy. Maybe you have a new idea, a new project, or a new goal that you're really excited about. The Magician is telling you to go for it, to use your skills and talents to bring your vision to life. But it is also saying you need to be prepared, right? Do you have what it takes to actually make this happen? Have you thought about all the details? Are you being realistic about the challenges you might face? Because sometimes just having a great idea isn't enough. You need to be able to execute it effectively, you know? It's like, imagine you're a chef and you have this amazing recipe for a gourmet meal. The Magician says, go for it, cook the dish. But like, do you have all the ingredients? Do you have the right equipment? Do you know how to use them properly? Are you sure you're not going to burn the sauce or overcook the meat? See what I mean? It's about having the skills and resources to bring your vision to life, but also knowing how to use them effectively. And that's the key here, right? You have the potential to create amazing things, but you need to channel that potential in a way that's actually going to benefit you in the long run. Don't just start throwing things together without a plan, okay? But let's talk about the positive aspects of this card, because there are definitely some. The Magician can also represent resourcefulness, creativity, and the ability to turn your ideas into reality. It's about not being afraid to experiment, to try new things, and to use your imagination to solve problems. And that's a really powerful quality to have, especially when you're trying to manifest your dreams, right? Sometimes you have to think outside the box, and the Magician is all about that. For some of you, this card might be telling you to tap into your hidden talents and skills. Maybe you have a hobby or a passion that you've always wanted to pursue, but you've been afraid to take the leap. The Magician is saying, now is the time. It's time to unleash your creativity and share your gifts with the world. And that's amazing. That's such a powerful message, and I really want you to embrace that energy, you know? Don't let anyone tell you that you're not good enough, or that your ideas are silly or impractical, because they're not. You have the power within you to create something amazing, and the Magician is here to help you do it. So, how do we do that, right? How can we actually take this energy of the Magician and make it work for us? I mean, so many times, it's tempting to just let the Magician take over and start manifesting like crazy. Well, first of all, it's important to remember that manifestation isn't just about wishing for things to happen. It's about taking action, about using your skills and resources to create the reality you want. The Magician has all the tools at their disposal, but they actually have to use them, you know? It's not enough to just sit around and visualize your dreams. You need to get up and do something about them. So, start by identifying your goals and dreams. What do you want to create in your life? What do you want to manifest? Be specific, be clear, and write it all down. Then, start brainstorming ways to make it happen. What skills do you have that you can use? What resources do you have access to? Who can help you? The more you plan and prepare, the more likely you are to succeed, right? And don't be afraid to ask for help. The Magician is resourceful, but they don't have to do everything alone. Reach out to your friends, your family, your mentors, and ask for their support. They might have valuable insights, connections, or resources that you can use. And it's important to stay focused and persistent. Manifestation takes time and effort, and you're likely to face challenges along the way. Don't get discouraged if things don't happen overnight. Keep working towards your goals, keep believing in yourself, and keep using your skills and resources to create the life you want. And remember to stay ethical. The magician is powerful, but they need to use their power responsibly. Don't use your skills or resources to manipulate or harm others. Focus on creating positive outcomes that benefit everyone involved. So, yeah, the magician is a powerful card, but it's also a reminder that you need to take action, be resourceful, and stay ethical in order to manifest your dreams. It isn't just wishing and hopping. With the Sunlit Truths theme here, what dark corners can the magician illuminate? What hidden skills can you bring to light? So before you start waving your wand, you have to ask that, okay? Now, how does this interact with the Knight of Swords? That's the question, right? I mean, we have the Knight of Swords charging ahead, and now we have the magician with all the tools. Okay, so this can go two ways, right? The Knight of Swords could be charging ahead with the magician's tools in hand, or the magician could be using his tools to direct the Knight of Swords. Okay, that makes sense. If the Knight of Swords is charging ahead with the magician's tools, I think that is about, finally having everything you need, right? The Knight has the drive and the energy, and the magician gives him the skills and resources to make things happen. You know where you're going, and you have all the tools you need, finally. But you have to ask if the Knight is really ready to wield these tools. Is it possible to be too impulsive when using the magician's energy? Is the Knight even ready to hold that much power? The tools are there, but the Knight is still learning to control that energy. So, you want to make sure that you aren't accidentally cutting yourself with the sword while trying to use the wand, you know? It might mean the Knight needs to slow down a little to really learn how to use those tools effectively. But if the magician is directing the Knight of Swords, that's a different story. That might be about the magician seeing the Knight's energy and deciding to use it for a specific purpose. The magician sees the Knight charging around and says, "Hey, I can use that energy to manifest this goal." But you have to wonder if that is ethical, right? Is the magician using the Knight for his own purposes? Is the Knight even aware of what's going on? I mean, that isn't to say that using someone's energy is inherently bad. But if you're going to direct someone's energy, you want to make sure you're doing it in a way that's beneficial for everyone involved. You don't want to be manipulating them or taking advantage of them. So, for some of you, the Knight of Swords and the magician might be telling you to use your drive and energy to manifest your goals, but to be mindful of how you're using your power. And for others, it might be telling you to be aware of how other people are using your energy, and to make sure you're not being manipulated or taken advantage of. Ooh, that is a twist, right? So, with the Sunlit Truths theme here, what truths are hidden in this relationship between the Knight and the magician? How can you bring the truth to light? Are you using your power responsibly? Are you being used by someone else? These are the questions you need to ask. And how does the Wheel of Fortune play into this? Because that is all about change and unexpected events, right? How does the magician's power affect the wheel and vice versa? Okay, so this is interesting, because the Wheel of Fortune is all about things outside of your control, and the magician is all about control, right? So, how do those two energies work together? The wheel is turning, right? And things are changing whether you like it or not. But the magician can use his skills and resources to try to influence the outcome, right? The wheel is going to turn, but maybe the magician can make sure it lands on a good spot. Think of it like a casino, right? The Wheel of Fortune is like the roulette wheel, and the magician is like the gambler. The gambler can't control where the ball lands, but they can place their bets strategically to increase their chances of winning. So, you want to make sure that you have a plan for all the possible outcomes, both good and bad. That way, you're prepared no matter what happens, and you can use your skills and resources to make the most of the situation. But what happens if the wheel turns in a way that you didn't expect? What happens if you're thrown a curveball? That's where the magician's resourcefulness comes in. The magician is able to adapt to any situation and find a way to make things work, even when things don't go according to plan. So, don't panic if the wheel turns in a way that you didn't expect. Trust in your skills and abilities, and know that you can handle anything that comes your way. I think, too, the Wheel of Fortune might offer the magician opportunities, right? Like, the wheel is turning and suddenly something new comes into your life, and the magician sees an opportunity to use that to manifest something. Maybe you lose your job and you have to find a new one, right? The Wheel of Fortune is turning, and that sucks. But the magician can see that as an opportunity to find an even better job, or to start their own business, or to pursue a passion project. So, even when things seem bad, look for the opportunities that the Wheel of Fortune is bringing you, and use the magician's power to take advantage of them. With the sunlit truths theme here, what truths are hidden in the turning of the wheel? How can the magician bring those truths to light? Are you seeing all the opportunities that are available to you? Are you using your power to influence the outcome of the wheel, or are you just letting it spin out of control? These are the questions you need to ask, right? And how does the Hierophant fit into all of this? The Hierophant is all about tradition and institutions, so how does that interact with the magician's energy? Is the magician using his skills and resources to uphold tradition or to challenge it? Okay, so this is another interesting dynamic, right? Because the Hierophant is all about following the rules and respecting authority, and the magician is all about creating your own reality. So, how do those two energies work together? The magician can use his skills and resources to work within the system, to achieve his goals while still following the rules and respecting tradition. Like, the magician can be successful within the traditional structures, using his skills to climb the ladder and achieve his goals. But what if the magician doesn't agree with the system? What if he thinks the rules are unfair or outdated? That's where things get tricky, right? The magician can use his skills and resources to challenge the system, to try to change things from within. Maybe the magician becomes a lawyer or a politician and uses his power to advocate for change. Or the magician can choose to break free from the system altogether, to create his own path outside of the traditional structures. Maybe the magician starts his own business, or becomes an artist, or finds some other way to live his life on his own terms. But that isn't easy, right? Going against the Hierophant can have consequences. You might face criticism, rejection, or even punishment from those who uphold the tradition. So you have to be prepared for that, and you have to be willing to stand up for what you believe in. At the same time, you don't want to be reckless, right? You don't want to go around breaking the rules just for the sake of it. You want to make sure that you have a good reason for challenging the system, and that you're doing it in a way that's ethical and responsible. Otherwise, you might end up doing more harm than good. I think, too, the Hierophant might offer the magician a structure, right? Like, the Hierophant provides a framework for the magician to work within. That can actually be helpful, because it gives the magician a clear set of guidelines and expectations. The magician doesn't have to reinvent the wheel, he can just use the existing system to achieve his goals. But the magician needs to be careful not to become too reliant on the Hierophant structure. He needs to make sure that he's still using his own creativity and resourcefulness, and that he's not just blindly following the rules without thinking for himself. With the sunlit truths theme here, what truths are hidden within the traditional structures? How can the magician bring those truths to light? Are you using your power to uphold the system or to challenge it? Are you being too reliant on the rules and traditions, or are you breaking free and creating your own path? These are the questions you need to ask. Okay, so how does the magician tie all of these cards together? We have the Knight of Swords charging ahead, the Wheel of Fortune turning and bringing change, the Hierophant representing tradition, and now the magician with all the tools. The magician is the one who can bring all of these energies into balance, right? The magician can use his skills and resources to direct the knight's energy, to influence the Wheel of Fortune, and to work within or challenge the Hierophant system. The magician is the master of his own destiny, and he has the power to create the life he wants, no matter what challenges he faces. But it's not just about power, right? It's about responsibility. The magician needs to use his power wisely to create positive outcomes that benefit everyone involved. He needs to be mindful of the consequences of his actions, and he needs to be willing to adapt to changing circumstances. And most of all, he needs to be true to himself, to follow his own path and to live his life on his own terms. So, with the Sunlit Truths theme here, the magician is all about bringing the truth to light, right? What hidden potential do you have? What skills and resources can you use to create the life you want? What challenges are you facing, and how can you overcome them? The magician is here to help you find the answers to these questions, and to empower you to create a life that's authentic, fulfilling, and meaningful. I also think that the magician might be warning you to not let appearances deceive you, right? What looks shiny and new may not be, and the sunlit truths may be shadowed. The magician is good at illusion, and you need to be sure that you are seeing what is real and not what is being presented. Okay, so, wow, that's a lot to think about, right? But I think that is all very insightful, yeah. Okay, the Hanged Man, oh wow, this card, it's so interesting, right? I mean, at first glance, it can look kind of scary, honestly. I mean, you see this person hanging upside down, and it's easy to think, oh no, something bad is happening. But the Hanged Man isn't about punishment or suffering, you know. It's actually about voluntary sacrifice, about pausing, about letting go, and about gaining a new perspective. It's about seeing things from a completely different angle. Think about it like this. When you're hanging upside down, everything looks different, right? What was once up is now down. What was once familiar is now strange. It might even feel like you have new vision and that you can actually, finally see the sunlit truths. The Hanged Man is asking you to do that in your life, to turn things upside down, to challenge your assumptions, and to see the world in a new way. For some of you, this card might be showing up to tell you to slow down. Maybe you've been rushing around, trying to do too much, and you're feeling stressed, overwhelmed, or burnt out. The Hanged Man is saying, it's okay to pause. It's okay to take a break. It's okay to surrender. You don't have to keep pushing yourself so hard, you know? Sometimes, the best thing you can do is to just let go and allow things to unfold naturally. And maybe surrender to the fact that you may not have a full grasp on the illusion. The Hanged Man may be calling you to accept what is right now. But it can be so hard, right? You're so used to being in control, to making things happen, and now you're being asked to just stop. But that's exactly what the Hanged Man is about. It is to surrender to the divine. It's about trusting that everything is happening for a reason, even if you can't see it right now. It's about having faith that the universe has your back and that you're exactly where you need to be. I feel like you may not like that. So, how can you embrace this energy of surrender? Well, one thing you can do is to practice mindfulness. Take some time each day to just be present in the moment, without judgment or expectation. Focus on your breath, observe your thoughts and feelings, and allow yourself to just be. It really allows the citrine energy to work. You can also try meditation, yoga, or other practices that help you to connect with your inner self. The more you connect with yourself, the easier it will be to trust your intuition and to surrender to the flow of life. I know, that can be so hard, especially with the Knight of Swords energy flying around. Another thing you can do is to let go of your expectations. So often, we get caught up in our own plans and ideas, and we become attached to specific outcomes. But the Hanged Man is reminding us that life doesn't always go according to plan. Sometimes, things happen that are completely unexpected, and we have to be willing to adapt and adjust our course, to surrender to the divine, right? So, instead of trying to control everything, try to let go of your expectations and allow things to unfold naturally. Trust that everything is happening for your highest good, even if it doesn't make sense right now. It is hard to shake off the feeling of being in control of everything, but that is an illusion. For others of you, the Hanged Man might be showing up to tell you to make a sacrifice. Maybe there's something in your life that you need to let go of, something that's holding you back from your full potential. It could be a relationship, a job, a belief, or even just a bad habit. The Hanged Man is asking you to be honest with yourself and to identify what's no longer serving you. And then, to have the courage to let it go. I know, that can be scary. It's never easy to let go of something that you're attached to, even if it's not good for you. But the Hanged Man is reminding you that sometimes you have to sacrifice something in order to gain something even better. It's like, in order to make room for the new, you have to clear out the old. It feels a little like spring cleaning, right? Think about it like this. Imagine you're carrying a heavy backpack filled with all sorts of things that you've accumulated over the years. Some of these things are useful and valuable, but others are just weighing you down. The Hanged Man is saying, it's time to lighten your load. It's time to take a look at what you're carrying and to get rid of anything that's no longer serving you. What does that look like in practice? How do you actually make a sacrifice in your life? Well, it starts with awareness. You need to be honest with yourself about what's holding you back. What are you afraid of letting go of? What beliefs are limiting you? What relationships are draining you? Once you've identified these things, you can start to take action. It will allow the sunlit truths to illuminate, right? Maybe you need to have a difficult conversation with someone, or maybe you need to make a big change in your life. Whatever it is, the Hanged Man is reminding you that you have the strength and the courage to do what needs to be done. It is about trusting the you that embraces the citrine crystal. And it's important to remember that sacrifice doesn't always have to be painful. Sometimes it can actually be a relief. When you let go of something that's been holding you back, you free up energy and space for new opportunities to come into your life. You might feel lighter, freer, and more aligned with your true self. The relief can feel amazing. But for still others of you, the Hanged Man might be showing up to tell you to see things from a different perspective. Maybe you're stuck in a rut, or maybe you're facing a challenge that seems insurmountable. The Hanged Man is asking you to step back, to turn things upside down, and to look at the situation from a new angle. You might be surprised at what you discover. Sometimes, all it takes is a shift in perspective to see a solution that you couldn't see before. It feels like the answer was always there, but it was hidden, right? Think about it like this. Imagine you're looking at a painting. You're standing right in front of it, and you can only see the details up close. But the Hanged Man is saying, step back, take a wider view. See the painting as a whole. When you step back, you might notice things that you didn't see before. You might see the overall composition, the colors, and the emotions that the artist was trying to convey. You might even see a hidden meaning that you missed when you were focused on the details. So, how do you actually shift your perspective in your life? One thing you can do is to ask yourself different questions. Instead of asking, why is this happening to me? Try asking, what can I learn from this? Instead of focusing on the problem, try focusing on the solution. Instead of dwelling on the past, try looking towards the future. When you ask yourself different questions, you open yourself up to new possibilities and new insights. You begin to see how sunlit truths can shift your perspective and illuminate a solution. You can also try talking to someone who has a different perspective than you do. This could be a friend, a family member, a therapist, or even just a stranger. When you listen to other people's perspectives, you can learn new things and challenge your own assumptions. You might even discover that there are multiple ways to look at a situation, and that your way isn't necessarily the only way or the best way. It all comes back to faith, to trust in the divine, and to knowing there is something bigger than just you. The Hanged Man is reminding you that life is full of surprises, and that you never really know what's going to happen next. The key is to stay open, to stay flexible, and to be willing to see things from a different angle. When you do that, you'll be able to navigate any challenge that comes your way, and you'll be able to find meaning and purpose in even the most difficult situations. You need to be willing to look at it from a new lens, allowing sunlit truths to shine through. Okay, so that's the Hanged Man in a nutshell, right? It's about surrender, sacrifice, and seeing things from a different perspective. But how does this card relate to the other cards in your reading? How does it connect to the Knight of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune, the Hierophant, and the Magician? Well, let's start with the Knight of Swords. We have this energy of action and impulsiveness combined with this energy of surrender and sacrifice. It's like, do you charge forward full speed ahead, or do you pause and let go? Do you fight for what you want, or do you surrender to what is? So, with the Hanged Man showing up, maybe that Knight of Swords energy needs to be put on hold for a minute, yeah. I mean, maybe you've been charging ahead without really thinking things through, and the Hanged Man is telling you to stop and reassess your situation. Maybe you need to sacrifice your need for control and allow things to unfold naturally. It is hard to surrender, especially when you think you know the best path. I feel like the divine is really asking you to trust and have faith that the path forward will be revealed in time. Maybe that bold action isn't the way, and you are so attached to that you can't see it. The sunlit truth may be that an action is the key right now. On the other hand, maybe the Hanged Man is showing up to support the Knight of Swords. Maybe you've been holding back, afraid to take action, and the Hanged Man is telling you to sacrifice your fear and go for it. Maybe you need to surrender your need for certainty and trust that everything will work out, even if you don't know how. It is about letting go of the expectations and releasing the need for control. It also may be that the Knight of Swords needs to sacrifice his way of thinking and to see the situation from a new perspective, allowing sunlit truths to illuminate a new path. Maybe you're so focused on your own goals and desires that you're not seeing the bigger picture. The Hanged Man is asking you to step back, to turn things upside down, and to consider the needs and perspectives of others. Only then will you be able to move forward in a way that's truly aligned with your highest good. Okay, so now let's bring in the Wheel of Fortune. We have this energy of change and unpredictability combined with this energy of surrender and sacrifice. It's like, do you try to control the outcome, or do you let go and trust the process? Do you resist change, or do you embrace it? So, with the Hanged Man showing up, maybe you need to surrender your need for control and allow the Wheel of Fortune to turn as it will. Maybe you're trying too hard to force things to happen, and the Hanged Man is telling you to relax and let go. It is okay to release control. It is okay to have faith that all will be well. Maybe you need to sacrifice your attachment to the past and embrace the new opportunities that are coming your way. Maybe you're clinging to old patterns and habits, and the Hanged Man is telling you to let them go. Maybe the wheel is going to bring massive change to your life, and the only way to deal with it is to surrender and to have faith and to believe in the divine. On the other hand, maybe the Hanged Man is showing up to help you navigate the changes that the Wheel of Fortune is bringing. Maybe you're feeling overwhelmed or uncertain, and the Hanged Man is telling you to take a step back and see things from a new perspective. It is about releasing expectations and finding your way forward. Maybe you're so focused on the chaos and disruption that you're not seeing the opportunities for growth and transformation. The Hanged Man is asking you to turn things upside down and to look for the hidden blessings in the midst of the storm. The Citrine may be helping you see that joy and helping you find harmony. I think that the Wheel and Hanged Man together may also be asking you to surrender to the cyclical nature of life, right? Maybe you're resisting the natural ebb and flow of things, and the Hanged Man is telling you to accept that everything has its season. Maybe you need to sacrifice your need for constant progress and allow yourself to rest and recharge during the down times. And with the Sunlit Truths theme, this may be about casting light on a new cycle and surrendering to the fact that cycles need to begin again. Okay, so now let's bring in the Hierophant. We have this energy of tradition and institutions combined with this energy of surrender and sacrifice. It's like, do you follow the rules or do you break them? Do you conform to expectations or do you forge your own path? So, with the Hanged Man showing up, maybe you need to sacrifice your need for approval and follow your own inner guidance. It is so hard, right? Maybe you're trying too hard to please others, and the Hanged Man is telling you to prioritize your own needs and values. It is okay to break free. It is okay to be you. Maybe you need to surrender your attachment to tradition and embrace new ways of doing things. Maybe you're clinging to old beliefs and customs, and the Hanged Man is telling you to let them go. On the other hand, maybe the Hanged Man is showing up to help you find a balance between tradition and innovation. Maybe you're so focused on breaking free from the system that you're not appreciating the wisdom and guidance that tradition can offer. The Hanged Man is asking you to step back and consider the value of the established structures. Maybe you can honor the past while also creating a new and better future. And maybe sacrifice is what the Hierophant requires of you. This is about what you are willing to sacrifice for the sake of tradition, right? Maybe the sunlit truth here is that you realize that you cannot live up to all the expectations, and you may be forced to surrender. Okay, so finally, let's bring in the Magician. We have this energy of manifestation and skill combined with this energy of surrender and sacrifice. It's like, do you use your power to control your destiny, or do you let go and trust the universe? Do you try to make things happen, or do you allow things to unfold naturally? So, with the Hanged Man showing up, maybe you need to sacrifice your need for control and allow the universe to guide you. Maybe you're trying too hard to manifest your desires, and the Hanged Man is telling you to relax and let go. It is okay to release control. It is okay to trust the divine. Maybe you need to surrender your attachment to specific outcomes and trust that everything is happening for your highest good. It feels like you are on the precipice of surrender, and the sunlit truths are calling to you. On the other hand, maybe the Hanged Man is showing up to help you use your power more wisely. Maybe you're so focused on manifesting your own desires that you're not considering the needs and perspectives of others. The Hanged Man is asking you to step back and see things from a different angle. Maybe you can use your skills and abilities to serve a greater purpose, to create a more just and compassionate world. It feels like it will be worth it to surrender. Maybe the sacrifice is not for you right now, but consider what you may have to sacrifice in order to allow others to experience joy. This is especially the time to ask how Citrine is a light to you and can become a beacon for others. So, with the Sunlit Truths theme, maybe the Hanged Man is about illuminating what you need to release in order to manifest, right? Like, what expectations are you holding onto? What needs to die for a new beginning? So many questions, so many possibilities. Okay, wow, that was a lot, right? I mean, the Hanged Man really throws a wrench in the works, doesn't it? It's not always easy to see the good in surrender and sacrifice, but I hope this reading has helped you to understand the deeper meaning of this card. And I hope that you're feeling a little more open to the possibilities that are unfolding in your life. I think you are on the right path. Okay, but there is still one card left, and I am so excited to see what that is. So, the reading isn't over yet, hang in there. And you know, now that I think of it, the Hanged Man is hanging in there. Maybe that is the message. Okay, are you ready? Because here we go. We've been hanging out in the unknown for a bit now, so let's see what the next step is. Okay, drum roll please. And the card is the Fool. Oh my gosh, how perfect is that? After all that serious, heavy energy, we get the Fool like, hey, let's just throw caution to the wind and see what happens. I mean, the Fool is all about new beginnings, about taking a leap of faith, about embracing the unknown and really just trusting the journey. It's about saying yes to life and all its possibilities, even when you don't know where you're going. It's like the ultimate go-with-the-flow card, you know? But it's also about naivete, right? The Fool is, well, foolish. They are walking off a cliff, totally unaware of the danger, blissfully ignorant. So it's not just about blind optimism, right? It's about innocence and maybe a bit of recklessness. It can be about not knowing what you are getting into. You may not even have a full understanding of the sunlit truths. For some of you, this card might be showing up to tell you to just go for it, right? Maybe you've been hesitating, afraid to take a risk, afraid to step outside your comfort zone. The Fool is saying, enough is enough. It's time to let go of your fears and embrace the adventure. Don't let that hold you back any longer. You've got this. You know, it is all about leaping into the void and trusting that the universe will catch you, that the divine has your back. But for others of you, the Fool might be a warning, right? Maybe you're being too impulsive, too reckless, and you need to slow down and think things through before you jump. Maybe you're not seeing all the potential dangers, and you need to be a little more cautious. So, it is worth considering if this is blind faith or just plain foolish. I feel like the sunlit truths may be trying to illuminate your path, and maybe you just haven't been looking, yeah? So, how do we reconcile these two seemingly opposite interpretations? How do we know when to take a leap of faith and when to be cautious? I think that the key is to listen to your intuition, right? Trust your gut and pay attention to the signs and synchronicities that the universe is sending you. If you're feeling a strong pull to do something and it feels aligned with your values and your purpose, then maybe it's time to take that leap. But if you're feeling hesitant or if something feels off, then maybe it's a sign to slow down and reassess. It is okay to change your mind and to trust your path. You also want to think about what all the cards together are telling you. So let's see, how does the Fool interact with all the cards we have already pulled? How does this all fit together? I mean, we have the Knight of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune, the Hierophant, the Magician, and the Hanged Man. And now the Fool. Like, what does it all mean? Okay, so let's start with the Knight of Swords, right? The Knight of Swords is all about action and charging forward, and the Fool is all about new beginnings and embracing the unknown. So, how do these two energies work together? Do they amplify each other, or do they create tension? Well, I think it can go both ways, right? On the one hand, the Fool can give the Knight of Swords the courage to take a leap of faith and go after their dreams. Maybe you've been hesitating to pursue a new opportunity, but the Fool is saying, just go for it. What do you have to lose? And I mean, what do you have to lose? Maybe the Knight of Swords can finally release all that pent-up energy and just run toward the horizon. It is finally time, and maybe the sunlit truths have been revealed to you. But on the other hand, the Fool can also temper the Knight of Swords' impulsiveness. Maybe you're being too reckless, charging ahead without thinking things through, and the Fool is saying, whoa, slow down. Are you sure you know what you're doing? It may be that the bold charging of the Knight has left you blind, so you cannot even see the sunlit truths, and the Fool is calling you to proceed with caution. I feel like you really have to ask yourself if you are running headfirst off a cliff, or if you are running toward a beautiful, fulfilling future. You know, like, are you being brave or just foolish? Are you following your heart or just your ego? These are super important questions to ask yourself, right? I think the Fool may be pushing the Knight to ask a few key questions like, am I prepared for this journey? Do I have the skills and resources I need to succeed? Am I being realistic about the challenges I might face? The Knight might be like, I don't need to prepare, I am ready. And the Fool would be like, okay, but like, do you even know where you are going? And if the Knight is listening to their ego, then it is really easy to leap off that cliff. But maybe the Knight has to take a minute and meditate and see if the journey is actually going to be in their best interests. I mean, the ego wants you to be reckless, right? The ego wants you to get hurt, and the ego wants you to fail. You cannot let that ego trick you. You have to be able to recognize what is ego and what is spirit, and you need to remember that the divine has your back and knows the best path for you. Spirit will reveal the sunlit truths to you, and the path will be made clear. I think, too, that the Fool can help the Knight of Swords to be more open to new possibilities. Maybe you're so focused on your goals that you're missing out on other opportunities that are coming your way. The Fool is saying, don't be so rigid. Be open to detours and unexpected adventures. You know, like, the best things in life often happen when you least expect them. So, be willing to let go of your plans and embrace the unknown. You never know where it might lead you. Maybe the destination you end up at will be even better than the one you originally planned for. So, maybe you are running towards something amazing, but the path may not be straight. Okay, so, what about the Wheel of Fortune? The Wheel of Fortune is all about change and cycles, and the Fool is all about new beginnings and embracing the unknown. So, how do these two energies interact? Do they create chaos, or do they create opportunity? I think that the Fool and the Wheel of Fortune together can be a really powerful combination, right? The wheel is already turning and bringing change into your life, and the Fool is saying, yes, I'm ready for it, bring it on. It's like, you're not afraid of change, you're actually excited about it. You are ready to embrace whatever comes your way, trusting that everything is happening for a reason. You know, the sunlit truths are that all the changes are leading you to where you are supposed to be. You may not even know where that is, but it will all be okay. But again, there is also a warning here, right? The Wheel of Fortune can be unpredictable, and the Fool can be naive. So, if you're not careful, you could end up getting swept away by the currents of change without really knowing where you're going. Are you willing to give up control? Can you really release expectations and trust in the divine? You want to make sure that you are not just blindly following the wheel, but that you are actually making conscious choices about your life, that you are using your own free will, right? The wheel may turn, and you may not be able to control that, but you can decide how you are going to respond. You can decide which path you want to take. The Fool, I think, can really help you to see the opportunities that are hidden within the changes, right? Maybe you're facing a difficult situation, but the Fool is saying, look closer. There's a silver lining in there somewhere. It may not be the path that you thought you would be on, but there is a reason and there is a way forward. I also think that the Fool can help you to be more resilient in the face of change. You might have expected the wheel to take you up, but it has sent you down. You might be feeling down or discouraged, but the Fool is saying, don't give up. You're stronger than you think. You have to pick yourself up, trust that all will be well, and find a new path forward, allowing sunlit truths to illuminate your journey. It also could be that you are trusting that things will turn around, right? It is about knowing that the wheel turns and that your life will get better. It is not about giving up, but rather knowing that it will be okay. You can surrender to the wheel, trusting that the divine has your back, and it is all working out for the highest good. Okay, so now let's look at the Hierophant, right? The Hierophant is all about tradition and institutions, and the Fool is all about new beginnings and embracing the unknown. So, how do these two energies clash? Is the Fool going to break all the rules, or is the Hierophant going to try to keep the Fool in line? I think, with the Fool, it is about questioning everything, right? The Fool is not afraid to challenge the status quo, to question authority, and to break free from the constraints of tradition. The Fool is like, why do we have to do things this way? Who made these rules anyway? Maybe society's expectations are just holding you back. You know, it may be time to say thank you, but no thank you to the old ways of doing things, and to create your own path, you get to choose. You get to be who you are meant to be. You can choose a new path, illuminating the sunlit truths, and you don't have to adhere to what everyone expects of you. But there's also a warning here, right? The Hierophant can provide structure and guidance, and the Fool can be a little too rebellious. So, if you're not careful, you could end up throwing the baby out with the bathwater, rejecting everything that the Hierophant has to offer without really understanding why. You want to make sure that you are not just rebelling for the sake of rebelling, but that you are actually making conscious choices about what you believe in and what you stand for. I feel like that might be the hard part, yeah? It is easy to just say, screw it all, but it takes strength to really understand what matters to you and what to keep. You also need to understand what you are rebelling against, yeah. Are those just old rules that don't matter anymore, or are you actually making a mistake? You want to make sure you are not tossing out something valuable just because you want to be a rebel. But maybe it is all just a learning process, and if you make a mistake, the divine will help you find your way back. I feel like the sunlit truths can help you decide what to keep, what to toss, and what really matters to you. This might be a time to really question society's expectations and do some deep soul searching. What do you really believe? And what is just something that someone told you to believe? I think that the Fool can actually help the Hierophant to be more open-minded. The Fool may be pushing the Hierophant to question their own beliefs, to consider new perspectives, and to be more accepting of different ways of doing things. The Fool brings a fresh energy and a perspective that the Hierophant may not have considered. You may even be able to help the Hierophant reveal sunlit truths that they were unable to see before. Okay, so now, what about the Magician? Yeah. The Magician is all about manifestation and skill, and the Fool is all about new beginnings and embracing the unknown. So, how do these two energies combine? Does the Magician give the Fool the tools they need to succeed, or does the Fool mess up the Magician's carefully laid plans? I think the Magician can really ground the Fool, right? Like the Fool is all about taking risks, but the Magician can help them to be more strategic about it. The Magician can say, okay, you want to jump off that cliff. Let's at least make sure you have a parachute. Maybe that sunlit truth is that there is a safe way down. The Magician is all about having the tools and the skills and the resources to make things happen. So the Magician can help the Fool to actually turn their dreams into reality. You can take that leap, but you can do it in a smart way. You can go into it with knowledge and with the right tools. But again, there is also a warning here, right? The Magician can be a little too focused on control, and the Fool can be a little too spontaneous. So, if you're not careful, you could end up over-planning everything, stifling your creativity, and missing out on the magic of the unknown. The Magician may even be creating illusions and blocking the sunlit truths. You want to make sure that you are not just relying on your skills and resources, but that you are also trusting your intuition and allowing things to unfold naturally. It may be hard to do that if you are a magician, because it is all about control, right? But the divine has your back and that you can trust. I feel like the Fool can help the magician to be more playful, right? The magician is often very serious, very focused. The Fool is saying, relax, have some fun, don't take yourself so seriously. The Fool comes in and reminds you that you are human. You get to laugh, you get to enjoy things. The Fool can remind you that it is all going to be okay. It is a wild journey, and things will happen that are unexpected, but you will be okay. And that can actually help the magician be more successful, because they will be able to approach challenges with more joy and more ease, revealing sunlit truths. Okay, and finally, we have the Hanged Man. Oh, the Hanged Man. How does this fit in? The Hanged Man is all about surrender and sacrifice, and the Fool is all about new beginnings and embracing the unknown. So, how do these two energies work together? Does the Hanged Man make the Fool more cautious? Or does the Fool inspire the Hanged Man to take a leap of faith? I think the Hanged Man can help the Fool to be more mindful, right? The Fool is often so eager to jump into new experiences that they don't really stop to think about the consequences. The Hanged Man is saying, hold on a minute. Let's just pause and reflect before we take that leap. It's easy to just run and not think about what you are doing. It really comes down to trusting in the divine, to surrendering to what is to come, and to having faith. The sunlit truths are not always clear, and it is okay. It is okay to surrender to the unknown. You are on the right path, but what does that even look like? And what is coming next? What could the final card possibly be? I am so excited to see what it is. Okay, so here we go. The Seven of Pentacles. Oh wow, okay, this card, it's like a complete contrast to everything we've seen so far, right? I mean, we've had all this fast-moving energy, all these big changes, and now we have this card that's all about patience, about waiting, about nurturing something over time. Like, the Seven of Pentacles is about planting seeds and watching them grow. It's about putting in the work and trusting that you'll eventually see the results, and it has a certain harmony with the Citrine Tower, right? But it's also about evaluation, right? It's about taking stock of what you've already accomplished and deciding whether it's worth continuing to invest your time and energy. Are you seeing the fruits of your labor, or are you just spinning your wheels? That's the big question with this card, I think. I feel like this card is calling you to really assess your current journey and think about what it is going to take to truly embrace your sunlit truths. For some of you, this card might be showing up to tell you to slow down and be patient. I mean, maybe you've been rushing around, trying to do too much, and you're feeling frustrated because you're not seeing the results you want. The Seven of Pentacles is saying, it's okay to take your time. It's okay to focus on the long term. Good things take time. It is not all going to happen at once, you know. I feel like you may need to take a pause to embrace your sunlit truths and see what it will take to bring them to light. But for others of you, the Seven of Pentacles might be a call to action, right? It may be showing up to tell you that your hard work is starting to pay off. This is all about having the faith and knowing it will be okay, because the fruits are coming. Okay, so how does this card relate to the other cards we have pulled? How does it connect to the Knight of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune, the Hierophant, the Magician, the Hanged Man, and the Fool? Like, how does it all fit together? Well, let's start with the Knight of Swords, right? The Knight of Swords is all about action and charging forward, and the Seven of Pentacles is all about patience and waiting. So, how do these two energies work together? Do they balance each other out, or do they create conflict? I feel like, with the Knight of Swords, there is so much drive and energy, and they just want to run forward as fast as possible. But the Seven of Pentacles is calling you to take a breath and realize what you need to do. The Knight is action-oriented, and the Seven of Pentacles wants you to slow down and invest, because that action may not be fruitful if you don't. Is that right? The Citrine is there to help bring a light to that, to bring that harmony. Maybe, with the Seven of Pentacles showing up, the Knight of Swords needs to pump the brakes a little, and make sure that they are not running so hard that they aren't actually producing any fruit. It may be time to slow down and be strategic, and invest in what really matters. On the other hand, maybe the Knight of Swords has been procrastinating and not taking action, and the Seven of Pentacles is showing up to remind them that they need to get moving if they ever want to see any results. It might be time to trust in the divine, to surrender to the journey, and have faith that it will all work out. It may not be easy, but the results will be worth it, right? I feel like maybe the Knight of Swords needs to take a minute and actually start planning for the future, and actually put in the effort needed to see those plans come to fruition. It's easy to just dream and hope, but you really need to do the work, you know? I think, too, that the Seven of Pentacles can help the Knight of Swords to be more realistic about their goals. It is so easy to get caught up in the excitement and just run off to the horizon, but the Seven of Pentacles is saying, hey, let's take a look at the long term here. Are these goals really achievable? Are you willing to put in the work that it takes to make them happen? The sunlit truths will help you decide what to sacrifice and what to embrace. It is all part of the journey. So, with the Wheel of Fortune is all about change and cycles, and the Seven of Pentacles is all about patience and waiting. So, how do these two energies interact? Does the Wheel of Fortune speed up the process, or does the Seven of Pentacles slow it down? It can feel like the divine is testing you, right? The Wheel of Fortune is always spinning and may feel like you are constantly being thrown curveballs, and the Seven of Pentacles is showing up to help you ground and wait. It is a constant cycle, and it can be hard to embrace. If you take a breath, embrace your sunlit truths, and trust that the universe will provide, it will all be okay. The Seven of Pentacles is saying, okay, things are changing, but you don't have to freak out. Just stay focused on your goals and keep putting in the work. Eventually, you will see the results you want. Right? On the other hand, maybe the Seven of Pentacles is showing up to remind you that you can't control everything, and that sometimes you just have to go with the flow. The Wheel of Fortune is going to turn whether you like it or not, so you might as well just relax and enjoy the ride. If you embrace the change, surrender to the divine, and trust that it will all work out, you will find the results you want. It may not be easy, and it may not be what you expect, but you will be okay. I think, too, that the Seven of Pentacles can help you to be more adaptable to change. You may have plans, but the wheel may send you in another direction, but that doesn't mean that you are doomed. You may have to take a step back and maybe surrender to the unexpected, but that doesn't mean it is over. The sunlit truths are that there is always a path forward. Okay, so now let's look at the Hierophant, right? The Hierophant is all about tradition and institutions, and the Seven of Pentacles is all about patience and waiting. So, how do these two energies clash? Does the Hierophant encourage you to follow the established path, or does the Seven of Pentacles inspire you to create your own way? It may feel like the Hierophant is telling you that you need to do things the way they have always been done, and the Seven of Pentacles is telling you to have patience and trust that it will all be okay. You may feel the pressure to follow the norm, but you need to trust your intuition and surrender to the divine. The Seven of Pentacles is reminding you that it is okay to create your own way, and it is okay to have patience. I think that the Seven of Pentacles can help you to be more grounded in your values. It may be that you are feeling pressured to conform, but the Seven of Pentacles is there to help you remember what is important. It is about taking a step back, evaluating, and doing what is right for you. With the Sunlit Truths theme here, you are going to have the opportunity to create your own path and illuminate what is best for you. It can all be scary, but it is worth it. But there is a warning here. The Hierophant can be all about structure and tradition, and sometimes that structure is really helpful. You don't always need to reinvent the wheel. It can be wise to trust what has worked for others, and the Hierophant can help you with that, right? The Hierophant may be shining a light on sunlit truths that you may not have otherwise seen. I feel like it is all about balance and finding what works for you. Okay, so now, what about the Magician? Yeah. The Magician is all about manifestation and skill, and the Seven of Pentacles is all about patience and waiting. So, how do these two energies combine? Does the Magician help you to speed up the process, or does the Seven of Pentacles encourage you to slow down and be more deliberate? It may feel like the Magician is all about control, and the Seven of Pentacles is about trusting in the divine. It can be hard to reconcile that, but I think it is about balance. You can use your skills and talents to manifest your dreams, but you also need to have patience and trust that everything is happening for a reason. I think the Seven of Pentacles can help you to be more realistic about your goals. You may be able to manifest anything you want, but that doesn't mean that it is all going to happen overnight. The Seven of Pentacles is a reminder that it is okay to slow down and that it is okay to trust in the divine. You also want to remember the need to see the sunlit truths, which aren't always what they seem. It is easy to get caught up in the potential and in the power, but you also need to remember to be ethical and responsible. Okay, and finally, we have the Hanged Man. How does this fit in? The Hanged Man is all about surrender and sacrifice, and the Seven of Pentacles is all about patience and waiting. So, how do these two energies work together? Does the Hanged Man make you more willing to wait, or does the Seven of Pentacles inspire you to let go of your expectations? It may feel like the Hanged Man is all about surrendering to the divine, and the Seven of Pentacles is about trusting that it will all work out, right? It is a lot about faith and knowing that there is a reason for everything. The Seven of Pentacles can help you to release your expectations and to just be present in the moment. But there's also the risk that if you overdo the surrender, you might not do the work that is needed, right? It's not just about surrendering, it's also about taking action. This feels like the tension point in this whole journey, right? The tension between what you do and what you release. The Seven of Pentacles is helping you ground it to evaluate where you are. Then, it is about finding the balance. What do you release? And what do you cultivate with patience? And it feels like the answer to that can only be found with your sunlit truths. Are you living authentically, or are you just going through the motions? I think that the Hanged Man can help you to be more open to new possibilities. It may be that you have plans and have been working hard, but it is just not working out. The Hanged Man may be a reminder that it is okay to let go and try something new. All that is left is the Fool, which is all about new beginnings. So, how does this relate to the Seven of Pentacles? Does the Fool help you to see the potential in your current situation? Or does the Seven of Pentacles inspire you to take a leap of faith and start something new? I feel like the Fool may be helping you to see the possibilities, and also what you may need to prepare for before leaping. Is the Fool actually helping you see the sunlit truths, or is it just a step off the cliff? It may be time to really put your faith in the divine and leap. It may be scary, but the Seven of Pentacles is showing that the work will pay off. The citrine crystal is a harmony here, that as you take a step and begin your new venture, you will find joy. But there is still that element of being blind to the journey, right? It is about embracing faith, releasing control, and believing that all is working in your favor. There is a journey to get to those sunlit truths, and it will be a wild one. It may be scary, but it is worth it. Okay, so let's try to bring all of this together, right? We've got the Knight of Swords charging ahead, the Wheel of Fortune turning and bringing change, the Hierophant representing tradition, the Magician with all the tools, the Hanged Man asking you to surrender, the Fool pushing you to leap, and now the Seven of Pentacles reminding you to be patient and to invest in the long term. The Seven of Pentacles is a calling to ask, what is the investment, right? You can run, the wheel will spin, traditions might support you or hold you back, you have power, and also the need to release. And with that new leap, there is also a need to build. This is all a lot, I know, but I think the key here is to find a balance between all of these energies. Don't just charge forward without thinking things through, but don't be afraid to take risks either. Be open to change, but don't abandon your values and beliefs. Honor tradition, but don't be afraid to break free from it if it's holding you back. Use your skills and talents to create the life you want, but also surrender to the divine and trust that everything is happening for a reason. Embrace the unknown, but don't be reckless. Be patient and invest in the long term, but don't be afraid to take a leap of faith and start something new. It's about the harmony of all the cards, and especially with that harmony with the citrine. Ultimately, this reading is about finding your own truth and creating a life that's authentic and fulfilling. So, with the Sunlit Truths theme, what seeds do you need to plant? What work do you need to put in? What results are you hoping to see? It's about shining a light on what is important to you and creating a path forward that feels right for you. You have the tools, you have the skills, and you have the power. Now you just need to have the patience and the faith to see it all through. Think about, too, what the investment really looks like. It is money. Is it time? Is it energy? And are those limited resources? or are they infinite? Like, if the investment is money, that may be scary. But if the investment is time, is that as scary? Or if it is energy, I feel like you really want to think about what the investment is, what you have to give to the process. And that sunlit truths theme again, maybe there is something hidden that you are overlooking, and that is the key. Maybe something that you thought was a limited resource is not limited at all, and all you need to do is access it. So, let's go a little deeper here, because I feel like there is even more to unpack here. What does it mean to really invest in something? And how does that relate to the Seven of Pentacles? I mean, investment can take many forms, right? It's not just about money. It can also be about time, energy, effort, love, attention, and a whole lot more. When you invest in something, you're essentially putting a part of yourself into it. You're giving it your resources, your focus, and your care. You're hoping to see a return on that investment, whether it's financial gain, personal growth, or something else entirely. And with that citrine crystal here, maybe the thing you are investing in is your own harmony, right? Is joy? Is inner peace? What does it look like to invest in that? How do you use the energy to put work toward your own joy? I feel like that may be one of the greatest sunlit truths here. It is all about you and about bringing the harmony to your inner world. Think about what you want to cultivate. It is not just about the money or the power, it is all about you, and I feel like if you embrace that, it will be all okay. But it is also about knowing it will take work and will take time. So, let's talk about those sunlit truths that keep coming up. What does it really mean to shine a light on something? And how can that help you to make better decisions about where to invest your time and energy? I think that shining a light on something means bringing awareness to it, right? It means taking a closer look, examining it from all angles, and understanding it as deeply as possible. When you shine a light on something, you're revealing its true nature, both the good and the bad. You're seeing it for what it really is, rather than what you want it to be. And maybe, for you, it is about shining that light on the good, on the joy, on the harmony of the citrine. It is easy to dwell on what is dark and on what is scary, but the sunlit truths are calling you to put that energy towards something light. It will take practice, but it will be worth it. I feel like there is this idea that if you focus on the joy, then you are ignoring what is hard. You are not. You can bring the harmony to that and use the joy to make the challenges more bearable. But the focus has to shift, right? To what brings you light. The sunlit truths, for you, have the power to shift the energy of your whole life, and it can happen with time. And it may take surrendering the thought that you need to be constantly on guard. So, how can you use the citrine crystal to help you with all of this? How can you tap into its energy to find that balance, to make those decisions, and to create a life that's truly aligned with your values? I feel like the citrine can help you to stay positive and optimistic, even when things are difficult, right? It can remind you that you have the strength and the resilience to overcome any challenge. The harmony of the citrine is all about putting that light on yourself, on those dreams, and on your ability to make it all work. It can also help you to be more discerning about where you invest your time and energy. It is calling you to say no to what isn't serving you, to embrace joy and trust in the divine. It is all about having that hope. And the joy that the citrine offers can bring out the ability to see the potential in the world around you, right? The sunlit truths are that the tools are all there, you just have to pick them up. You have to shift your energy, and you can start right now. The citrine can also help you to be more grateful for what you already have. It is all about trusting in the journey and knowing that you have everything you need right now. You will be able to have the light, you will be able to see the potential, and you will be able to shine. You are so close to something wonderful, but you need to embrace it. I feel like, for you, it is all about taking a leap of faith. Now, I am super excited to see what is next. Okay, so the Three of Swords, wow, this card, it can be a tough one to see, right? I mean, it literally depicts a heart being pierced by three swords. It's like, ouch. But you know, even though it represents heartbreak, sorrow, and difficult decisions, it's not all doom and gloom. It's also about clarity, about facing the truth, and about making choices that are ultimately in your best interest. It isn't pretty, but it is necessary, you know? See, the swords represent the mind, the intellect, and the power of thought. And when they pierce the heart, It's like your mind is finally cutting through the illusions, the delusions, and the wishful thinking that have been clouding your judgment. It is painful, but it is for the best, you know? It's like you're finally seeing things as they really are, not as you wanted them to be. It is also about being honest, yeah. The sunlit truths are being shown to you, and it is about how you perceive them, right? I feel like you are being pushed to the most honest version of yourself, and that can be scary, yeah. For some of you, this card might be showing up to signal the end of a relationship, you know. Maybe you've been holding on to something that's no longer serving you, and the universe is finally forcing you to let go. And that can be incredibly painful, especially if you still have feelings for the other person. But the Three of Swords is reminding you that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is to walk away. It is not easy, but it can be what is best. It may be what is necessary, yeah. Maybe the sunlit truth here is that the relationship was an illusion, or maybe you are clinging to the past. Sometimes what feels right may not be right, but the Three of Swords calls you to your truth, yeah. Or maybe this card is about a betrayal, right? Maybe someone you trusted has hurt you deeply, and you're feeling betrayed and heartbroken. That can be a really tough pill to swallow, especially if it's someone you were close to. But the Three of Swords is reminding you that you're stronger than you think, and that you'll get through this, yeah. It's also about recognizing that everyone makes mistakes, and that sometimes people hurt us unintentionally. It doesn't excuse their behavior, but it can help you to forgive them and to move on. If you can, right? You can't force forgiveness, you know? But for others of you, the Three of Swords might not be about a romantic relationship at all. It could be about a friendship that's ending, a job that you're losing, or a dream that you're having to let go of. And those losses can be just as painful as a romantic breakup, you know? I think it can also be about the pain of self-discovery, right? Maybe you're realizing something about yourself that's hard to accept, like a hidden flaw, a limiting belief, or a past trauma. The sunlit truth can be hard, yeah? And that can be really painful, but it's also a necessary part of growth. Maybe you are ready to embrace your true self, to step into the light and show everyone who you are, yeah. It can hurt to leave behind the people you thought you would be with, and it can feel like you are losing something, but it is all for the best. So, how do you deal with the pain of the Three of Swords? How do you heal your heart and move forward? Well, first of all, it's important to allow yourself to feel your emotions, right? Don't try to suppress them or ignore them. Let yourself cry, let yourself grieve, and let yourself be angry, yeah? I think, too, it's important to be kind to yourself, right? Treat yourself with compassion and understanding. Recognize that you're going through a tough time and that it's okay to not be okay. It is all right to feel the pain, yeah. And it's important to seek support from others, right? Talk to your friends, your family, your therapist, or anyone else who can offer you a listening ear and a shoulder to cry on. Don't try to go through this alone, you know? It's also about learning from the experience, right? Ask yourself what you can learn from this heartbreak. What did you do wrong? What could you have done differently? What do you need to change in order to avoid repeating the same mistakes in the future? Maybe the sunlit truth is that you are better off alone, or maybe that you are growing, or maybe that you are not right for someone, yeah? There is freedom to be found in that. And it's about focusing on the future, right? Don't dwell on the past. Don't let your heartbreak define you. Focus on creating a new and better future for yourself. What do you want your life to look like? What steps can you take to make that happen? The sunlit truth is that the path forward is all your own. It's all so much, yeah? And it all feels hard. But that is all part of being alive, you know? Okay, so that's the Three of Swords in a nutshell. It is a hard pill to swallow, but it can be part of finding your sunlit truth, yeah. But how does this card relate to all the other cards we've talked about in this reading? How does it connect to the Knight of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune, the Hierophant, the Magician, the Hanged Man, the Fool, and the Seven of Pentacles? How does it all fit together? Well, let's start with the Knight of Swords, right? The Knight of Swords is all about action and charging forward, and the Three of Swords is all about heartbreak and difficult decisions. So, how do these two energies work together? Do they clash, or do they complement each other? I think it really is about, sometimes the Knight of Swords can be too impulsive, right? Charging into relationships without thinking things through. And the Three of Swords is showing up to say, hey, slow down, not every relationship is worth fighting for. And the sunlit truth there is that it is worth fighting for you. Or maybe the Knight of Swords has been avoiding a difficult decision, and the Three of Swords is showing up to say, it's time to face the music. It's time to make a choice, even if it's a painful one. Stop living in the shadows. On the other hand, maybe the Knight of Swords is feeling heartbroken and defeated, and the Three of Swords is showing up to remind them that they're still a warrior, right? That they still have the strength and the courage to keep fighting. It is okay to take a beat, but you have to keep moving forward, yeah. Or maybe the Knight of Swords is learning a valuable lesson about love and loss, and the Three of Swords is helping them to become a more compassionate and understanding person, yeah. And maybe that is the sunlit truth. I think, too, that the Three of Swords can help the Knight of Swords to be more discerning about their relationships, right? To choose partners who are truly worthy of their love and devotion. And maybe it is a relationship to themselves. So, what about the Wheel of Fortune? The Wheel of Fortune is all about change and cycles, and the Three of Swords is all about heartbreak and difficult decisions. So, how do these two energies interact? Do they create chaos, or do they create opportunity? I think it is a little bit of both. Maybe the Wheel of Fortune is bringing unexpected changes into your life, and the Three of Swords is showing up to say, these changes are going to be painful, but they're also going to be necessary. You need to let go of what's not working in order to make room for something better. And that sunlit truth is that it is needed. Or maybe the Three of Swords is showing up to remind you that heartbreak is a natural part of the cycle of life, right? That everyone experiences loss and pain at some point, and that it's important to learn from those experiences and to keep moving forward. This is all just part of life, yeah? There is happiness and sadness, and it all works together. I think it's all calling you to trust in the universe, yeah? It may not feel right, but trust in your own journey. It may even be about trusting that it will work out. So now let's look at the Hierophant, right? The Hierophant is all about tradition and institutions, and the Three of Swords is all about heartbreak and difficult decisions. So, how do these two energies clash? Does the Hierophant try to impose traditional values on your relationships? Or does the Three of Swords inspire you to break free from those constraints? I feel like the Hierophant can be all about following the rules and doing what's expected of you, even if it means sacrificing your own happiness. And the Three of Swords is showing up to say, hey, it's okay to break the rules. It's okay to choose your own path, even if it's not the one that everyone else expects you to take. It is a hard path, but it can be your sunlit truth. There is a lot of power to living an authentic life, yeah? The Three of Swords is there to help you break free from the expectations and live your own path, and you can find the divine in that. So now, what about the Magician? Yeah. The Magician is all about manifestation and skill, and the Three of Swords is all about heartbreak and difficult decisions. So, how do these two energies combine? Does the Magician help you to manifest a new and better relationship? Or does the Three of Swords sabotage your efforts? I think the Magician can actually help you to heal from your heartbreak, right? By using your skills and talents to create a new and better life for yourself. It is all about trusting your abilities and finding the sunlit truths for yourself, yeah? It is hard, but you have to know that you can do it. Or maybe the Magician is showing up to remind you that you have the power to choose your own reality. You can choose to dwell on your heartbreak, or you can choose to move forward and create a new and better future for yourself. What do you want? Okay, and finally, we have the Hanged Man. How does this fit in? The Hanged Man is all about surrender and sacrifice, and the Three of Swords is all about heartbreak and difficult decisions. So, how do these two energies work together? Does the Hanged Man make you more willing to let go of what's not working? Or does the Three of Swords inspire you to fight for what you believe in? I think the Hanged Man can help you to accept your heartbreak and to surrender to the pain, right? To recognize that sometimes, the best thing you can do is to let go and allow the universe to take its course. You don't always have to fight. Sometimes, the best sunlit truth is to let it be. Or, maybe the Hanged Man is showing up to remind you that sacrifice is sometimes necessary in order to move forward, right? To recognize that you may have to give up something in order to gain something better. You may have to let someone go. Okay, now we have the Fool. The Fool is all about taking a leap, and the Seven of Pentacles is all about building, and the Three of Swords is all about breaking down. How do you all balance these energies? I think it comes down to faith, right? The Seven of Pentacles is showing you that what you build will be worth it. The Fool says to leap, but the Three of Swords says that it may be painful. It is all about trusting that there is a reason for what is happening and putting your energy in the right place, and that you will find something better. It is okay to let go. It's about having the courage to start over, to embrace the unknown, and to trust that everything is going to be okay, yeah, even when it doesn't feel like it. So with the Sunlit Truths theme here, the Three of Swords is all about cutting through the illusions and seeing things as they really are, right? It's about facing the truth, even when it's painful. And it's about making difficult choices that are ultimately in your best interest. It's about being honest with yourself, and also about recognizing that everyone makes mistakes. There may even be some shadow or darkness that you need to cut away in order to embrace the truest version of yourself. And that, I think, leads us to that citrine crystal, which really is all about bringing harmony, yeah, about shining that light on the truth and finding some harmony. This crystal can really help you get there, yeah? To that truth, to that new path forward. I feel like the citrine can really help you to heal from your heartbreak and to move forward with joy and optimism. It can remind you that you're strong, that you're resilient, and that you're worthy of love and happiness, yeah? It can help you to see the good in every situation, even when things are difficult. It can remind you to be grateful for what you have and to focus on the positive aspects of your life. All about that sunlit truth. The citrine can also help you to attract new and better relationships into your life. It can help you to manifest your desires and to create a life that's filled with love, joy, and abundance. Because you are worthy, yeah. I think the crystal can really help you with all the changes and to make sure that you are taking care of yourself through all the changes. Just being sure you are checking in and that you are tending to your own needs. So, with all of this in mind, what's the final message for you today? What guidance can I offer you as you navigate this journey? And is the ultimate sunlit truth? Well, first of all, I want to remind you that you're not alone. Everyone experiences heartbreak at some point in their lives. It's a universal experience, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. You can allow it to illuminate your path and show you to all the light. I want to encourage you to be kind to yourself, right? Treat yourself with compassion and understanding. Recognize that you're going through a tough time and that it's okay to not be okay. I want to urge you to seek support from others, right? Talk to your friends, your family, your therapist, or anyone else who can offer you a listening ear and a shoulder to cry on. Don't try to go through this alone. The divine is calling to support you. I want to encourage you to learn from your experiences, right? Ask yourself what you can learn from this heartbreak. What did you do wrong? What could you have done differently? What do you need to change in order to avoid repeating the same mistakes in the future? See your sunlit truth and all it can be. And finally, I want to inspire you to focus on the future, right? Don't dwell on the past. Don't let your heartbreak define you. Focus on creating a new and better future for yourself. What do you want your life to look like? What steps can you take to make that happen? Now is the time to begin. I know it's not easy, right? But I also know that you're strong, that you're resilient, and that you have the power to create the life you want. You just have to believe in yourself and trust that everything is going to be okay. And you are so worthy of love and happiness, yeah? You just have to trust that you can do it. And maybe it is not the path you thought you would be on, but maybe it will be even better. It is time to surrender to your sunlit truths. It is time to leap. And it is all going to be just great. I really, really believe that for you, yeah. Hi friend, welcome, welcome. If you were drawn to this agate cluster, remember that's all about protection. So this reading is going to be diving into some guarded whispers information that's shielded, but it's ready to be revealed with care and with gentleness. Okay, so let's take a look at what we've got here. Death, the Moon, and the King of Cups. Okay, deep breaths. So immediately, with death, I know, people freak out, but it's almost always not a literal death, okay? Usually it means a transformation, an ending of a cycle making space for something new. It's like, think of it as energetically clearing out your closet. You know, you have to get rid of the old stuff to make room for the new amazing things you actually want to wear, right? And with the agate's protective energy, it's like this ending is actually for your protection. Maybe you're being shielded from something that no longer serves you, something that's been draining your energy, or maybe even something toxic. It's like the universe is saying, okay, honey, we're cutting this cord for your own good. It could be a relationship, a job, a belief system, anything really. But whatever it is, it's done, kaput, finito, and you know what? That's okay. Actually, it's more than okay, it's necessary. Think about a snake shedding its skin. It's uncomfortable, it's vulnerable, but it has to happen for the snake to grow. This is the same thing for you. Maybe you've been holding on to something for way too long, even though you knew deep down it wasn't right for you. Maybe you were afraid of the unknown, afraid of being alone, afraid of change. But guess what? The universe is pushing you, gently but firmly, toward that change. It's like a cosmic nudge, saying, hey, it's time to level up. And because the information is guarded, maybe you haven't seen this ending coming. Maybe you've been in denial, or maybe you've been so busy with other things that you haven't noticed the signs. But trust me, the signs have been there. They might have been subtle, like little red flags waving in the wind, or they might have been more obvious, like a giant neon sign flashing, "Get out now." Either way, the universe has been trying to get your attention. Okay, so think about what in your life feels like it's coming to a close. What feels heavy? What feels like a burden? What feels like it's draining your energy? Be honest with yourself, even if it's something you don't want to let go of. Sometimes the hardest things to let go of are the things we're most attached to, right? But here's the thing, this ending is not a punishment. It's an opportunity. It's a chance to start fresh, to create something new, to align yourself with your true purpose. It's like the universe is giving you a blank canvas and saying, okay, paint your masterpiece. And with the agate's grounding energy, you have the strength and stability to get through this. You might feel a little wobbly at first, like you're standing on shaky ground. But trust that you are supported. You are loved. You are protected. This could also be related to a past life, you know? Maybe there's something from a past life that's holding you back in this one. Maybe you made a vow or a promise that's no longer serving you. Or maybe you have some unresolved karma that needs to be cleared. This ending could be about releasing that baggage and freeing yourself from the past. And don't be afraid to grieve. Endings can be sad, even when they're necessary. Allow yourself to feel your emotions. Cry if you need to cry. Scream if you need to scream. Just don't get stuck in the sadness. Don't let it consume you. Remember that this is just a temporary phase. It's like a storm that will eventually pass, leaving behind a clear blue sky. Think about what you want to create in its place. Like, what do you want to invite into your life? What are your dreams? What are your goals? What makes your heart sing? Focus on those things. Focus on the positive. Focus on the future. Also, this could be about releasing old patterns of thinking or behaving. Maybe you have some limiting beliefs that are holding you back. Maybe you're constantly criticizing yourself or comparing yourself to others. This ending could be about letting go of those negative thought patterns and replacing them with positive, empowering ones. You know, like, I am worthy, I am capable, I am loved. Remember that you are in control of your own destiny. You have the power to create the life you want. This ending is just the beginning of a new chapter. It's a chance to write your own story, to be the hero of your own life. And the agate is there to protect you on your journey, shielding you from negativity and guiding you toward your highest good. So, trust the process, even when it's scary. Trust that everything is happening for a reason. Trust that you are exactly where you need to be. This death card, it's all about the potential that comes from releasing what's stagnant. And I feel like for some of you, this could be related to your health. Maybe you've been struggling with a chronic illness or an unhealthy habit. This ending could be about finally taking control of your health and making positive changes. It could be about starting a new diet, exercising regularly, or quitting smoking. It could be about seeking out professional help if you need it. Your health is your wealth, right? You can't enjoy your life to the fullest if you're not feeling your best. So, take care of yourself. Listen to your body. Give yourself the nourishment and rest you need. And remember that you deserve to be healthy and happy. Okay, I'm feeling like this death card could also be about your career. Maybe you're feeling stuck in a dead-end job or a career that's not fulfilling you. This ending could be about finally taking the leap and pursuing your passion. It could be about starting your own business, going back to school, or changing careers altogether. It's scary to make a big change like that, but you know what's even scarier? Spending your whole life doing something you hate. You deserve to be happy at work. You deserve to feel challenged and inspired. So, don't be afraid to take a risk and follow your dreams. The agate is there to protect you from any negativity or self-doubt that might creep in. It's there to remind you of your strengths and your capabilities. It's there to give you the courage to pursue your goals. And remember that you don't have to do it alone. There are people who love you and support you. Reach out to them. Ask for help. Lean on them when you need to. You are not an island. You are part of a community. Okay, wow, that was a lot about the death card. I feel like there was so much to unpack there. But remember, it's all about transformation and new beginnings. It's about releasing what no longer serves you and creating space for something new. It's about stepping into your power and living your best life. And with the agate's protection, you are safe and supported every step of the way. Okay, so let's move on to the moon, shall we? Ooh, this card always brings a sense of mystery and intrigue. It's like, things aren't always as they seem, you know? There's a lot going on beneath the surface that you might not be aware of. It's like walking through a fog, where you can only see a few feet in front of you. This card is all about intuition, dreams, and the subconscious. It's about tapping into your inner wisdom and trusting your gut feelings. It's about paying attention to the signs and symbols that the universe is sending you. But it can also be about illusion, fear, and deception. It can be about being misled or confused. It can be about not seeing things clearly. So you have to be careful. You have to trust your instincts, but you also have to be discerning. You can't just believe everything you see or hear. And with the agate's protective energy, it's like you're being guided to see through the illusions to uncover the truth. The agate helps to dispel the fog and reveal what's really going on. It's like having a built-in lie detector. Maybe there's something hidden from you, a secret that's being kept. Or maybe you're hiding something from yourself, something you don't want to face. The moon is asking you to bring these things to light, to confront your fears, and to embrace the unknown. Think about what areas of your life feel unclear or uncertain. What are you questioning? What are you doubting? What are you afraid of? Be honest with yourself. The more honest you are, the easier it will be to navigate these murky waters. This could also be about your dreams, literally. Pay attention to your dreams. They might be trying to tell you something. Keep a dream journal and write down your dreams as soon as you wake up. Look for recurring themes or symbols. What emotions do you feel in your dreams? What people or places do you see? Your dreams can provide valuable insights into your subconscious mind. And don't dismiss your intuition. Your gut feelings are often right. If something feels off, it probably is. Trust your instincts. They're there to protect you. This card can also represent a period of confusion or uncertainty. You might not know what to do or which way to go. You might feel lost or disoriented. That's okay. It's a normal part of life. Just don't get stuck in that state. Take your time. Gather information. Seek advice from trusted friends or mentors. And eventually, the fog will clear and you'll see the path ahead. But be careful not to fall prey to illusions. Don't believe everything you see or hear. Do your research. Ask questions. Get multiple perspectives. And trust your own judgment. There might be someone in your life who is not being honest with you, or maybe you're not being honest with yourself. The moon is asking you to uncover the truth, even if it's painful. It's better to know the truth than to live a lie. And with the agate's grounding energy, you have the strength and stability to handle whatever comes your way. You might feel a little overwhelmed or anxious, but you are not alone. The agate is there to protect you and guide you. This could also be about your emotions. Maybe you're suppressing your feelings or avoiding them altogether. The moon is asking you to acknowledge your emotions and to allow yourself to feel them. It's okay to be sad, angry, or scared. It's part of being human. Just don't let your emotions control you. Learn to manage them in a healthy way. Talk to a therapist or counselor if you need help processing your emotions. There's no shame in seeking professional help. It's a sign of strength, not weakness. And remember that you are loved and supported. You are not alone in this journey. There are people who care about you and want to help you. Reach out to them. Let them know what you're going through. Okay, I'm feeling like this moon card could also be about your creativity. Maybe you have a hidden talent or a creative project that you've been putting off. The moon is asking you to embrace your creativity and to express yourself in whatever way feels authentic to you. Don't be afraid to experiment. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Just have fun and let your creativity flow. It's a great way to release stress and to connect with your inner self. And with the agate's protective energy, you are safe to express yourself without fear of judgment or criticism. The agate helps to boost your confidence and to encourage you to pursue your passions. This could also be about a secret admirer or a hidden romance. Maybe someone has a crush on you but is too afraid to tell you. Or maybe you have a crush on someone but you're too afraid to make a move. The moon is asking you to be open to the possibility of love, but also to be cautious. Don't rush into anything. Take your time to get to know the other person. And trust your instincts. There might be some hidden red flags that you're not seeing. So pay attention to the details. And don't ignore your intuition. But also, don't be afraid to take a chance. Love is a risk, but it's also one of the most rewarding experiences in life. So, if you feel a connection with someone, don't let fear hold you back. Okay, wow, that was a lot about the moon card too. I feel like there's so much to unpack there as well. But remember, it's all about intuition, dreams, and the subconscious. It's about uncovering hidden truths and embracing the unknown. It's about trusting your instincts and being discerning. And with the agate's protection, you are safe and supported every step of the way. You are guided to see through the illusions and to find your way through the fog. So, finally, let's talk about the King of Cups. This card represents emotional maturity, balance, and compassion. It's about being in control of your emotions and using them wisely. It's about being empathetic and understanding towards others. It's about being a good listener and offering support and guidance. This card can represent you or someone in your life. If it represents you, it means that you are learning to master your emotions. You are becoming more emotionally intelligent and more compassionate. You are able to handle difficult situations with grace and poise. You are a source of strength and support for others. If it represents someone in your life, it means that this person is a mature and emotionally balanced individual. They are a good listener and offer sound advice. They are empathetic and understanding. They are a source of support and guidance. And with the agate's protective energy, it's like you are being guided to embody these qualities, to become more emotionally mature and balanced. The agate helps to protect you from emotional overwhelm and to stay grounded in your emotions. This card is also about creativity and intuition. The King of Cups is a master of his emotions, but he also has a strong connection to his intuition and his creative side. He is able to tap into his inner wisdom and to express himself in a creative way. Think about how you can bring more emotional balance into your life. What areas of your life feel out of control or unbalanced? What can you do to bring more harmony and peace into those areas? This could be about your relationships. Are you being emotionally supportive of your loved ones? Are you listening to their needs and offering them guidance? Or are you being selfish or demanding? This could also be about your career. Are you managing your emotions effectively at work? Are you able to handle stress and conflict with grace and poise? Or are you letting your emotions get the best of you? This could also be about your health. Are you taking care of your emotional well-being? Are you practicing self-care and managing stress? Or are you neglecting your emotional needs? The King of Cups is a reminder to prioritize your emotional health and to cultivate emotional balance in all areas of your life. And with the agate's grounding energy, you have the strength and stability to do so. You might face challenges along the way, but you are not alone. The agate is there to protect you and guide you. This could also be about offering compassion and understanding to others. The King of Cups is a compassionate and empathetic individual. He is able to see things from other people's perspectives and to offer them support and guidance without judgment. Think about how you can be more compassionate towards others. Who in your life needs your support and understanding? How can you offer them comfort and guidance? This could be about volunteering your time to help others in need. Or it could be about simply being a good listener and offering a shoulder to cry on. Small acts of kindness can make a big difference in someone's life. And with the agate's protective energy, you are safe to offer your compassion without fear of being taken advantage of. The agate helps to protect you from negativity and to surround you with positive energy. This could also be about setting healthy boundaries. The King of Cups is emotionally balanced, but he also knows how to set healthy boundaries. He knows when to say no and when to protect his own emotional well-being. Think about what boundaries you need to set in your life. Are you allowing others to take advantage of you? Are you saying yes to things that you don't want to do? Are you neglecting your own needs in order to please others? It's important to set healthy boundaries in order to protect your emotional well-being. It's okay to say no. It's okay to prioritize your own needs. It's okay to take time for yourself. And with the agate's grounding energy, you have the strength and courage to set those boundaries. You might face resistance from others, but you are not alone. The agate is there to protect you and guide you. Okay, I'm feeling like this King of Cups card could also be about a relationship in your life. Maybe you are in a relationship with someone who embodies these qualities. Or maybe you are seeking a relationship with someone who is emotionally mature and balanced. If you are in a relationship with someone who embodies these qualities, cherish them. They are a rare find. They are a source of support, love, and guidance. If you are seeking a relationship with someone who is emotionally mature and balanced, be patient. Don't settle for someone who doesn't meet your needs. Wait for someone who is truly compatible with you. And with the agate's protective energy, you are being guided to attract a healthy and fulfilling relationship into your life. The agate helps to protect you from toxic or unhealthy relationships and to attract someone who is truly aligned with your values. This could also be about healing from a past relationship. Maybe you have been hurt in the past and you are still carrying emotional baggage. The King of Cups is a reminder that you are capable of healing and moving on. You are worthy of love and happiness. Take the time to heal from your past wounds. Forgive yourself and others. Release any resentment or anger. And open your heart to the possibility of love again. And with the agate's protective energy, you are safe to heal and to move on. The agate helps to protect you from reliving the past and to focus on the future. Okay, wow, that was a lot about the King of Cups too. I feel like there was so much to unpack there as well. But remember, it's all about emotional maturity, balance, and compassion. It's about being in control of your emotions and using them wisely. It's about being empathetic and understanding towards others. And with the agate's protection, you are safe and supported every step of the way. You are guided to embody these qualities and to create a more emotionally balanced life. Okay, so to bring it all together, we have Death, the Moon, and the King of Cups. So what I'm really seeing here is a journey. A journey through transformation, uncertainty, and emotional mastery. You're being asked to release what no longer serves you, to confront your fears and illusions, and to embrace your emotional power. It's like you're shedding your old skin, navigating a foggy path, and learning to become the king or queen of your own emotional kingdom. And the agate is there to protect you every step of the way, shielding you from negativity and guiding you toward your highest good. This is a powerful combination of cards, and it's a sign that you are on the verge of a major breakthrough. You are ready to transform your life, to uncover hidden truths, and to step into your full potential. Trust the process. Be patient with yourself. And know that you are loved and supported. The universe is conspiring to help you achieve your dreams, and the agate is there to ensure that you are safe and protected along the way. This is just the beginning of your journey. There's so much more to discover. So, stay tuned for the rest of the reading. I'm so excited to see what else comes up for you. We'll keep diving deeper and deeper into this. Okay, so, wow, that's a really interesting combination of cards so far, right? Like, we've got all this stuff about endings and hidden things and emotions, and now, bam, here comes the Ace of Wands. Ooh, I'm so excited. So, the Ace of Wands, for those of you who might not know, it is all about new beginnings, inspiration, and potential. Like, this is pure, raw, creative energy just bursting onto the scene. It's that little spark that ignites a fire, you know? It's the seed of an idea that could grow into something amazing. And after all that talk about death and letting go, this feels like the universe saying, okay, you've cleared the space. Now it's time to build something new. It's like the perfect card to follow that transformation, that shedding of the old. But remember, we're talking about guarded whispers here, right? And we have that agate cluster for protection. So this isn't just any old spark, this is a guarded spark. This is something that needs to be nurtured and protected. Like, you can't just go shouting it from the rooftops just yet, you know. It's precious, it's vulnerable, and it needs to be handled with care. Think of it like planting a tiny little seed. You wouldn't just throw it out into the middle of the desert and expect it to grow, right? You'd plant it in fertile soil, give it water and sunlight, and protect it from the elements. This new beginning is the same thing. It needs the right conditions to thrive. And that agate is there to create those conditions, to shield it from anything that could harm it. So, what does this mean for you? Well, it could mean a lot of things, honestly. But the main thing I'm getting is that you're about to experience a surge of inspiration. You're going to have a brilliant idea, a new passion, a desire to create something amazing. But it's important to remember that this is just the beginning. It's not a fully formed plan yet, it's just a little spark. So don't get overwhelmed by trying to figure out all the details right away. Just focus on nurturing that spark, on keeping it alive. Let it grow organically, let it evolve. And trust that the agate is there to protect it from anything that could snuff it out. This could be anything, really. It could be a new hobby, a new business venture, a new relationship, a new spiritual path. It could be anything that excites you and makes you feel alive. But whatever it is, it's important to approach it with caution and with intention. Don't let your enthusiasm carry you away. Don't make any rash decisions. Take your time, do your research, and trust your intuition. Remember that moon card? It's still in the mix. So things might not be as clear as they seem right now. There might be some hidden obstacles or challenges that you're not aware of. So be patient, be observant, and trust your gut. And don't be afraid to ask for help. That King of Cups is still there too. So reach out to your support system, talk to trusted friends or mentors, and get their advice. They can offer valuable insights and guidance. Okay, so let's dive a little deeper into what this Ace of Wands could mean in different areas of your life. Because, oh my gosh, the possibilities are endless, right? So first, let's talk about career and creative pursuits. Because with the wands being all about action and passion, that's where my mind immediately goes. So, if you've been feeling stuck in a rut at work, or if you've been yearning to express your creativity, this card is a really, really good sign. It could mean that you're about to get a brilliant idea for a new project, a new business venture, or even a whole new career path. It's like that Death card cleared out all the old, stagnant energy, and now the Ace of Wands is rushing in to fill the void with exciting new possibilities. Maybe you've been dreaming of starting your own business for years, but you've been too afraid to take the leap. Or maybe you've always wanted to write a novel, but you've never had the time or the motivation. Or maybe you're just feeling bored and unfulfilled in your current job, and you're craving something more challenging and rewarding. Well, the Ace of Wands is saying, now is the time. This is your chance to finally pursue your passions and create the life you've always wanted. But remember, this spark needs to be guarded. So don't just quit your job and run off into the sunset without a plan, okay? Be smart, be strategic, and do your research. Start by brainstorming ideas, writing down your goals, and creating a detailed plan of action. Talk to people who have experience in the field you're interested in and get their advice. And don't be afraid to ask for help. There are tons of resources available to entrepreneurs and creatives, so take advantage of them. The Small Business Administration, SCORE, and your local library are all great places to start. And remember that agate. It's there to protect you from self-doubt and fear. Starting a new business or pursuing a creative project can be scary, but you are capable and you are worthy. Don't let your inner critic hold you back. Trust in your abilities and believe in your vision. And if you start to feel overwhelmed, take a break, breathe, and remind yourself why you're doing this. Remember the passion that ignited this spark in the first place. And keep that passion burning bright. This could also mean that you're about to receive some exciting news or recognition for your work. Maybe you'll get a promotion, a raise, or an award. Or maybe your artwork will be featured in a gallery, or your book will get published. Whatever it is, this is a sign that your hard work is paying off. So, celebrate your success and don't be afraid to shine. But remember to stay humble and grateful. And don't let success go to your head. Keep working hard, keep learning, and keep growing. And use your success to inspire and uplift others. Be a role model, a mentor, and a leader. And share your gifts with the world. I'm also feeling like this Ace of Wands could be about collaboration. Maybe you're about to meet someone who will become a valuable partner or collaborator in your career or creative pursuits. This person could be a mentor, a business partner, or a fellow artist. They could bring new ideas, new skills, and new perspectives to the table. So, be open to collaboration and be willing to share your ideas and your talents with others. But be careful who you collaborate with. Remember that moon card. Not everyone has your best interests at heart. So, trust your intuition and choose your partners wisely. Look for people who are honest, reliable, and supportive. And make sure that you share the same values and goals. A good collaboration can be a powerful force for success, but a bad collaboration can be a disaster. So, choose wisely, and remember that King of Cups. Be emotionally intelligent in your collaborations. Communicate clearly, listen actively, and be respectful of others' opinions. And don't be afraid to compromise. A good collaboration is a win-win situation for everyone involved. I also think this could be about learning a new skill or taking a class. Maybe you've always wanted to learn how to play the guitar, how to paint, or how to code. Or maybe you need to upgrade your skills to stay competitive in your field. Whatever it is, this is a great time to invest in your education and your personal growth. Sign up for a class, take an online course, or read a book. And don't be afraid to ask for help from teachers, mentors, or friends. Learning new things can be challenging, but it can also be incredibly rewarding. It can boost your confidence, expand your horizons, and open up new opportunities. So, embrace the challenge and have fun with it. And remember that agate. It's there to protect you from feeling overwhelmed or discouraged. Learning new things takes time and effort, so be patient with yourself. Don't expect to master everything overnight. Just focus on making progress one step at a time, and celebrate your successes along the way. Okay, wow, I could talk about the career and creative aspects of this card forever, but let's move on to relationships, because that's another area where the Ace of Wands can really shine. So in relationships, the Ace of Wands can represent a new, passionate connection. Oh la la, this could be a new romantic relationship, a new friendship, or even a rekindling of an old flame. It's a sign that there's a lot of chemistry and excitement in the air, and that you're both drawn to each other on a deep level. But remember, this is a guarded spark. So don't just jump into bed with the first person you meet, okay? Take your time, get to know each other, and see if there's a real connection there. This could be someone totally new entering your life, or maybe someone you've known for a while, but you're suddenly seeing them in a new light. Maybe you've been friends with this person for years, but you're starting to realize that there's something more there. Or maybe you've been working with this person for a long time, but you're starting to feel a romantic attraction. Whatever it is, the Ace of Wands is saying that there's a potential for something special to develop. But again, that moon card is still hanging around. So be careful not to idealize this person or the relationship. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Pay attention to the red flags and trust your intuition. Is this person honest, reliable, and respectful? Do they share your values and goals? Are they emotionally available? If you're not sure, take a step back and observe the situation more closely. And don't be afraid to ask for advice from trusted friends or family members. They can offer valuable insights and perspectives. And remember that King of Cups. Be emotionally intelligent in your relationships. Communicate clearly, listen actively, and be respectful of your partner's feelings. And be willing to compromise. A good relationship is a partnership, not a dictatorship. I also think this could be about reigniting the passion in an existing relationship. Maybe you and your partner have been feeling a little disconnected lately. Or maybe your sex life has become a little stale. The Ace of Wands is saying that it's time to spice things up. Try something new, go on a date, or just spend some quality time together. talk about your desires and your fantasies, and be open to trying new things. And don't be afraid to get a little bit wild. This could be as simple as trying a new restaurant, taking a weekend getaway, or just having a romantic dinner at home. Or it could be something more adventurous, like taking a dance class, going skydiving, or trying out a new sexual position. Whatever you do, make sure that it's something that you both enjoy and that it brings you closer together. And remember that, Agate. It's there to protect your relationship from negativity and conflict. Communicate openly and honestly with your partner and address any issues that arise promptly. And don't let resentment build up. Forgive each other and move on. And remember that love is a choice, not just a feeling. Choose to love your partner every day, even when it's difficult. And show them your love through your words, your actions, and your touch. I also think this Ace of Wands could represent a creative collaboration with a partner. Maybe you and your partner are both artists, writers, or musicians. Or maybe you have a shared passion for something else, like cooking, gardening, or travel. Whatever it is, the Ace of Wands is saying that you can create something amazing together. Collaborate on a project, start a business, or just share your ideas and your talents with each other. And don't be afraid to experiment and try new things. The possibilities are endless. But remember to set healthy boundaries and to respect each other's individual needs and goals. Don't let your collaboration consume your relationship. And don't be afraid to take breaks and to spend time apart. It's important to maintain your individuality and to have your own separate interests. And remember that King of Cups. Be emotionally supportive of each other's creative endeavors. Encourage each other, offer constructive criticism, and celebrate each other's successes. And don't be jealous or competitive. A good collaboration is a partnership, not a competition. Oh, and this could even be a sign of pregnancy or a new addition to the family. Like a new little spark of life. If you've been trying to conceive, this could be a very positive sign. Or if you're not trying to conceive, it could be a surprise. Either way, it's a sign of new beginnings and new possibilities. But remember to be responsible and to plan ahead. Raising a child is a big responsibility, and it requires a lot of love, time, and resources. So, make sure that you're both ready for the challenge. And don't be afraid to ask for help from family, friends, or professionals. There are tons of resources available to new parents, so take advantage of them. And remember that, Agate. It's there to protect your child from harm and to guide them on their journey. Love them unconditionally, support their dreams, and teach them to be kind, compassionate, and responsible. And remember that parenting is a journey, not a destination. There will be ups and downs, challenges and triumphs, but it's all worth it in the end. Okay, wow, I'm getting so many different vibes about this in relationships. It's like so much potential, so much passion, but also so much need for protection and careful consideration. Okay, so let's move on to personal growth, because this Ace of Wands isn't just about external things, it's also about igniting that inner fire, Like finding your purpose, your passion, and your true self. So, this could be a sign that you're about to embark on a new spiritual journey or a new path of self-discovery. Maybe you've been feeling lost or unfulfilled lately, and you're searching for something more meaningful in your life. Or maybe you've been curious about spirituality or self-help for a while, but you haven't known where to start. The Ace of Wands is saying that now is the time to explore your inner world and to connect with your true self. This could involve trying meditation, yoga, or other spiritual practices. Or it could involve reading books, taking classes, or attending workshops on self-help, personal development, or spirituality. It could also involve journaling, spending time in nature, or just reflecting on your life and your experiences. Whatever it is, the key is to be open to new ideas and new perspectives. And to trust your intuition. Remember that moon card. It's still there, reminding you that things might not be as they seem. So be careful not to get caught up in dogma or ideology. And don't blindly follow any guru or teacher. Trust your own inner wisdom and choose a path that resonates with your soul. And remember that King of Cups. Be emotionally intelligent on your spiritual journey. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. And don't be afraid to seek guidance from trusted friends, mentors, or therapists. They can offer valuable support and perspective. This could also be about discovering a hidden talent or a passion that you never knew you had. Maybe you've always been good at something, but you've never really pursued it. Or maybe you're about to discover a new talent that you never even knew existed. The Ace of Wands is saying that it's time to explore your creative potential and to express yourself in a way that feels authentic to you. This could involve trying a new hobby, taking a class, or joining a club. Or it could involve just experimenting with different forms of self-expression, like writing, painting, dancing, or singing. Whatever it is, the key is to have fun and to let your creativity flow. And don't be afraid to make mistakes. Mistakes are part of the learning process, and they can often lead to new discoveries and new insights. And remember that, Agate. It's there to protect you from self-criticism and self-doubt. Believe in yourself and trust in your abilities. And don't let anyone tell you that you can't do something. You are capable of anything you set your mind to. I'm also feeling like this Ace of Wands could be about breaking free from old patterns and limiting beliefs. Maybe you've been stuck in a rut for a long time, repeating the same mistakes over and over again. Or maybe you've been holding onto limiting beliefs that are holding you back from achieving your full potential. The Ace of Wands is saying that it's time to break free from these patterns and to create a new reality for yourself. This could involve identifying your limiting beliefs and challenging them, or it could involve changing your habits and your behaviors. It could also involve setting new goals and taking action to achieve them. Whatever it is, the key is to be proactive and to take control of your life. And don't be afraid to step outside of your comfort zone. That's where the magic happens. And remember that, Agate. It's there to protect you from fear and self-doubt. Believe in yourself and trust in your ability to change. And don't let anyone tell you that you can't do it. You are stronger than you think. Oh, and this could even be about finding your life purpose. Maybe you've been wondering what you're meant to do with your life. Or maybe you've been feeling like you're not living up to your full potential. The Ace of Wands is saying that it's time to connect with your inner calling and to find your life purpose. This could involve reflecting on your values, your passions, and your talents. Or it could involve experimenting with different activities and different careers until you find something that resonates with you. It could also involve seeking guidance from trusted friends, mentors, or spiritual advisors. Whatever it is, the key is to be patient and to trust the process. Finding your life purpose is a journey, not a destination. And it may take time to discover what you're truly meant to do. But don't give up. Keep searching, keep exploring, and keep believing in yourself. And remember that, Agate. It's there to protect you from discouragement and despair. You are worthy of living a fulfilling life. And you have a unique gift to offer the world. So don't be afraid to share it. Okay, wow, that was a lot about personal growth. I feel like there's so much potential there. It's like this Ace of Wands is really igniting that inner fire, helping you to connect with your true self and to live a more fulfilling life. So, to bring it all together, the Ace of Wands is really amplifying this sense of new beginnings, right? After the Death card cleared away the old, after the Moon helped you navigate the hidden and unclear, and after the King of Cups encouraged you to embrace emotional maturity, this card is like a green light. But this is a guarded green light. You're being given the go-ahead to pursue something new, something exciting, something that sparks your passion, but with the understanding that it needs to be protected, nurtured, and approached with wisdom. It's like the universe is whispering, yes, go for it. But be careful, be mindful, and trust your intuition. And with that agate there for protection, you're being given the tools you need to navigate this new beginning successfully. You're being shielded from negativity, self-doubt, and any other obstacles that might stand in your way. So, trust the process, believe in yourself, and let your passion guide you. Okay, so we still have 2 cards left to pull, and I am so excited to see where this journey takes you next. I have a feeling that we're going to be diving even deeper into the specifics of this new beginning, exploring the challenges and the opportunities that lie ahead. Are you going to be ready for them? And what form will this all even take? So stay tuned, my friend, because the best is yet to come. Okay. Deep breaths, friend, because here we go. The Devil? Whoa. Okay, so the Devil card, it often gets a bad rap, right? I mean, the imagery alone can be kind of intense. But honestly, it's not always about, like, literal evil or anything super scary like that. More often, it's about the things that hold us back, the chains we put on ourselves, the unhealthy attachments and patterns that keep us stuck. Think of it as those sneaky little habits or beliefs that tell you that you're not good enough, or that you don't deserve happiness, or that you need to keep striving for something outside of yourself to feel complete. And remember our theme for this reading and our crystal friend, the agate cluster. We're talking guarded whispers and protection, right? So, this isn't about some external force trying to corrupt you. It's more about identifying those internal chains that are being brought to your attention so you can break free. It's information that you need to treat gently, to proceed with care. It's a call for you to protect yourself as you move through this. So, how does this fit in with everything else we've got going on? Well, think about it. We had that death card signaling a big transformation, right? And then the moon card highlighting hidden things and illusions. And then the King of Cups reminding you to stay emotionally balanced and grounded. And that amazing Ace of Wands with all that creative new beginning energy. Well, the Devil card is kind of like saying, okay, you've got this incredible spark of inspiration, but what's preventing you from fully embracing it? What are the things that are tempting you to stay stuck in your old ways? Maybe you're attached to a certain outcome, or a certain image of yourself, or a certain relationship, and that attachment is actually holding you back from moving forward. Or maybe you're afraid of taking risks, or of failing, or of what other people might think, and that fear is keeping you chained to your comfort zone. The Devil highlights the potential for self-sabotage. Remember, we have that agate cluster energy surrounding us, so those guarded whispers are whispers to help you. They're there for your benefit, and they're being delivered with care. It's also really important to remember that this isn't about blame or shame. It's not about beating yourself up for having these attachments or patterns. It's about bringing them into the light so you can start to heal and release them. Think of it like shining a flashlight into a dark corner of your basement. You might find some dust bunnies and cobwebs, but you're not going to get mad at the dust bunnies and cobwebs, right? You're just going to clean them up. This is the same thing. You're just clearing out the clutter so you can create more space for what you truly want in your life. You can think of the agate as helping you prepare for this clearing out of space in your subconscious, so it is not a scary or shameful adventure, but one of gentle discovery and healing. The agate wants you to know that these chains don't define you, and it is there to give you the strength and courage to break them. You are safe. You are supported. Okay, so where might these unhealthy attachments be showing up in your life? Well, let's start with career and creative pursuits, because, that Ace of Wands was just bursting with that fire, right? So, maybe you have this amazing idea for a new business, or a new project, or a new career path, but you're also feeling really attached to your current job, even though it's not fulfilling you. Maybe you're afraid of losing the security and the stability that it provides, or maybe you're worried about what other people might think if you quit. The Devil card here is highlighting that attachment to the familiar, even if it's ultimately detrimental to your happiness and fulfillment. It's like you're saying, I know this job sucks, but at least it's predictable. At least I know what to expect. And that fear of the unknown is keeping you chained to a situation that's no longer serving you. Or maybe you're a creative person, but you're really attached to getting validation from others. Maybe you're constantly seeking approval from your peers, or from your audience, or from your critics, and that need for validation is actually stifling your creativity. You are so busy trying to please everyone else that you're not creating what you truly want to create. The Devil card here is highlighting that attachment to external validation, that need to feel worthy through the eyes of others. It's like you're saying, I need people to like my work in order to feel good about myself. And that need is preventing you from taking risks and expressing your authentic self. So, it kind of makes you wonder, right? What would you create if you knew nobody would judge you? What would you do if you weren't afraid of failing? What would your career look like if you weren't so attached to security and stability? The answers to those questions might be the key to unlocking your true potential. Remember that moon card, remember that you have to look for the hidden truths and see past illusions. This could also be about a fear of success, which sounds weird, right? But it's a real thing. Maybe you're afraid that if you actually achieve your goals, you'll have to deal with even more pressure, or more responsibility, or more criticism. Or maybe you're afraid that you won't be able to handle the success, that you'll somehow mess it up and lose everything. The Devil card here is highlighting that fear of the unknown, that fear of stepping into your full power. It's like you're saying, I'm comfortable where I am, even if it's not ideal. At least I know what to expect. And that fear is keeping you chained to a smaller version of yourself. So, what would it feel like to fully embrace your success? What would it look like to step into your full potential? What would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? Those are the questions that can help you break free from this particular chain. Also, this could be related to being a workaholic. Maybe you're so focused on your career that you're neglecting other important areas of your life, like your relationships, your health, or your personal growth. The Devil card here is highlighting that imbalance, that obsession with work. It's like you're saying, I need to work all the time in order to feel worthy and successful. And that need is preventing you from enjoying your life and nurturing your relationships. It's important to remember that you are more than just your job. You are a complex and multifaceted human being, and you deserve to have a life outside of work. So, what would it feel like to create more balance in your life? What would it look like to prioritize your relationships and your well-being? What would you do if you weren't so attached to your work? Those are the questions that can help you break free from this particular chain. So remember the King of Cups card we pulled, and that ability to be emotionally mature. That card is still in the mix. You need to be honest with yourself and to find that balance and be compassionate with yourself as you move forward. Okay, so let's move on to relationships, because, those can be a real source of both joy and, well, chains, right? The Devil card in relationships can often point to codependency. Maybe you're in a relationship where you feel like you need to constantly take care of the other person, or where you're afraid of being alone. Maybe you're sacrificing your own needs and desires in order to keep the peace or to avoid conflict. The Devil card here is highlighting that unhealthy attachment, that fear of losing the relationship. It's like you're saying, I need this person in order to feel complete. And that need is preventing you from setting healthy boundaries and honoring your own needs. It is so important to remember the Agate cluster, because it is there to help you set boundaries. Or maybe you're in a relationship where you're constantly trying to control the other person. Maybe you're jealous or possessive, or you're always trying to tell them what to do. The Devil card here is highlighting that need for control, that fear of losing power. It's like you're saying, I need to be in charge in order to feel safe. And that need is preventing you from trusting your partner and allowing them to be themselves. It's so important to remember that Death card and all those new beginnings. This could be highlighting ways you're getting in your own way by trying to control things that are outside your control, like other people. This could also be about being in a relationship with someone who is manipulative or abusive. Maybe you're being gaslighted or emotionally abused or even physically abused. The Devil card here is highlighting that toxic dynamic, that power imbalance. It's like you're saying, I deserve this treatment, or I can't leave because I have nowhere else to go. And that belief is keeping you chained to a dangerous and unhealthy situation. If you are in an abusive relationship, it is so important to seek help and to get out as soon as possible. There are resources available to help you, and you don't have to go through this alone. Remember that protective energy from the Agate, right? It is there to help protect you from people like this, and from situations like this. Another potential manifestation is staying in a relationship for the wrong reasons. Maybe you're staying with someone because you're afraid of being alone, or because you don't want to hurt their feelings, or because you feel obligated to stay. The Devil card here is highlighting that lack of authenticity, that unwillingness to be honest with yourself and with your partner. It's like you're saying, I don't love this person, but it's easier to stay than to leave. And that decision is preventing you from finding true happiness and fulfillment. It's important to remember that you deserve to be in a relationship that is based on love, respect, and mutual support. If you're not happy, it's okay to leave. It's okay to prioritize your own needs and desires. And it's okay to be alone until you find someone who is truly right for you. Remember the moon from before, and its call to look deeper and to be aware of illusions. You may be in an unhealthy relationship, or maybe you're not being totally honest with yourself about the reason for continuing the relationship. Also, it could be an unhealthy attachment to a past relationship, right? Maybe you're still hung up on an ex, or you're constantly comparing your current partner to someone from your past. The Devil card here is highlighting that inability to move on, that obsession with what was. It's like you're saying, I'll never find anyone as good as them. And that belief is preventing you from fully investing in your current relationship and from opening yourself up to new possibilities. It's important to remember that the past is the past. It's over. You can't change it. The only thing you can do is learn from it and move on. And the best way to honor your past relationships is to use them as a guide for creating a better future. So, let go of the past, embrace the present, and look forward to the future. Your best relationship is yet to come. Okay, wow, relationships, huh? Always so complex. But let's move on to personal growth, because, the Devil card can also show up in the way we relate to ourselves. It is a good reminder to treat these parts of ourselves with kindness and gentleness. So, one of the most common ways the Devil manifests in personal growth is through negative self-talk. Maybe you're constantly criticizing yourself, or putting yourself down, or telling yourself that you're not good enough. The Devil card here is highlighting that self-sabotage, that lack of self-love. It's like you're saying, I'm not worthy of happiness and success. And that belief is preventing you from taking risks, pursuing your dreams, and living your best life. It's important to remember that you are worthy of love, happiness, and success. You are a unique and valuable human being, and you deserve to be treated with kindness and respect, especially by yourself. So, start practicing self-compassion. Talk to yourself like you would talk to a friend. And challenge those negative thoughts whenever they arise. You are stronger and more capable than you think. Use the protective energy of the Agate cluster to shut down that negative self-talk. Or maybe you're really attached to your ego, to your image of yourself. Maybe you're constantly trying to maintain a certain persona or to impress others with your accomplishments. The Devil card here is highlighting that superficiality, that lack of authenticity. It's like you're saying, I need to be perfect in order to be loved and accepted. And that need is preventing you from being your true self and from connecting with others on a deeper level. It's important to remember that true connection comes from authenticity, from being willing to show your vulnerabilities and your imperfections. So, let go of the need to be perfect and embrace your flaws. They are what make you unique and beautiful. This could also be an attachment to material possessions, right? Maybe you're constantly chasing after the next big thing, or you're defining your worth by what you own. The Devil card here is highlighting that materialism, that emptiness. It's like you're saying, I need to have more stuff in order to be happy. And that need is preventing you from appreciating what you already have and from finding true contentment. It's important to remember that happiness comes from within, not from external sources. So, focus on cultivating gratitude, practicing mindfulness, and connecting with the people you love. These are the things that will truly bring you lasting joy. Is what you are chasing after a need or a want? Sometimes it is hard to tell the difference, but it is an important consideration. I'm also feeling like this could be about addiction, right? Maybe you're struggling with substance abuse or with other addictive behaviors like gambling or overeating or spending too much time on social media. The Devil card here is highlighting that lack of control, that compulsion to engage in harmful behaviors. It's like you're saying, I can't stop myself. And that belief is keeping you trapped in a cycle of addiction. If you are struggling with addiction, it is so important to seek help and to get the support you need. There are resources available to help you, and you don't have to go through this alone. It is also a sign of strength to admit when you need help. These addictions do not define you. Also, this could be about an unwillingness to forgive yourself or others. Maybe you're holding onto resentment or bitterness or anger. The Devil card here is highlighting that lack of forgiveness, that inability to let go of the past. It's like you're saying, I can't forgive them, or I can't forgive myself. and that decision is preventing you from healing and moving on. Forgiveness is not about condoning the behavior of others or about excusing your own mistakes. It's about releasing the negative energy that is holding you back. It's about freeing yourself from the chains of the past. So, choose to forgive and choose to move on. You deserve to be free. Use the protective energy of the agate to help you move on and to make sure these negative feelings do not return. Okay, so we've talked about a lot of different ways the devil card can show up in your life, right? And it might feel a little overwhelming, but it's important to remember that you're not alone. Everyone struggles with these kinds of attachments and patterns at some point in their lives. The key is to be aware of them and to take steps to break free. And that's where the agate comes in, right? The agate is there to protect you, to guide you, and to give you the strength and courage you need to overcome these challenges. This is what is meant by the guiding whispers in this reading. So, how do you actually break free from these chains? Well, the first step is awareness, right? You need to identify the attachments and patterns that are holding you back. What are the things that you're afraid of losing? What are the beliefs that are limiting you? What are the behaviors that are causing you harm? Once you're aware of these things, you can start to challenge them. Ask yourself, is this belief really true? Is this behavior really serving me? Is this attachment really necessary? And be honest with yourself. It's okay to admit that you're struggling. It's okay to ask for help. Remember that King of Cups is still here. So, it's about acknowledging your emotions, being compassionate with yourself, and seeking support from others. This might mean talking to a therapist, or a counselor, or a trusted friend. Or it might mean joining a support group, or attending a workshop, or reading a book on self-help. Whatever it is, find a way to connect with others who understand what you're going through. And don't be afraid to be vulnerable. Sharing your struggles can be incredibly empowering. You also need to set healthy boundaries. This is especially important in relationships. You need to be clear about what you're willing to tolerate and what you're not willing to tolerate. And you need to be willing to enforce those boundaries, even if it's difficult. This might mean saying no to things that you don't want to do, or it might mean ending a relationship that's not healthy for you. Setting boundaries is not about being selfish. It's about protecting your own well-being and creating healthy relationships. The agate can really help you with this because it provides that sense of grounding and stability. It helps you to stay strong and centered even when you're facing difficult situations. You also need to practice self-care. This means taking care of your physical, emotional, and spiritual needs. Make sure you're getting enough sleep, eating healthy foods, exercising regularly, and spending time in nature. And make sure you're doing things that bring you joy and relaxation. This might mean reading a book, taking a bath, listening to music, or spending time with loved ones. Self-care is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It's what allows you to recharge your batteries and to stay strong and resilient. Remember that Ace of Wands? It's like a call for you to take care of your own fire, what you want to do, what makes you happy. And finally, you need to be patient with yourself. Breaking free from these chains takes time and effort. There will be setbacks along the way, but don't give up. Keep practicing awareness, setting boundaries, and practicing self-care. And trust that you are making progress, even if you don't see it right away. You are stronger and more capable than you think. You have the power to break free from these chains and to create a life that is filled with joy, love, and fulfillment. And the agate is there to support you every step of the way. Okay, so we've really dug deep into the devil card, right? We've explored a lot of different ways it can show up in your life, and we've talked about some strategies for breaking free from those chains. But remember, this is just one piece of the puzzle. We still have 2 more cards to pull, and I have a feeling that they're going to provide even more clarity and guidance. Because remember our guarded whispers theme, this is information that is shielded and will be revealed with care. And you have that agate there for protection. It is there to protect you as you proceed on this journey. So, what specific steps do you need to take to break free from these chains? What specific opportunities are waiting for you on the other side? And how can you best use your strengths and talents to create a life that is truly aligned with your soul? Well, stay tuned, my friend, because we're about to find out. The next card is going to be a big one, I can feel it. Okay, so we've really dug deep into the devil card, right? and all those tricky chains that might be binding you, and now we have the world. Whoa. Okay, so the world, it's the final card of the major arcana, right? It's like the culmination of the whole journey. It's about completion, integration, and fulfillment. It's about reaching your goals, achieving your dreams, and feeling a sense of wholeness and satisfaction. It is kind of a big deal. But with that agate cluster, and our guarded whispers theme, this isn't just about, happily ever after, end of story. It's about understanding that this completion is a process, a journey in itself. It's about integrating all the different parts of yourself, even the shadow sides that the devil was pointing out, and recognizing that they're all essential to your wholeness. And it is all about protection. You have that working for you. Think of it like graduating from college, You've worked so hard, you've learned so much, and you've finally reached the finish line. But graduation isn't the end of your education, right? It's just the beginning of a new chapter. It's a chance to take everything you've learned and apply it to the real world, to create a life that is meaningful and fulfilling. So, how does the world connect with all the other cards we've pulled? Well, let's start with that death card, because that's where this whole journey began, right? Death was all about endings and transformations, about clearing out the old to make way for the new. And the world is like the ultimate new beginning. It's about taking all that you've learned from those endings and transformations and using it to create something beautiful and lasting. It's like you had to let go of those old things in order to reach this point of completion and fulfillment. And then we had the moon, with all its mystery and illusions. The moon was about tapping into your intuition, facing your fears, and uncovering hidden truths. And the world is about integrating all those insights and using them to navigate the world with clarity and confidence. It's like you had to face those shadows and illusions in order to step into your full power. And that King of Cups, right? With his emotional balance and compassion. The world is about embodying those qualities fully, about being emotionally mature and grounded, and using your empathy to connect with others and create positive change in the world. It's like you had to master your emotions in order to achieve this sense of wholeness and integration. And then the Ace of Wands, with that spark of inspiration and potential. The world is about taking that spark and turning it into a reality, about manifesting your dreams and creating something tangible and meaningful. It's like you had to nurture that spark in order to reach this point of completion and fulfillment. It's all really coming together. And even the devil, with all those chains and attachments. The world is about breaking free from those limitations and embracing your true self, about recognizing that you are not defined by your fears or your insecurities, but by your potential and your possibilities. It's like you had to confront those demons in order to achieve this sense of liberation and wholeness. See, it's all connected. It's all part of this incredible journey that you're on. And the world is like the culmination of all those experiences, the integration of all those lessons, the realization of all those dreams. Okay, so let's dive a little deeper into how the world might manifest in different areas of your life. Because, this card is so expansive and so full of potential. So first, let's talk about career and creative pursuits, because that's where that Ace of Wands was really shining, right? In your career, the world can represent achieving a major goal, completing a significant project, or reaching a level of success that you've been working towards for a long time. It's like you've climbed the mountain, and now you're standing at the summit, looking out at the breathtaking view. This could mean getting a promotion, landing a dream job, launching a successful business, or receiving recognition for your work. It could also mean finally finishing that novel you've been writing, exhibiting your artwork in a prestigious gallery, or releasing your music to a wider audience. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you've reached a significant milestone in your career journey. It's so exciting. But remember, with that agate cluster, this isn't just about the external success. It's also about the internal satisfaction that comes from knowing that you've achieved something meaningful and that you've made a positive impact on the world. It's about feeling a sense of pride and accomplishment in your work and knowing that you're using your talents and skills to make a difference. It's about knowing you are fully protected as you move forward and you don't need to be scared. If you've been feeling stuck in a rut lately, the world is a sign that you're about to break free and move on to bigger and better things. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've learned all you can from this situation. Now it's time to move on to the next level. This might mean leaving your current job and pursuing a new career path, or it might mean expanding your business and taking on new challenges. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you're ready to step outside of your comfort zone and embrace new opportunities. But remember that devil card and all those chains that might be holding you back. The world is about breaking free from those limitations and embracing your full potential. It's about letting go of your fears and insecurities and trusting that you have what it takes to succeed. This might mean overcoming your fear of failure, or your fear of success, or your fear of judgment. It might mean letting go of your need for control, or your need for perfection, or your need for validation. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you're ready to step into your power and create the career of your dreams. Remember that moon card as well. Is everything as it seems, or is it still an illusion? You need to be sure that you are making the right choices for you, and that the path is clear and true. This could also mean collaborating with others on a project or a business venture. The world is about integration, about bringing together different talents and skills to create something greater than the sum of its parts. It's like you've realized that you can't do everything on your own, and that you need to surround yourself with people who can support you and complement your strengths. It could be you are being given a chance to work with someone really amazing. This might mean partnering with a mentor, a colleague, or a fellow creative. It might mean joining a team, a network, or a community. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you're ready to share your gifts with the world and to create something truly special. And remember that King of Cups, with his emotional balance and compassion. The world is about bringing those qualities into your career, about being emotionally intelligent and empathetic, and using your leadership skills to create a positive and supportive work environment. It's really important to keep that balance. This might mean mentoring others, volunteering your time, or donating to charity. It might mean advocating for social justice, promoting sustainability, or supporting ethical business practices. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you're ready to use your career as a force for good in the world. Okay, so that's career, right? Let's move on to relationships, because the world can also have a really powerful meaning in your love life and in your friendships. In relationships, the world can represent finding your soulmate, achieving a deep level of connection with your partner, or creating a relationship that is truly fulfilling and harmonious. It's like you found your missing piece, and now you're finally whole. Oh, I love that. This could mean getting married, having a baby, or moving in together. It could also mean resolving conflicts, deepening your intimacy, or renewing your commitment to each other. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you've reached a new level of love and understanding. It's such a big deal. But remember, with that agate cluster, this isn't just about the romantic ideal. It's also about the practical realities of building a life together, about communicating openly and honestly, supporting each other's dreams, and navigating the challenges that inevitably arise. You need to protect your heart and remember that you are protected. If you've been feeling lonely or disconnected lately, the world is a sign that you're about to attract a new relationship into your life, or that you're about to reconnect with someone from your past. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you're ready for love, now let's bring it to you. This might mean meeting someone new through friends, online dating, or a chance encounter. It might mean rekindling a friendship, forgiving a family member, or reconnecting with an old flame. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you're about to experience a deeper level of connection and intimacy. But remember that devil card and all those unhealthy attachments that might be sabotaging your relationships. The world is about breaking free from those patterns and creating relationships that are based on love, respect, and mutual support. So important. This might mean letting go of your need for control, or your need for validation, or your fear of vulnerability. It might mean setting healthy boundaries, communicating your needs, or walking away from toxic relationships. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you're ready to create relationships that are truly fulfilling and nourishing. Remember the moon as well. Are you seeing things as they really are, or are you still seeing an illusion? The more honest you are with yourself and the other person, the better the outcome will be. This could also mean traveling with your partner, exploring new cultures, or experiencing new adventures together. The world is about expanding your horizons and creating shared memories that will last a lifetime. This might mean taking a road trip, going on a cruise, or backpacking through Europe. It might mean trying new foods, learning a new language, or immersing yourself in a different culture. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you're ready to deepen your connection and create a relationship that is truly enriching and exciting. And remember that King of Cups with his emotional balance and compassion. The world is about bringing those qualities into your relationships, about being emotionally intelligent and empathetic, and using your love to create a positive and supportive environment for your partner. It is key to keep that in mind. This might mean practicing active listening, offering words of encouragement, or providing a shoulder to cry on. It might mean celebrating your partner's successes, supporting their dreams, or helping them through difficult times. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you're ready to create a relationship that is based on love, respect, and mutual support. Okay, relationships check. Let's move on to personal growth, because the world can also have a really profound meaning in your spiritual journey and your path of self-discovery. And I know that is something that is a focus of yours. In personal growth, the world can represent achieving enlightenment, reaching a state of inner peace, or realizing your full potential as a human being. It's like you've completed your spiritual journey and now you're finally home. This is a beautiful thought. This could mean achieving a sense of oneness with the universe, experiencing a state of bliss and contentment, or realizing your true purpose in life. It could also mean overcoming your limitations, embracing your strengths, or integrating your shadow self. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you've reached a new level of self-awareness and spiritual understanding. But remember, with that agate cluster, this isn't just about the lofty ideals of enlightenment. It's also about the practical realities of living a spiritual life, about practicing mindfulness, cultivating compassion, and integrating your spiritual beliefs into your daily actions. How can you protect yourself from being too lofty? If you've been feeling lost or confused lately, the world is a sign that you're about to find your way or that you're about to discover your true purpose in life. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you're ready to awaken, now let's guide you to your destiny. This might mean experiencing a spiritual awakening, receiving guidance from a mentor, or discovering a new spiritual path. It might mean connecting with your intuition, listening to your inner voice, or following your heart. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you're about to embark on a journey of self-discovery and spiritual growth. But remember that devil card and all those self-limiting beliefs that might be holding you back from achieving your full potential. The world is about breaking free from those patterns and embracing your true self, about recognizing that you are not defined by your fears or your insecurities, but by your potential and your possibilities. I'm really feeling that connection. This might mean letting go of your negative self-talk, your limiting beliefs, or your self-sabotaging behaviors. It might mean forgiving yourself, accepting your flaws, or embracing your imperfections. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you're ready to step into your power and create the life of your dreams. Don't forget about the moon and finding the truth beyond the illusions. Is there something that you aren't seeing? This could also mean traveling to sacred places, experiencing different cultures, or immersing yourself in spiritual practices. The world is about expanding your horizons and connecting with something greater than yourself. This might mean visiting a temple, a church, or a mosque. It might mean meditating in nature, volunteering in a community, or participating in a spiritual retreat. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you're ready to deepen your connection with the divine and to experience a sense of oneness with the universe. And remember that King of Cups with his emotional balance and compassion. The world is about bringing those qualities into your spiritual practice, about being emotionally intelligent and empathetic, and using your spiritual gifts to create a positive and supportive community. You must keep that balance as a key to success. This might mean offering support to others, volunteering your time, or donating to charity. It might mean advocating for social justice, promoting peace, or protecting the environment. Whatever it is, it's a sign that you're ready to use your spiritual gifts as a force for good in the world. So, to bring it all together, the world is really about completion, integration, and fulfillment, right? It's about reaching your goals, achieving your dreams, and feeling a sense of wholeness and satisfaction. But it's also about understanding that this completion is a journey in itself, a process of integrating all the different parts of yourself, and recognizing that they're all essential to your wholeness. And it is so protected by that agate. It's like you've gone through this whole journey, from the endings of death to the illusions of the moon, to the emotional balance of the King of Cups, to the spark of the Ace of Wands, to the chains of the Devil. And now you're finally at the world, where everything comes together and you can finally experience the full potential of your being. But we still have one more card to pull. And I am so excited to see what it is, because, this reading has been so full of twists and turns, and I have no idea what to expect next. Is it going to be a final confirmation of this sense of completion? Or is it going to be a new challenge, a new obstacle to overcome? Or maybe it's going to be something completely unexpected, something that throws everything we've talked about into a new light. We are really going to see. Whatever it is, I know it's going to be amazing. And I know it's going to provide even more clarity and guidance for you on your journey. So, stay tuned, my friend, because the best is yet to come. I can feel it. Okay, so we've really been through it, right? I mean, seriously, that was quite the journey. But now we're here at the world, and okay, we only have one card left to pull, but first, let's pull this back, okay? Because the card we are about to look at is the Seven of Swords. Huh. Okay, so right away, Seven of Swords, it can be a tricky card, right? Because, you see this figure sneaking away with these swords, and it can feel like, oh, this card's automatically about deception and betrayal and someone stabbing you in the back, right? And, sometimes it can be that. It can indicate someone isn't being honest or upfront. But more often than not, it's about, your own sneaky behavior or feeling like you need to, cut corners or take shortcuts to get ahead, right? Or maybe, feeling like you have to, grab what you can when you can before someone else does, okay? Because, there isn't going to be enough to go around, okay? So this is about, those kinds of, sneaky thoughts and not so positive thoughts, And, it's important that you're honest about these things and honest about the energy around you. Because remember our theme with the agate cluster, right? Guarded whispers. So it's information that's being shielded, but it's there to be revealed with care and gentleness. So it isn't about, beating yourself up. It's about being honest with yourself. It's about taking care of yourself and being real and seeing what's up. And, it's so important to remember that it's the protective agate cluster in this reading. So these guarded whispers aren't meant to, shame you or scare you. They're meant to help you, to protect you, and to guide you. It's about seeing through the illusion, really. So, how does this fit with all the other cards we've had, okay? Well, let's think about this. We started with death, right? Which is all about ending and transformation, making room for the new, And it's okay, you've released what no longer serves you. You've cleared the decks, right? And now this Seven of Swords is saying, are you sure you've released everything? Are there any little bits of sneaky behavior or cutting corners still hanging around? Okay? Because, you can't really build something solid and lasting on a foundation of, half-truths and sneaky stuff. And then there's the moon, which is all about intuition and the subconscious and, hidden things and illusions, right? And it's okay, you've tapped into your intuition, you've faced your fears, but are you really seeing things clearly? Okay. Are there any areas where you're still, deceiving yourself, or, maybe turning a blind eye to something because it's easier than dealing with it? Okay? Because the moon is, what is up? You're not being upfront. Because, those illusions will come back to bite you if you don't address them honestly. And the King of Cups, with his emotional maturity and balance, it's all still playing a part, right? This is saying, you've mastered your emotions, you're being compassionate and empathetic, but are you being honest with yourself about your own needs and desires? Okay. Or are you, maybe, subtly manipulating situations to get what you want without, actually asking for it directly? Because, true emotional maturity is about being honest and authentic, not just with others, but with yourself. It's the fine line of what is helpful compassion and what is manipulation. And the Seven of Swords is saying that you have to check yourself. And the Ace of Wands, that spark of inspiration and new beginnings, the universe is giving you that creative energy and oomph. So now, is this Seven of Swords is okay, you're super excited about this new project or this new relationship, but are you being realistic about the amount of effort it's going to take? Okay. Are you maybe, kind of downplaying the challenges or overpromising what you can deliver? Okay? Because, that initial spark can fade pretty quickly if you're not willing to put in the hard work and be honest about the reality of the situation. Even the Devil card that we looked at. With all those unhealthy attachments and limitations, the Seven of Swords is okay, you've identified your chains, you're working on breaking free, but are you maybe, kind of secretly clinging to some of those old patterns and behaviors? Okay. Are you maybe, kind of telling yourself that you're over it, but then subtly sabotaging your own progress? Because, true liberation requires a full commitment to change, not just a half-hearted attempt. It's easy to go back to the things that you know, because even if they are not good for you, they are easy and they are known. That's also what the Devil card can teach you about personal growth and shadow work. The devil you know versus the devil you don't. And finally, the world, you've reached a point of completion and integration. You're feeling whole and fulfilled. The Seven of Swords is saying, okay, you're there, you're doing great. But are you maybe, kind of taking credit for things that you didn't actually do, Or are you maybe, kind of glossing over the contributions of others to make yourself look better? Okay? Because, true wholeness comes from humility and gratitude, not from self-aggrandizement. It's about recognizing that your success is the result of a collective effort and giving credit where credit is due. With this Seven of Swords, you may have a blind spot about recognizing the contributions of others, so be sure you stay in check. See, it all connects, right? Every card builds on the last, and this Seven of Swords is just adding another layer of nuance and complexity to the story, even as we near the end, right? So, where might this Seven of Swords energy be showing up in your life, okay? Well, let's start with career and creative pursuits, because that's where the rubber meets the road, so to speak, In your career, the Seven of Swords can indicate that you're feeling like you need to, cut corners or take shortcuts to get ahead. Maybe you're feeling pressured to meet unrealistic deadlines, or maybe you're feeling like you need to, exaggerate your skills or experience to land a job or a promotion. Or maybe you're thinking of fudging your resume just a little bit to get your foot in the door. The Seven of Swords is whispering, don't do it. So that's the protective agate coming in to guide you. The honest route is the only route. Because, while those tactics might work in the short term, they're ultimately going to backfire. They might help you get what you want, but the cost is going to be higher than you expected, and it won't be worth it. Eventually, your lack of skills or experience will be exposed, or your lies will be uncovered, and you'll end up damaging your reputation and your career prospects. It's about that short-term versus long-term vision that the Seven of Swords brings in. Because remember, if you think back to that World card, that's about completing a full journey, not just taking a sneaky shortcut. And remember that the agate cluster in the reading is helping you with these thoughts. You have that protection. And you will succeed with the journey you are taking. Or maybe you're feeling like you need to, steal someone else's ideas or take credit for their work in order to get ahead. Maybe you're feeling like you're not creative enough or talented enough to come up with your own original ideas, so you're tempted to, borrow someone else's. Again, that is that sneaky behavior that the card warns against. The honest way is the only way. You have to have faith in yourself to succeed. Again, while that might give you a temporary boost, it's ultimately going to undermine your creativity and your integrity. And I'm just thinking here, right, okay, but that Ace of Wands and the spark of inspiration and creativity, you have what it takes, right? I mean, you have everything you need to succeed, and trying to copy someone else is only going to stifle your own unique voice and perspective. and you don't want to be known as a copycat. And again, remember that the agate cluster in the reading is helping you with these thoughts. You have that protection. This isn't a competition with others. It's a journey of self-discovery. So, I'm just thinking about this, okay? So what does this look like for you? How are you being asked to check yourself in the workplace? Or maybe you're feeling like you need to, like, badmouth your colleagues, or undermine their efforts in order to make yourself look better. Maybe you're feeling insecure about your own abilities, so you're trying to tear others down to make yourself feel more superior. Okay, so that's a real thought process. And that behavior is not only unethical, but it's also going to create a toxic and negative work environment. People are going to resent you and distrust you, and they're not going to want to work with you, and just thinking about that, okay? But if you want to reach that level of emotional maturity that the King of Cups is calling you towards, right, then you need to focus on building positive relationships and supporting your colleagues, not tearing them down. So, there's your answer there. And with that, I think too that if there is an opportunity for you to take a step into something new, do you trust that the opportunity is real? Or do you feel the need to, take it before anyone else does, because opportunities don't come around too often? You have to check your reasons here. If you don't move quickly, do you fear the opportunity will go away or that you'll miss your one shot? You have to realize that there are going to be many opportunities that come to you. And you have to recognize that. Remember that moon card, too. Is it real or is it an illusion? Are you seeing what is real or are you thinking that it is? And you have to keep that in mind. Also, remember the protections you have and ask yourself these things. Okay, so let's move on to relationships, because, that's where things can get really tricky, right? In relationships, the Seven of Swords can indicate that you're feeling like you need to, be dishonest or secretive with your partner. Maybe you're feeling like you can't be your true self with them, or maybe you're feeling like you need to hide certain aspects of your life or your past from them. What are you hiding? Or maybe you feel the need to talk about others behind their backs to your partner to make yourself look better. Remember, the Seven of Swords isn't all about the actions you are doing, it is also about the thoughts. This card may be pointing to your thoughts and thought processes because it may be more helpful to check these parts of yourself than your actions. With this comes trust, right? You have to be honest, and that honesty has to go both ways. Maybe you're feeling like you're scared to be honest with your partner for fear of how they will react or what they will do. The Seven of Swords here is calling you to consider why you feel the need to be dishonest. Does that relationship truly serve you, or is it time to seek something else? Is it something that's coming from inside you, that something isn't good enough? There are other options to consider here, too. Maybe you're feeling like you're being dishonest with yourself about what you really want or need in a relationship. Maybe you're settling for less than you deserve, or maybe you're staying in a relationship that's not fulfilling you because you're afraid of being alone, the thing the devil was worried about. Now it is time to be honest with yourself and listen to what the King of Cups told you. You have to take time to consider and reflect. Remember, you are being guided to something better. You have so much protection around you, and the best thing to do is listen to what the universe is telling you. If something feels off, it is, even with friendships. Maybe you are being two-faced and saying one thing to one friend and another to another. Maybe your friends are doing this to each other, and you feel the need to take sides or spread rumors. Take a step back. Don't do it. It is better for you to trust what you know and what you hear, but you don't need to get involved. The agate cluster is there to tell you not to. Take the lead from the death card, and remember that you need to clear out what you don't need. The best option for you here is to trust yourself and move forward, even if that means stepping away from some friends. Or maybe you're feeling like you need to, manipulate situations to get what you want, and that goes back to our King of Cups. Are you truly being compassionate, or are you using the truth of the situations to move yourself ahead? What is driving that need in you? Are you doing things for show, or are you doing things that truly resonate with you? Where are you getting your information? So, those secrets and lies are ultimately going to erode trust and damage your relationships. If you look at the other cards that have come, you have a solid sense of what is true and what isn't. You need to be honest because that is the best plan. Remember the gift the Ace of Wands is offering. All of these whispers and calls for you to reflect aren't meant to pull you down, but guide you toward your best, true self. Maybe you're feeling like you need to, like, keep secrets or hide things because you don't want to hurt your partner's feelings. Maybe you're afraid that they'll leave you if they know the real you, but that devil card is back. But you can't let it. What has it been telling you? And remember the agate cluster, telling you it is okay to be safe, and you have that protection if you are honest and true with yourself and those around you. All the help is surrounding you. Okay, let's dig deeper. So, what does this look like in your love life? Let's say you have the opportunity to take a trip or go somewhere with a friend, but you aren't telling your partner the full story, or you aren't telling them who you are with. Does that trip truly serve you, or are you seeking something elsewhere that you aren't getting with them? The Seven of Swords is a major call here to be honest with yourself. Take time to reflect and listen to yourself. Or you are on a dating app and you are trying to meet new people. Is what you're presenting real, or is it not you? That moon card really ties into this one. What is real? What isn't? Let's check that with personal growth, right? In personal growth, the Seven of Swords can indicate that you're feeling like you need to, take shortcuts or cheat your way to success. This is the ultimate call to check yourself, right? And all of this is a really powerful connection with the things we have been working through in this reading. Now is the time to make it all come together and listen to what the agate cluster is calling for, what protections are around you, and what you are being led towards. There are so many things to consider. You're also not trusting yourself. And let's reflect back to the world we just pulled, where everything in your journey is fully complete. That does not happen when you cheat your way through things and take shortcuts. That is all about completing your ultimate growth and really knowing yourself. You want to feel whole, and you can't feel whole if you're taking those shortcuts. The Seven of Swords whispers, maybe you're feeling like you need to, exaggerate your accomplishments or hide your flaws in order to impress others. Maybe you're trying to, create a false image of yourself online. Or maybe you're trying to, present yourself as more knowledgeable or experienced than you actually are. So, how does this connect to what you're working towards? What do those thoughts bring you? And how can you stop them? All of those are coming into play. It's important to ask yourself, what does this look like for you? Are you using something you've been working on dishonestly? I mean, maybe you feel you have to present a certain view because what you really think wouldn't be accepted. Are you not trusting that the world will embrace your honest self? You're being called to fully embrace yourself and what you are and show that to the world. Again, that agate cluster offers that protection, but now we're being asked to really trust it fully. So, what do you need to check about yourself that you're maybe not being fully honest about? Okay, so, wow, we've really been through it, right? I mean, seriously, that was quite the journey. But now we're here at the world, and okay, we only have one card left to pull, but first, let's pull this back, okay? Because the card we are about to look at is the Seven of Swords. Okay, so right away, Seven of Swords, it can be a tricky card, right? Because, I mean, you see this figure sneaking away with these swords, and it can feel like, oh, this card's automatically about deception and betrayal and someone stabbing you in the back, right? And, sometimes it can be that. It can indicate someone isn't being honest or upfront. But more often than not, it's about, your own sneaky behavior or feeling like you need to, cut corners or take shortcuts to get ahead, right? Or maybe, feeling like you have to, grab what you can when you can before someone else does, okay? Because, there isn't going to be enough to go around, okay? So this is about, those kinds of, sneaky thoughts and not so positive thoughts, And, it's important that you're honest about these things and honest about the energy around you. Because remember our theme with the agate cluster, right? Guarded whispers. So it's information that's being shielded, but it's there to be revealed with care and gentleness. So it isn't about, beating yourself up. It's about being honest with yourself. It's about taking care of yourself and being real and seeing what's up. And, it's so important to remember that it's the protective agate cluster in this reading. So these guarded whispers aren't meant to, shame you or scare you. They're meant to help you, to protect you, and to guide you. It's about seeing through the illusion, really. So, how does this fit with all the other cards we've had, okay? Well, let's think about this. We started with death, right? Which is all about ending and transformation, making room for the new. And it's like, okay, you've released what no longer serves you, you've cleared the decks, right? And now this Seven of Swords is saying, like, are you sure you've released everything? Are there any little bits of sneaky behavior or cutting corners still hanging around? Okay? Because, you can't really build something solid and lasting on a foundation of, like, half-truths and sneaky stuff. It is what it is, friend. You cannot have success built on shaky foundations. You deserve more than that. You deserve to trust yourself. And then there's the moon, which is all about intuition and the subconscious and, like, hidden things and illusions, right? And it's like, okay, you've tapped into your intuition, you've faced your fears, but are you really seeing things clearly? Okay. Are there any areas where you're still, like, kind of, like, deceiving yourself, or, like, maybe turning a blind eye to something because it's easier than dealing with it? Okay? Because the moon is, like, what is up? You're not being upfront. Because, those illusions will come back to bite you if you don't address them honestly. And the agate is there to protect you from the bite. You have to remember that. And the King of Cups, with his emotional maturity and balance, it's all still playing a part, right? This is saying, like, you've mastered your emotions, you're being compassionate and empathetic, but are you being honest with yourself about your own needs and desires? Okay. Or are you, like, maybe, kind of, like, subtly manipulating situations to get what you want without, like, actually asking for it directly? Because, true emotional maturity is about being honest and authentic, not just with others, but with yourself. It's the fine line of, like, what is helpful compassion and what is manipulation? And the Seven of Swords is saying that you have to check yourself. Because sometimes, you might be doing things that look compassionate, but they're actually motivated by a desire to control or to be seen as good, and that's not real compassion, is it? So, are you truly being honest with yourself? And if you aren't, what do you need to do to find the truth in yourself? And the Ace of Wands, that spark of inspiration and new beginnings, the universe is giving you that creative energy and oomph. So now, is this Seven of Swords is like, okay, you're super excited about this new project or this new relationship, but are you being realistic about the amount of effort it's going to take? Okay. Are you, like, maybe, kind of like, downplaying the challenges or overpromising what you can deliver? Okay? Because, that initial spark can fade pretty quickly if you're not willing to put in the hard work and be honest about the reality of the situation. Because what starts as excitement can quickly turn into anxiety or fear if you aren't true to yourself. And maybe you are saying yes to things, even when you know that you don't have the capacity to handle them because you don't want to let anyone down. But honey, you are only letting yourself down. Even the Devil card that we looked at. With all those unhealthy attachments and limitations, the Seven of Swords is like, okay, you've identified your chains, you're working on breaking free, but are you, like, maybe, kind of like, secretly clinging to some of those old patterns and behaviors? Okay. Are you, like, maybe, kind of like, telling yourself that you're over it, but then, like, subtly sabotaging your own progress? Because, true liberation requires a full commitment to change, not just, like, a half-hearted attempt. It's easy to go back to the things that you know, because even if they are not good for you, they are easy and they are known. That's also what the Devil card can teach you about personal growth and shadow work. The devil you know versus the devil you don't, It's like you're saying, okay, I'm going to break free from this unhealthy relationship. But then you're still, like, checking their social media every 5 minutes, or you're still, like, texting them when you're feeling lonely. Those aren't the best ways to go about it. And finally, the world, you've reached a point of completion and integration. You're feeling whole and fulfilled. The Seven of Swords is saying, okay, you're there, you're doing great. But are you, like, maybe, kind of like, taking credit for things that you didn't actually do, Or are you, like, maybe, kind of like, glossing over the contributions of others to make yourself look better? Okay? Because, true wholeness comes from humility and gratitude, not from, like, self-aggrandizement. It's about recognizing that your success is the result of a collective effort and giving credit where credit is due. With this Seven of Swords, you may have a blind spot about recognizing the contributions of others, so be sure you stay in check. You're called here to give grace and gratitude to others, because that is what true happiness is. And without that, you might not truly feel like you have completed the journey and that you're ready to tackle anything ahead. And all of those protections from the agate are going to keep you safe here. So, what do you need to reflect on? See? Like, it all connects, right? Every card builds on the last, and this Seven of Swords is just like adding another layer of nuance and complexity to the story, even as we near the end, right? So, where might this Seven of Swords energy be showing up in your life, okay? Well, let's start with career and creative pursuits, because that's where the rubber meets the road, so to speak, you know. In your career, the Seven of Swords can indicate that you're feeling like you need to, like, cut corners or take shortcuts to get ahead. Maybe you're feeling pressured to meet unrealistic deadlines, or maybe you're feeling like you need to, like, exaggerate your skills or experience to land a job or a promotion. Or maybe you're thinking of fudging your resume just a little bit to get your foot in the door. The Seven of Swords is whispering, don't do it. So that's the protective agate coming in to guide you. The honest route is the only route. Because, you know, while those tactics might work in the short term, they're ultimately going to backfire. They might help you get what you want, but the cost is going to be higher than you expected, and it won't be worth it. Eventually, your lack of skills or experience will be exposed, or your lies will be uncovered, and you'll end up damaging your reputation and your career prospects. It's about that short-term versus long-term vision that the Seven of Swords brings in. Because remember, if you think back to that world card, that's about completing a full journey, not just taking a sneaky shortcut. It's about reaching a level of mastery and recognition that is built on a solid foundation of hard work, dedication, and integrity. And that mastery, well, it doesn't come from cheating or cutting corners, does it? And you need to be true to that. And remember that the agate cluster in the reading is helping you with these thoughts. You have that protection. This isn't a competition with others. It's a journey of self-discovery. Or maybe you're feeling like you need to, like, steal someone else's ideas or take credit for their work in order to get ahead. Maybe you're feeling like you're not creative enough or talented enough to come up with your own original ideas, so you're tempted to, like, borrow someone else's. Again, that is that sneaky behavior that the card warns against. The honest way is the only way. You have to have faith in yourself to succeed. Because you will find it is much more gratifying when you use your own talents and abilities to succeed. Your success will only feel hollow if it is coming from the creativity or the intelligence of someone else. Again, remember that agate cluster protection. And like, I'm just thinking here, right, okay? But that Ace of Wands and the spark of inspiration and creativity, like, you have what it takes, right? I mean, like, you have everything you need to succeed, and trying to copy someone else is only going to stifle your own unique voice and perspective. And you don't want to be known as a copycat. You have so much to offer the world that copying someone else will only prevent what the universe is calling you to do. And again, remember that the agate cluster in the reading is helping you with these thoughts. You have that protection. This isn't a competition with others. It's a journey of self-discovery. You are calling what you're uniquely meant to do, so do that. If you are so inspired by someone else, maybe it's time to consider working or collaborating with them. If you feel the temptation to steal an idea, think of a way you can work together. So, I'm just thinking about this, okay? So what does this look like for you? How are you being asked to check yourself in the workplace? Or maybe you're feeling like you need to, like, badmouth your colleagues or undermine their efforts in order to make yourself look better. Maybe you're feeling insecure about your own abilities, so you're trying to tear others down to make yourself feel more superior. Okay, so like, that's a real thought process. And you know, that behavior is not only unethical, but it's also going to create a toxic and negative work environment. Like, people are going to resent you and distrust you, and they're not going to want to work with you, and like, just thinking about that, okay? But if you want to reach that level of emotional maturity that the King of Cups is calling you towards, right? Then you need to focus on building positive relationships and supporting your colleagues, not tearing them down. It is so much better to trust yourself and what you offer. The more you can trust yourself and others, And remember the emotional maturity and compassion the King of Cups is calling for, the better you can be. So, there's your answer there. And with that, I think too that if there is an opportunity for you to take a step into something new, do you trust that the opportunity is real? Or do you feel the need to, take it before anyone else does, because opportunities don't come around too often? You have to check your reasons here. If you don't move quickly, do you fear the opportunity will go away or that you'll miss your one shot? You have to realize that there are going to be many opportunities that come to you. And you have to recognize that. And there will be more chances ahead. Remember that moon card, too. Is it real or is it an illusion? Are you seeing what is real or are you thinking that it is? And you have to keep that in mind. Also remember the protections you have and ask yourself these things. This agate is offering you protection, so use it. Okay, so let's move on to relationships because, that's where things can get really tricky, right? In relationships, the Seven of Swords can indicate that you're feeling like you need to, be dishonest or secretive with your partner. Maybe you're feeling like you can't be your true self with them, or maybe you're feeling like you need to hide certain aspects of your life or your past from them. What are you hiding? You have to give it grace. All the parts that make you have shaped you. It's what the Death card was helping you with. It can be a way to heal yourself if you can be open and honest with your partner. The first step is offering that gift to yourself. Or maybe you feel the need to talk about others behind their backs to your partner to make yourself look better. Remember, the Seven of Swords isn't all about the actions you are doing, it is also about the thoughts. This card may be pointing to your thoughts and thought processes, because it may be more helpful to check these parts of yourself than your actions. You have so many great things to say, why do you feel the need to talk badly about others to make yourself feel good? The whisper here is to remember you have great things to say, so use them. Stop putting down others when what you need to do is use what you have. Is that being emotionally mature? Is it what the agate is calling for? With this comes trust, right? You have to be honest, and that honesty has to go both ways. Maybe you're feeling like you're scared to be honest with your partner for fear of how they will react or what they will do. The Seven of Swords here is calling you to consider why you feel the need to be dishonest. Does that relationship truly serve you, or is it time to seek something else? Is it something that's coming from inside you, that something isn't good enough? Do you trust what that agate has been calling for, to be honest with yourself? You deserve that relationship to honor who you are. There are other options to consider here, too. Maybe you're feeling like you're being dishonest with yourself about what you really want or need in a relationship. Maybe you're settling for less than you deserve, or maybe you're staying in a relationship that's not fulfilling you because you're afraid of being alone, the thing the devil was worried about. Now it is time to be honest with yourself and listen to what the King of Cups told you. You have to take time to consider and reflect. Remember, you are being guided to something better. You have so much protection around you, and the best thing to do is listen to what the universe is telling you. If something feels off, it is, even with friendships. Maybe you are being two-faced and saying one thing to one friend and another to another. Maybe your friends are doing this to each other, and you feel the need to take sides or spread rumors. Take a step back. Don't do it. It is better for you to trust what you know and what you hear, but you don't need to get involved. The agate cluster is there to tell you not to. Take the lead from the Death card and remember that you need to clear out what you don't need. The best option for you here is to trust yourself and move forward, even if that means stepping away from some friends. Those friendships aren't honoring who you are or the new world you are being called to. It's okay to move on from that. You are going to be safe doing it. Trust the agate. Or maybe you're feeling like you need to, manipulate situations to get what you want, and that goes back to our King of Cups. Are you truly being compassionate, or are you using the truth of the situations to move yourself ahead? What is driving that need in you? Are you doing things for show, or are you doing things that truly resonate with you? Where are you getting your information? Do the relationships even mean anything? So, those secrets and lies are ultimately going to erode trust and damage your relationships. If you look at the other cards that have come, you have a solid sense of what is true and what isn't. You need to be honest, because that is the best plan. It is also what is being called for, and listen to that call. Remember the gift the Ace of Wands is offering. All of these whispers and calls for you to reflect aren't meant to pull you down, but guide you toward your best, true self. Maybe you're feeling like you need to, like, keep secrets or hide things because you don't want to hurt your partner's feelings. Maybe you're afraid that they'll leave you if they know the real you, but that devil card is back. But you can't let it. What has it been telling you? If they aren't allowing you to be your true self, do they deserve you? And remember the agate cluster, telling you it is okay to be safe, and you have that protection if you are honest and true with yourself and those around you. All the help is surrounding you, so don't fear the future. Trust in it. Okay, let's dig deeper. So, what does this look like in your love life? Let's say you have the opportunity to take a trip or go somewhere with a friend, but you aren't telling your partner the full story, or you aren't telling them who you are with. Does that trip truly serve you, or are you seeking something elsewhere that you aren't getting with them? What does it mean? The Seven of Swords is a major call here to be honest with yourself. Take time to reflect and listen to yourself, and then make that decision. Or you are on a dating app and you are trying to meet new people. Is what you're presenting real, or is it not you? What are you saying, and what are you not saying? That moon card really ties into this one. What is real? What isn't? Check in with that and be true to who you are. Let's check that with personal growth, right? In personal growth, the Seven of Swords can indicate that you're feeling like you need to, like, take shortcuts or cheat your way to success. This is the ultimate call to check yourself, right? How can you fully grow and take on your talents if you're cheating? Listen to the gift the Ace of Wands wants to offer. And all of this is a really powerful connection with the things we have been working through in this reading. Now is the time to make it all come together and listen to what the agate cluster is calling for, what protections are around you, and what you are being led towards. There are so many things to consider. You're also not trusting yourself. And let's reflect back to the world we just pulled, where everything in your journey is fully complete. That does not happen when you cheat your way through things and take shortcuts. That is all about completing your ultimate growth and really knowing yourself. You want to feel whole, and you can't feel whole if you're taking those shortcuts. The Seven of Swords whispers, like, maybe you're feeling like you need to, like, exaggerate your accomplishments or hide your flaws in order to impress others. Maybe you're trying to, like, create a false image of yourself online. Or maybe you're trying to, like, present yourself as more knowledgeable or experienced than you actually are. So, are you getting on that dating app and using filters and old photos? Come on, what are you doing? You're so much better than that. And there is so much more ahead for you. So, how does this connect to what you're working towards? What do those thoughts bring you? And how can you stop them? All of those are coming into play. Like, it's important to ask yourself, what does this look like for you? Are you using something you've been working on dishonestly? What does that do to you when you are not being true to yourself? What is causing you to feel so unfulfilled? What can you do to get there? The agate cluster is there, being real and with you. You just have to use it. I mean, maybe you feel you have to present a certain view because what you really think wouldn't be accepted. Are you not trusting that the world will embrace your honest self? You're being called to fully embrace yourself and what you are and show that to the world. Let that moon fully reflect your reality. Again, that agate cluster offers that protection, but now we're being asked to really trust it fully. So, what do you need to check about yourself that you're maybe not being fully honest about? And the answer may not come right away. But listen, you are being called to trust and accept what you have to offer and give that to the world. So, okay, practically speaking, what can you do with this Seven of Swords energy? I mean, it can feel a little overwhelming, right? To suddenly realize that you might have been, cutting corners or being dishonest in some areas of your life. But the first step, and I really mean this, the first step is to forgive yourself, okay? Because we're all human, right? We all make mistakes. We all have moments of weakness or insecurity. It doesn't make you a bad person. It just makes you human. And holding on to guilt or shame is only going to make it harder to move forward. So, be kind to yourself. Acknowledge your imperfections. And then commit to doing better. Remember that King of Cups and that call to be emotionally mature and compassionate. That includes being compassionate with yourself. All you can do is ask what is the next step. And the gift of the Ace of Wands will help you follow through with that. That energy is pure, it's there, it's ready to be used. Now is the time. Okay, so the next step is to identify those areas where you're not being fully honest or authentic. And this might require some deep soul searching, some honest self-reflection, but it's worth it, I promise. Because, the more you can understand your motivations and your patterns of behavior, the easier it will be to change them. So, ask yourself, where are you feeling the need to, cut corners or take shortcuts? Where are you feeling insecure or inadequate? Where are you feeling like you need to, hide or deceive? And be honest with yourself, even if it's uncomfortable. Remember, the agate cluster is there to protect you, to guide you, and to give you the strength and courage you need to face these challenges. Trust that it will keep you safe and on track. And once you've identified those areas, then you can start to take action. You can start to, make amends for past mistakes, or you can start to change your behavior in the present. That might mean apologizing to someone you've wronged, or it might mean setting healthier boundaries, or it might mean seeking professional help. Whatever it is, take small steps in the right direction, and don't get discouraged if you don't see results immediately. Change takes time, but just keep putting in the effort, and you will eventually get there. And, it's also really important to surround yourself with people who support your growth and your authenticity. Choose friends and partners who encourage you to be your best self, who hold you accountable, and who aren't afraid to call you out when you're not being honest with yourself. Those are the people who will help you stay on track and reach your full potential. So, trust your relationships and what they can bring you. And, I also want to remind you of the power of forgiveness, both for yourself and for others. Because, holding on to resentment or anger is only going to hold you back. It's going to keep you chained to the past, and it's going to prevent you from moving forward. So, choose to forgive, choose to let go, and choose to create a more positive future for yourself. And, as you're working on these things, remember to celebrate your successes along the way. Acknowledge your progress and give yourself credit for the hard work you're doing. Because, it's easy to get caught up in the challenges and to forget how far you've come. But it's important to recognize your accomplishments and to reward yourself for your efforts. That's part of that taking care of yourself thing. And wow, if you've made it this far in the reading, that in itself is worth celebrating. That means you are committed to seeing this through and trusting in the journey. And, finally, I just want to remind you that you're not alone on this journey. We all have our struggles, and we all have our imperfections. But we also all have the potential to grow and to change. So, trust in yourself, trust in the process, and trust that you have the strength and the resilience to overcome any challenges that come your way. And remember that agate cluster. It's there to protect you, to guide you, and to give you the strength and courage you need to live a life that is true to yourself. It will continue to act as a powerful ally for you. So trust in that and trust in yourself, and know that you are loved, you are supported, and you are capable of achieving anything you set your mind to. It is time to make your way in the world. Now is the time to go and find the happiness and growth that you seek. And it is time to start that journey. You can, and you will. I know that for you, because of that great agate cluster on your side. Wow, friend, that was a reading. So many calls for reflection, so many things to keep in mind, but so much power for you if you trust in yourself and that guidance. I am so excited to see what happens for you. Thanks for watching. Be good. Bye. Okay, so the ruby pyramid you chose, right? It's all about transformative energy. And with this reading's theme, fiery declarations, passionate messages that ignite change and awaken desires. It feels like you're on the cusp of something huge, something that's going to completely, change the game for you. These cards are basically screaming, get ready to express yourself. Okay, let's dive in because, wow, this is good. First up, we have the Queen of Cups, and oh my gosh, this card is just overflowing with emotion. When I see the Queen of Cups, I immediately think of someone who is deeply intuitive, compassionate, and so in tune with their own feelings and the feelings of others. Like, she's the ultimate empath, She's sitting there, so serene and calm, holding this beautiful cup, and it's not just any cup, it's overflowing with love and understanding. This isn't about just surface-level emotions. It's about the deep, almost psychic connection you have with the world around you. So this could be you, pile this could be describing your energy right now, or it could be someone who is influencing you, someone who is bringing this kind of nurturing, emotional support into your life. But either way, the Queen of Cups is asking you to really connect with your feelings, to honor them, to not push them down or ignore them. Because that's what we usually do, right? We're always told to be strong and not show our emotions, but the Queen of Cups is no, embrace them, they are a gift. And I think, especially with that transformative ruby energy, this is about transforming your relationship with your emotions. It's about learning to see them as a source of power, a source of wisdom, not as a weakness, which is what society tells us. Okay, so let's get real for a second. What does this actually look like in your life? Well, maybe you've been feeling, drawn to creative pursuits, like painting or writing or music, something that allows you to express your emotions in a healthy way. Or maybe you've been feeling more sensitive than usual, more attuned to the needs of others. And that's okay. The Queen of Cups is reminding you that it's okay to be vulnerable, it's okay to care deeply, it's okay to feel everything. But, and this is but it's also important to set boundaries. The Queen of Cups, she's not a doormat. She's compassionate, yes, but she also knows her worth. She knows when to say no, when to protect her energy. So, if you've been feeling drained lately, maybe you need to take a step back and reassess your boundaries. Who are you giving your energy to? Who is draining you? And how can you create more space for yourself, for your own emotional well-being? Another thing about the Queen of Cups is that she's very intuitive, like I said. So pay attention to your dreams, your gut feelings, your hunches. They are probably trying to tell you something important. Maybe you've been getting a nagging feeling about a certain situation or a certain person. Don't ignore it. The Queen of Cups is urging you to trust your intuition, to listen to your inner voice. It knows what's best for you. And okay, I know this is a lot about emotions, but remember the theme, fiery declarations? The Queen of Cups isn't just about being a sensitive soul. She is about expressing your emotions, declaring them to the world. Think about it. If you're feeling passionate about something, don't be afraid to speak up. If you're feeling hurt or angry, don't bottle it up. Find a healthy way to express it, whether it's through talking to a friend, writing in a journal, or screaming into a pillow. Whatever works for you. But the point is, don't suppress your emotions. Let them flow, let them guide you, let them fuel your fiery declarations. Because that's what this whole reading is about, right? It's about embracing your passions, expressing yourself authentically, and making a change in your life. And okay, so one more thing about the Queen of Cups. She's also about self-love. She knows that she is worthy of love and respect, and she treats herself accordingly. So, how are you treating yourself, Pile? Are you being kind and compassionate to yourself? Are you giving yourself the love and attention you deserve? Or are you being critical and judgmental? If you're being hard on yourself, the Queen of Cups is here to remind you that you are worthy of love, just as you are. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to achieve anything. You don't need to change anything about yourself to be worthy of love. You are already worthy, simply because you exist. So start treating yourself like the queen you are. Take care of your body, your mind, and your spirit. Do things that make you happy. Surround yourself with people who love and support you. And most importantly, believe in yourself. Believe in your worth. Because you are amazing, Pile. Never forget that. Let's see, what else about the Queen of Cups? Oh, I know. She's also about creativity and inspiration. She's connected to the element of water, which is all about flow and intuition and imagination. So, if you've been feeling blocked creatively, the Queen of Cups is here to help you unlock your inner artist. Try doing something that allows you to express yourself creatively, like painting, writing, dancing, or singing. Don't worry about being good at it. Just focus on having fun and letting your emotions flow. You might be surprised at what you create. And this could also be about connecting with your feminine energy, regardless of your gender. It's about embracing your softer side, your nurturing side, your intuitive side. It's about allowing yourself to be vulnerable and receptive. We all have both masculine and feminine energy within us, and the Queen of Cups is inviting you to embrace your feminine energy, to let it shine. And like, that doesn't mean you have to wear dresses and bake cookies unless you want to. It just means connecting with your inner self, your emotions, your intuition. So, yeah, the Queen of Cups is a powerful card, full of love, compassion, intuition, and creativity. She is inviting you to connect with your emotions, to honor them, to express them, and to use them to fuel your fiery declarations. And remember the ruby pyramid and its transformative energy, because the Queen of Cups energy can really transform how you use your emotions to help create change in your life. Okay, that was a lot about the Queen of Cups, but I feel like it was important to really set the stage for what's to come. Wow. Now, let's move on to the next card, which is the Sun. Oh my gosh, the Sun is like the most joyful, optimistic card in the entire deck. After diving deep into the emotional depths with the Queen of Cups, the Sun is like a burst of sunshine, bringing warmth, happiness, and abundance into your life. When I see the Sun, I think of pure joy, unadulterated happiness, like the kind of joy you feel as a child, running through a field of flowers without a care in the world. It's that feeling of pure bliss, of being completely present in the moment, of appreciating all the good things in your life. And this card, it's not just about fleeting happiness, it's about lasting joy, the kind of joy that comes from within, from knowing yourself, from accepting yourself, from loving yourself. This is deep-seated happiness, Pile. So, like, after all that emotional work you've been doing with the Queen of Cups, the Sun is here to say, you did it. You faced your emotions, you honored them, and now you are ready to shine. It's like a reward for all your hard work, a confirmation that you are on the right path. But the Sun isn't just about feeling good, it's also about success and abundance. It's about achieving your goals, realizing your dreams, and attracting all the good things you desire into your life. This could be success in your career, abundance in your finances, or fulfillment in your relationships. Whatever it is, the Sun is saying that you are capable of achieving it. How does this connect to the fiery declarations theme? Well, the Sun is all about expressing yourself authentically, about letting your light shine. It's about not hiding your talents or dimming your sparkle. It's about being proud of who you are and sharing your gifts with the world. Think about it. When the Sun shines, it doesn't hold back. It doesn't worry about being too bright or too bold. It just shines, radiantly, unapologetically. And that's what you're being called to do, Pile. To shine your light, to express yourself fully, to make your fiery declarations to the world. And okay, let's get practical again. What does this look like in your life? Well, maybe you've been wanting to start a new business or launch a creative project. The Sun is saying, go for it. Now is the time to take action, to pursue your passions, to bring your ideas to life. Or maybe you've been feeling shy or insecure about expressing yourself. The Sun is here to boost your confidence, to remind you that you are worthy of attention, that your voice matters, that your ideas are valuable. So, speak up. Share your thoughts, express your opinions, let your voice be heard. And this could also be about celebrating your successes, big or small. Don't downplay your accomplishments or brush them aside. Take time to acknowledge your hard work and to celebrate your achievements. You deserve it. The Sun is also about clarity and understanding. It's about seeing things clearly, about having a clear vision for your future. So, if you've been feeling confused or uncertain about something, the Sun is here to bring clarity and guidance. Take some time to reflect on your goals, your values, and your priorities. What do you really want in life? What is truly important to you? Once you have a clear vision, you can start taking steps to create the life you desire. And you know what else? The Sun is about fun. It's about enjoying life, about laughing, about playing, about doing things that bring you joy. So don't take yourself too seriously. Lighten up, have fun, and enjoy the ride. Go out and do something that makes you happy. Spend time with people you love. Explore new places, try new things, and embrace new experiences. Life is too short to be serious all the time. And one more thing about the Sun. It's also about children and childlike joy. It's about connecting with your inner child, about remembering what it was like to be carefree and playful. So, try doing something that reminds you of your childhood. Maybe it's playing a game, reading a book, or watching a cartoon. Or maybe it's spending time with children, playing with them, and seeing the world through their eyes. Connecting with your inner child can bring a lot of healing and joy into your life. It can help you to let go of your worries and anxieties and to embrace the present moment. So, yeah, the Sun is a powerful card, full of joy, optimism, success, and clarity. It is inviting you to shine your light, to express yourself authentically, to pursue your passions, and to enjoy life to the fullest. It's basically the best possible outcome, right? After all that emotional processing from the Queen of Cups, it feels like it's all paying off. And remember that transformative ruby energy, because the Sun can transform your entire outlook on life. Okay, wow, that was a lot about the Sun, but I feel like it was important to really emphasize the positive energy and the potential for success. We've gone from the deep emotions of the Queen of Cups to the radiant joy of the Sun. Now, let's see how we can actually make this happen, how we can bridge the gap between where you are now and where you want to be. And that, my friend, is where the Knight of Wands comes in. This is going to be good. All right, so the Knight of Wands, oh my gosh, this card is pure energy, pure action, pure passion. He is like a whirlwind of excitement, charging forward with enthusiasm and confidence. When I see the Knight of Wands, I think of someone who is bold, adventurous, and ready to take on the world. Like he sees the path to the sun and just runs for it. He is not afraid to take risks, to try new things, to step outside of his comfort zone. He is driven by his passions and he is determined to achieve his goals. And honestly, he doesn't really think things through all the way, he just kinda goes, but you know, sometimes that's what you need. So, how does this connect to the Queen of Cups and the Sun? Well, after connecting with your emotions and embracing your joy, the Knight of Wands is here to help you take action, to turn your dreams into reality. He's like, okay, you know what you want, now let's go get it. He is the fire that fuels your fiery declarations. He is the energy that propels you forward. He is the catalyst that ignites change. And remember the ruby pyramid and its transformative energy? Well, the Knight of Wands is all about transforming your intentions into action. But, and this is a big but, the Knight of Wands can also be a bit reckless. He can be impulsive, impatient, and sometimes even a little bit arrogant. He is so focused on his goals that he can sometimes forget to think about the consequences of his actions. So, it's important to balance his energy with a little bit of caution and awareness. Don't just charge forward blindly. Take some time to assess the situation, to plan your strategy, and to consider the potential risks. And okay, so, let's get practical again. What does this look like in your life? Well, maybe you've been procrastinating on a project or putting off a decision. The Knight of Wands is here to give you the kick in the pants you need to take action. Stop making excuses, stop overthinking things, and just do it. Take the first step, no matter how small, and start moving forward. The momentum will build from there. Or maybe you've been feeling stuck in a rut, bored with your routine. The Knight of Wands is here to shake things up, to inspire you to try something new, to break free from your comfort zone. Take a class, go on an adventure, meet new people, and embrace new experiences. Do something that scares you, something that challenges you, something that makes you feel alive. And you know what else? The Knight of Wands is also about travel and adventure. He is always on the move, exploring new places, seeking out new experiences. So, if you've been feeling the urge to travel, listen to that feeling. Plan a trip, even if it's just a weekend getaway. Explore a new city, visit a new country, and immerse yourself in a new culture. Travel can broaden your horizons, inspire your creativity, and help you to see the world in a new way. And okay, so, one more thing about the Knight of Wands. He is also about passion and romance. He is a charming and charismatic figure who is not afraid to pursue his desires. So, if you're looking for love, the Knight of Wands is here to help you attract it. Be confident, be bold, and be yourself. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there, to flirt, to ask someone out on a date. And if you're already in a relationship, the Knight of Wands is here to help you reignite the spark. Plan a romantic getaway, try something new in the bedroom, and express your love and affection for your partner. Remember, the Knight of Wands is all about fiery declarations, so don't be afraid to express your love and passion in a bold and creative way. Let's see, what else about the Knight of Wands? Oh, I know, he's also about competition and challenge. He loves to compete, to push himself to the limit, and to overcome obstacles. So, if you're facing a challenge in your life, the Knight of Wands is here to help you rise to the occasion. Don't back down, don't give up, and don't let fear hold you back. Embrace the challenge, see it as an opportunity to grow and to learn, and give it your all. You might be surprised at what you're capable of achieving. And, this could also be about standing up for what you believe in, about fighting for your rights, and about making a difference in the world. The Knight of Wands is a warrior, a champion, and a defender of justice. So, if you see something that is wrong, don't be afraid to speak up and to take action. Use your voice, use your talents, and use your energy to make the world a better place. The Knight of Wands is all about taking initiative and being proactive. He doesn't wait for things to happen, he makes them happen. So, don't sit around waiting for someone to give you permission or to tell you what to do. Take charge of your life, set your own goals, and start working towards them. The Knight of Wands is also about leadership and inspiration. He is a natural leader who inspires others to follow him. So, if you have a vision for the future, share it with others and inspire them to join you. Lead by example, be a role model, and show others what is possible. The Knight of Wands is also about confidence and self-belief. He believes in himself and his abilities, and he knows that he can achieve anything he sets his mind to. So, believe in yourself, Pile. Believe in your dreams, believe in your potential, and believe that you can achieve anything you set your mind to. And, one final thing about the Knight of Wands. He can sometimes be a bit of a show-off. He likes to be the center of attention, and he likes to impress others with his accomplishments. So, be mindful of this tendency and try not to let your ego get in the way. Remember that true success comes from within, not from external validation. So, the Knight of Wands is a powerful card, full of energy, passion, action, and adventure. He is inviting you to take action, to pursue your passions, to embrace new experiences, and to make your fiery declarations to the world. He's the key to unlocking that sun energy. But, and this is really important, remember to balance his energy with a little bit of caution and awareness. Don't be reckless, don't be impulsive, and don't forget to think about the consequences of your actions. With the Queen of Cups setting the emotional foundation, the Sun illuminating your path, and the Knight of Wands providing the energy and drive, you have everything you need to transform your life and to achieve your dreams. The Ruby Pyramid energy is really coming through here. It's all about transformation through passionate action and emotional awareness. Okay, wow, that was a lot. But I feel like we really covered a lot of ground. We went from the deep emotions of the Queen of Cups to the radiant joy of the Sun, and then we explored the fiery energy of the Knight of Wands. I'm so excited for you, Pile. I think you're on the verge of something amazing. What's next? Okay, wow, so after all that excitement, after the Queen of Cups, the Sun, and especially that Knight of Wands, we've got the Four of Swords. This is interesting. It's like the brakes are being pumped, It's not a bad card, not at all, but it's definitely a shift in energy. When I see the Four of Swords, I think of someone who needs to, take a break. Seriously, just chill out for a minute. You see this figure lying on a tomb, right? Or an altar, depending on the deck. And there are swords hanging above him, but he's not being attacked. It's more like he's in a protected space, a sanctuary. He's withdrawn from the world, taking time to rest and recuperate. So, the general meaning of this card is rest, recuperation, contemplation, solitude. It's about stepping away from the chaos of life and finding some peace and quiet. It's about recharging your batteries so you can come back stronger and more focused. It's about taking a mental break, clearing your head, and gaining some perspective. Because, let's be honest, after all that fiery declaration stuff, with that Ruby Pyramid energy pushing you forward, you probably need a break. You can't just keep going and going without stopping to refuel, So, how does this connect to the Queen of Cups, the Sun, and the Knight of Wands? Well, with the Queen of Cups, you were diving deep into your emotions, connecting with your intuition, and embracing your vulnerability. That's a lot of emotional work, right? It can be draining. So, the Four of Swords is saying, okay, you've done the emotional work. Now you need to integrate it. You need to process it. You need to give yourself time to heal. It's like you can't just feel all the feels and then keep running. You have to actually let those feelings settle, And then, With the sun, you were feeling all that joy and optimism, shining your light and expressing yourself authentically. That's amazing. But even joy can be exhausting if you're not careful. The sun is a powerful force, and it can burn you out if you don't take time to rest and recharge. So, the Four of Swords is saying, okay, you've basked in the sunlight. Now you need to find some shade. You need to protect yourself from overexposure. Like, you can't be happy all the time, you need to give yourself permission to just be. But it's the Knight of Wands connection that's really interesting. He's all about action, passion, and adventure. He's charging forward with enthusiasm and confidence, ready to take on the world. He doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want to rest. He wants to keep going and going and going, but the Four of Swords is like, whoa there, Knighty. You're going to burn yourself out if you don't slow down. It's like the universe is stepping in and saying, okay, you've got all this energy and drive, but you need to channel it wisely. You need to conserve it. You need to use it strategically. It's a reminder that sometimes the most productive thing you can do is nothing. Just stop, breathe, relax, let your mind clear. This could be a message about preventing burnout. You've been working so hard, pursuing your goals, expressing yourself, and making changes in your life. But you're starting to feel tired, overwhelmed, and maybe even a little bit stressed. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, you need to take a break before you crash and burn. It's like your body and your mind are telling you that they need some rest, and you need to listen to them. Don't ignore the warning signs. Don't push yourself too hard. Give yourself permission to slow down and recharge. This ruby pyramid energy is powerful, but even powerful things need to recharge. And okay, let's get practical again. What does this actually look like in your life? Well, maybe you've been feeling really anxious lately. Like your mind is racing, you can't shut off the thoughts, and you're constantly worrying about something. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, you need to find a way to calm your mind. Try meditation, yoga, or deep breathing exercises. Take a walk in nature, listen to calming music, or read a book. Do something that helps you to relax and to clear your head. It's like you need to create some space between you and your thoughts. You need to observe them without getting caught up in them. Or maybe you've been feeling physically exhausted. Like you're constantly tired, you don't have any energy, and you're struggling to get through the day. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, you need to get some rest. Go to bed earlier, take naps during the day, and avoid caffeine and alcohol. Eat healthy foods, drink plenty of water, and get some exercise. It's like you need to nourish your body and give it the fuel it needs to function properly. And you know what else? This could be a message about needing to set boundaries. You've been giving so much of your time and energy to others that you've neglected your own needs. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, you need to start saying no. You need to prioritize your own well-being and to protect your energy. Don't be afraid to disappoint people. It's okay to say no to requests that you don't have the time or energy for. It's okay to put yourself first. And one more thing about the Four of Swords. It's also about seeking professional help. If you're struggling with anxiety, depression, or any other mental health issue, the Four of Swords is saying, okay, you don't have to go through this alone. Reach out to a therapist, counselor, or psychiatrist. Talk to someone who can help you to process your emotions and to develop coping mechanisms. It's like you don't have to be ashamed to ask for help. It's a sign of strength, not weakness. Let's dive deeper, though, because the Four of Swords isn't just about taking a nap, right? It's about active rest. It's about consciously choosing to step away from the world in order to heal and recharge. It's not about laziness or avoidance. It's about making a strategic decision to prioritize your well-being. Like you're not just collapsing on the couch and binge-watching TV. You're creating a sacred space for yourself, a sanctuary where you can reconnect with your inner self. Think of it like this. You're a warrior, and you've just come back from a battle. You're tired, wounded, and emotionally drained. You need to take some time to heal your wounds, to replenish your strength, and to prepare yourself for the next battle. The Four of Swords is your tent in the woods, your safe space, where you can rest and recover. What kind of activities can you do during this time of rest and recuperation? Well, it really depends on what you need. Maybe you need to spend time alone, reading, writing, or meditating. Maybe you need to connect with nature, going for walks in the woods or sitting by the ocean. Maybe you need to express yourself creatively, painting, drawing, or playing music. The key is to do something that brings you joy and helps you to relax. It's about nurturing your soul, filling your cup, and reminding yourself of what's truly important in life. This could also be a time for reflection, to look back on your journey, to assess your progress, and to identify any areas where you need to make changes. What have you learned from your experiences? What are you grateful for? What do you want to change about your life? This is a time to get clear on your goals, your values, and your priorities. It's a time to align your actions with your intentions. And the transformative energy of the Ruby Pyramid can help you gain clarity and insight during this period of reflection. And, this isn't just about physical or mental rest. It's also about spiritual rest. It's about connecting with something larger than yourself, something that gives you a sense of purpose and meaning. Maybe this means praying, meditating, or spending time in nature. Maybe it means volunteering, helping others, or contributing to a cause you believe in. It's about finding a way to connect with your soul and to remember why you're here. Okay, let's get even more specific. Let's say you're feeling overwhelmed by your to-do list. You have so many things to do and you don't know where to start. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, take a break from the to-do list. Step away from the chaos. Give yourself some space to breathe. Instead of trying to tackle everything at once, focus on one thing at a time. Break down your tasks into smaller, more manageable steps. And don't be afraid to ask for help. Delegate tasks to others or hire someone to assist you. Or maybe you're feeling stuck in a rut. You're doing the same things every day and you're not feeling challenged or fulfilled. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, take a break from your routine. Step outside of your comfort zone. Try something new. Take a class, learn a new skill, or travel to a new place. Do something that excites you and that challenges you to grow. It's about expanding your horizons and opening yourself up to new possibilities. And what if you're feeling disconnected from your loved ones? You're so busy with work and other commitments that you haven't had time to spend with the people who matter most to you. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, take a break from your busy schedule. Make time for your loved ones. Reconnect with the people who bring you joy. Plan a date night, have a family dinner, or go on a weekend getaway. It's about prioritizing your relationships and nurturing the bonds that connect you to others. And it's important to remember that the Four of Swords isn't a permanent state. It's a temporary pause, a time to recharge and to prepare for what's to come. You're not meant to stay in this state of rest forever. You're meant to eventually emerge from your sanctuary, refreshed, revitalized, and ready to take on the world. Think of it like a hibernation. A bear goes into hibernation to conserve energy during the winter months. It sleeps for a long period of time, relying on its stored fat reserves to survive. When spring arrives, the bear emerges from its den, leaner, stronger, and ready to hunt and to mate. The Four of Swords is your hibernation. It's a time to conserve your energy, to heal your wounds, and to prepare yourself for the challenges that lie ahead. But, and this is really important, don't use the Four of Swords as an excuse to avoid your responsibilities. Don't use it as a way to escape from your problems. The Four of Swords is meant to be a temporary pause, not a permanent solution. You can't just hide away from the world forever. You have to eventually face your challenges and to take action to create the life you desire. How do you know when it's time to emerge from your sanctuary? How do you know when you're ready to leave the Four of Swords behind? Well, you'll know it when you feel a sense of renewed energy and motivation. When you feel clear-headed and focused. When you feel inspired and ready to take on new challenges. It's like you'll feel a sense of inner knowing that it's time to move forward. And when that time comes, don't be afraid to step back into the world. Don't be afraid to embrace your passions, to express yourself authentically, and to make your fiery declarations. You've taken the time to rest and to recharge. Now it's time to shine your light and to make a difference in the world. Remember the Queen of Cups, the Sun, and the Knight of Wands? You still have all of that energy within you. The Four of Swords hasn't taken it away. It's simply helped you to channel it more effectively. You're now more emotionally grounded, more joyful, and more driven than ever before. You're ready to take on the world with confidence and enthusiasm. And don't forget the ruby pyramid energy. The Four of Swords has helped you to transform your understanding of rest and recuperation. You now see it as a necessary part of your journey, not as a sign of weakness. You understand that taking time to care for yourself is essential for your well-being and for your success. So, yeah, the Four of Swords is a powerful card, full of wisdom and guidance. It's inviting you to take a break, to rest, to recuperate, and to reflect. It's reminding you that sometimes the most productive thing you can do is nothing. It's encouraging you to prioritize your well-being and to create a sacred space for yourself. And it's preparing you for the next chapter of your journey, whatever that may be. It also feels like this Four of Swords is giving you the space to really integrate the lessons from the Queen of Cups, the Sun, and the Knight of Wands. It's like all that energy was a lot to take in, and now you have the chance to really let it sink in and become a part of you. You're not just rushing forward blindly, you're actually absorbing and understanding what you've learned. Think of it like learning a new language. You can't just cram all the vocabulary and grammar into your head and expect to be fluent. You need to take time to practice, to reflect on what you've learned, and to integrate it into your everyday life. The Four of Swords is your language immersion program, giving you the space and time you need to truly master the lessons of the previous cards. And this is especially important with that Knight of Wands energy. He's so impulsive and action-oriented that he can easily miss important details. The Four of Swords is helping you to slow down and pay attention to those details. It's like you're not just running headfirst into the fire, you're actually looking around and making sure you know where you're going. Let's say you're planning a big trip. The Knight of Wands would just pack his bags and go, without doing any research or making any reservations. The Four of Swords would say, okay, hold on a second. Let's take some time to plan this out. Let's research the best places to stay, the best things to do, and the best ways to get around. It's about being more intentional and mindful about your actions. Or maybe you're starting a new business. The Knight of Wands would just jump right in without doing any market research or writing a business plan. The Four of Swords would say, okay, let's take some time to think this through. Let's analyze the market, identify our target audience, and develop a solid business strategy. It's about being more strategic and thoughtful about your approach. And this applies to your emotional life as well. The Queen of Cups can be so empathetic and compassionate that she sometimes forgets to take care of herself. The Four of Swords is reminding you to prioritize your own well-being and to set boundaries with others. It's about protecting your energy and making sure you're not giving too much of yourself away. It's like you're not just a bottomless well of love and compassion. You need to replenish your own well from time to time. You need to take time to nurture yourself and to fill your own cup. And that's what the Four of Swords is all about. It's about giving yourself permission to be still, to be quiet, and to be present with yourself. It's a chance to really understand what's been going on and what is about to happen. Okay, wow, that was a lot. But I feel like it was important to really emphasize the importance of rest and recuperation, especially after all that fiery energy from the previous cards. We've gone from the deep emotions of the Queen of Cups to the radiant joy of the Sun, the passionate action of the Knight of Wands, and now the quiet stillness of the Four of Swords. What's next? What's this rest preparing you for? I have no idea, but I'm super excited to find out. Okay, wow. So, after that much-needed break with the Four of Swords, we're pulling the Queen of Wands. Okay, this is getting interesting. This could be where you actually shine after having taken the time to reconnect with yourself. The Queen of Wands is like the embodiment of fiery feminine energy, you know. She is confident, passionate, independent, and just radiates this incredible zest for life. When I see the Queen of Wands, I think of someone who is not afraid to be herself, someone who embraces her individuality, someone who just owns who she is and what she is. I mean, she's sitting on her throne, holding a sunflower, right? Symbol of joy, positivity, and warmth. And she's got that wand in her hand, which is all about action and creativity and making things happen. So, the Queen of Wands, she knows what she wants, and she knows how to get it. She is a natural leader, but she leads with inspiration and enthusiasm, not with force or intimidation. And like okay, the big question is, how does this connect to the previous cards? Especially after that Four of Swords energy, right? Well, I think the Four of Swords was a necessary pause, a time to recharge your batteries, so that you could step into this Queen of Wands energy with full force. It's like, you can't be a confident, passionate leader if you're exhausted and burned out, right? You need to take that time to rest, to reconnect with yourself, so that you can come back stronger and more focused. Think of it this way. The Queen of Cups helped you connect with your emotions and your intuition. The Sun brought you joy and optimism. The Knight of Wands ignited your passions and your drive. But the Four of Swords gave you the space to integrate all of those energies, to process them, and to make them your own. And now, the Queen of Wands is here to help you express those energies in a powerful and authentic way. You know, she's a fire sign, she's a leader, and she's vibrant. What does this actually mean for you, Pile? Well, I think it means that you're ready to step into your power, to embrace your leadership potential, and to pursue your goals with confidence and enthusiasm. You've done the inner work. You've connected with your emotions, you've found your joy, you've ignited your passions, and you've taken the time to rest and recharge. Now, it's time to put all of that into action. The Queen of Wands isn't just about feeling good, she's about doing good. So, what are you passionate about? What do you want to create in the world? How can you use your talents and your skills to make a difference? The Queen of Wands is urging you to step up and to take charge. Don't be afraid to be bold, to be confident, and to be yourself. The world needs your light, your passion, and your unique perspective. So, shine bright, Pile. Don't let anyone dim your sparkle. This Queen of Wands energy can manifest in so many different ways. Maybe you're ready to start a new business, to launch a creative project, or to take on a leadership role at work. Or maybe you're ready to step up in your personal life, to set boundaries, to pursue your passions, and to create a life that truly reflects who you are. Whatever it is, the Queen of Wands is here to support you and to guide you. She is a reminder that you are capable of anything you set your mind to. You have the power, the passion, and the confidence to achieve your dreams. So, go for it, Pile. Don't let anything hold you back. Okay, let's talk about the fiery declarations theme again. I think the Queen of Wands is the perfect embodiment of that theme. She is not afraid to express herself, to speak her mind, and to stand up for what she believes in. She is a powerful advocate for her own needs and for the needs of others. So, how can you make your own fiery declarations? How can you use your voice to make a difference in the world? Maybe you're ready to speak out against injustice, to advocate for a cause you believe in, or to share your story with others. Or maybe you're ready to express your creativity, to share your art, your music, or your writing with the world. Whatever it is, the Queen of Wands is encouraging you to use your voice to make a positive impact. Don't be afraid to be bold, to be authentic, and to be yourself. Your voice matters, and the world needs to hear it. And you are ready to be heard. And okay, let's connect this back to the Ruby Pyramid and its transformative energy. I think the Queen of Wands is all about transforming your self-image, is about transforming what you think is possible, to become someone that is confident and that is passionate. It's about believing in yourself, in your abilities, and in your potential. It's about recognizing your own worth and value. And it's about stepping into your power and using it to create the life you desire. The Ruby Pyramid is helping you to see yourself in a new light, to recognize your own strength and resilience, and to embrace your unique gifts. It's helping you to transform your fears into courage, your doubts into confidence, and your limitations into possibilities. The Queen of Wands is like the ultimate manifestation of that transformative energy. She is a living embodiment of self-love, self-acceptance, and self-empowerment. She is a reminder that you are worthy of love, worthy of success, and worthy of happiness. So, embrace your inner Queen of Wands, Pile. Let her guide you, let her inspire you, and let her empower you to create the life of your dreams. And the next card may bring a king, someone who is looking for their queen. Let's get practical again. What are some specific things you can do to embody the Queen of Wands energy in your daily life? Well, first of all, I think it's important to start by taking care of yourself. The Queen of Wands knows that she can't pour from an empty cup. She prioritizes her own well-being, she makes time for self-care, and she surrounds herself with people who love and support her. So make sure you're getting enough sleep, eating healthy foods, exercising regularly, and doing things that bring you joy. And okay, that sounds basic, but how many of us actually do those things consistently, right? Secondly, I think it's important to set boundaries. The Queen of Wands knows her worth, and she doesn't let anyone take advantage of her. She sets clear boundaries, she says no when she needs to, and she protects her energy. So, be honest with yourself about what you're willing to tolerate, and don't be afraid to say no to requests that drain you or that don't align with your values. Thirdly, I think it's important to express your creativity. The Queen of Wands is a creative force. She loves to express herself through art, music, writing, dance, or any other form of creative expression. So, find a way to tap into your own creativity. Take a class, join a group, or simply set aside some time each day to do something that allows you to express yourself. Fourthly, I think it's important to take action. The Queen of Wands is not afraid to take risks, to try new things, or to step outside of her comfort zone. She is a doer, not just a dreamer. So, identify one small step you can take towards your goals and take it today. Don't wait for the perfect moment, just start moving forward. And finally, I think it's important to celebrate your successes. The Queen of Wands knows that she deserves to be celebrated. She acknowledges her accomplishments, she rewards herself for her hard work, and she shares her joy with others. So, take time to celebrate your wins, no matter how small. Acknowledge your progress, reward yourself for your efforts, and share your joy with the people you love. Remember, the Queen of Wands is not about perfection, she is about progress. She is about embracing your imperfections, learning from your mistakes, and growing into the best version of yourself. So, don't be afraid to stumble, to fall, or to make mistakes. Just get back up, dust yourself off, and keep moving forward. You are capable of amazing things, Pile. Believe in yourself, and the world will believe in you too. Let's dive a little deeper into that whole self-care thing. I think it's really important to emphasize that self-care is not selfish, it is essential. You can't be a good partner, a good friend, a good parent, or a good leader if you're not taking care of yourself. Self-care is about replenishing your energy, nourishing your soul, and reminding yourself that you are worthy of love and attention. The Queen of Wands knows that she needs to take care of herself in order to be effective in the world. She sets aside time for herself each day, whether it's for meditation, yoga, reading, or simply taking a long bath. She also makes sure to surround herself with people who lift her up and support her. So, what does self-care look like for you, Pile? What activities bring you joy, help you to relax, and remind you of your own worth? Make a list of those activities, and then commit to doing at least one of them each day. It could be as simple as taking a few deep breaths, listening to your favorite song, or writing in a gratitude journal. The key is to make self-care a priority, not an afterthought. And okay, let's talk about that whole setting boundaries thing again. I think this is especially important for empaths and for people who are natural caregivers. You have a tendency to put other people's needs before your own, and you can easily get drained by taking on too much. The Queen of Wands is a master of setting boundaries. She knows that she can't help others if she's not taking care of herself. She sets clear limits on what she's willing to do, and she doesn't let anyone guilt her into doing more than she can handle. So, how can you set better boundaries in your life, Pile? Well, first of all, I think it's important to get clear on your own values and priorities. What's truly important to you? What are you willing to compromise on, and what are you not willing to compromise on? Once you know your own values, it's easier to set boundaries that align with them. Secondly, I think it's important to learn how to say no. This can be difficult, especially if you're a people pleaser, but it's essential to protect your energy and to prioritize your own well-being. Practice saying no in a polite but firm way. You don't need to give a long explanation, just say no, thank you. Thirdly, I think it's important to be assertive. Don't be afraid to speak up for yourself, to express your needs, and to ask for what you want. You have a right to be heard, and your needs are just as important as anyone else's. The key is to be assertive without being aggressive. Express your needs in a clear, calm, and respectful way. And finally, I think it's important to enforce your boundaries. Setting boundaries is one thing, but enforcing them is another. If someone crosses your boundaries, you need to be willing to take action to protect yourself. This might mean ending a relationship, limiting contact with someone, or simply removing yourself from a situation. Remember, setting boundaries is not about being mean or selfish. It's about protecting your energy, prioritizing your well-being, and creating a life that is aligned with your values. The Queen of Wands knows that she needs to set boundaries in order to thrive, and you can too. Let's get back to that whole creativity thing. I think everyone is creative in their own way, but sometimes we get disconnected from our creativity. We get caught up in our responsibilities, our worries, and our fears, and we forget how to play. The Queen of Wands is a reminder that creativity is essential for our well-being. It helps us to express our emotions, to connect with our inner selves, and to find joy in the world. It also helps us to solve problems, to generate new ideas, and to create a better future. So, how can you reconnect with your creativity, Pyle? Well, first of all, I think it's important to give yourself permission to play. Set aside some time each day to do something that brings you joy, whether it's painting, writing, dancing, or simply doodling in a notebook. Don't worry about being good at it, just focus on having fun. Secondly, I think it's important to try new things. Step outside of your comfort zone and explore different forms of creative expression. Take a class, join a group, or simply experiment with different materials. You might discover a hidden talent or a new passion. Thirdly, I think it's important to surround yourself with inspiration. Visit museums, attend concerts, read books, or watch movies that inspire you. Surround yourself with beauty and with ideas that spark your imagination. And finally, I think it's important to share your creativity with others. Don't be afraid to show your work, to perform your music, or to share your writing with the world. You never know who you might inspire. Remember, creativity is not a luxury, it is a necessity. It helps us to connect with our inner selves, to express our emotions, and to find joy in the world. The Queen of Wands knows that creativity is essential for her well-being, and it is for yours too. Okay, let's go back to how the Knight of Wands connects to all this. I think the Knight of Wands energy coming before this card is extremely significant. I mean, he's all about charging forward, taking action, and pursuing your passions with reckless abandon. But, as we saw with the Four of Swords, sometimes that can lead to burnout. The Queen of Wands, on the other hand, is more balanced. She is still passionate and driven, but she is also more grounded and centered. She knows how to harness her energy and to use it effectively. She doesn't just charge forward blindly. She plans her moves and she takes calculated risks. So, how can you integrate the Knight of Wands energy with the Queen of Wands energy, Pyle? Well, I think it's about finding a balance between action and reflection. It's about being both passionate and practical. It's about pursuing your goals with enthusiasm, but also taking the time to rest and recharge. Think of it like this. The Knight of Wands is the gas pedal, and the Queen of Wands is the steering wheel. You need both in order to get where you're going. You need the Knight of Wands energy to get you moving, but you need the Queen of Wands energy to keep you on track. So don't be afraid to embrace your inner Knight of Wands, to take action, to pursue your passions, and to step outside of your comfort zone. But also remember to channel your inner Queen of Wands, to be mindful, to be strategic, and to take care of yourself. When you can balance these two energies, you become unstoppable. One more thing about the Queen of Wands. She is also a very sensual woman. She enjoys the pleasures of the body, she is connected to her sexuality, and she is not afraid to express her desires. So, how can you embrace your own sensuality, Pyle? Well, first of all, I think it's important to connect with your body. Pay attention to how you feel, what you like, and what you don't like. Take time to explore your body, to touch yourself, and to discover what brings you pleasure. Secondly, I think it's important to embrace your sexuality. Don't be ashamed of your desires, and don't let anyone tell you that you should feel differently. Your sexuality is a beautiful and natural part of who you are. Thirdly, I think it's important to express your desires. Don't be afraid to tell your partner what you want, and don't be afraid to experiment with different things. Communication is key to a healthy and fulfilling sex life. And finally, I think it's important to honor your boundaries. Your body is your own, and you have the right to say no to anything that doesn't feel good to you. Don't let anyone pressure you into doing something you don't want to do. Remember, sensuality is about connecting with your body, embracing your sexuality, and expressing your desires. The Queen of Wands knows that sensuality is an important part of her well-being, and it is for yours too. This can also be a time to explore how you can connect with your sexuality, pile. Okay, wow, that was a lot. But I feel like we really dove deep into the Queen of Wands energy and how it connects to all of the previous cards. We've gone from the deep emotions of the Queen of Cups to the radiant joy of the Sun, the passionate action of the Knight of Wands, the quiet stillness of the Four of Swords, and now the fiery confidence of the Queen of Wands. I'm so excited to see what the final card has in store for you. What's the overall message here? What is this all leading to? I'm so curious. What's the very next thing on the path? Okay, wow, okay. So after all that Queen of Wands energy, like bam, the Tower. Okay, so let's just be real, the Tower is like the scariest card in the deck for some people. It's not all bad, but it definitely is a shock to the system, right? You see that Tower being struck by lightning, people falling out, it's chaos, it's upheaval, it's sudden change. It's like everything you thought you knew is just being, ripped away from you. So generally, the Tower represents, sudden and unexpected change, destruction of old structures, and, a necessary collapse for ultimate rebuilding, you know? It's like the universe is stepping in and saying, okay, this isn't working anymore, we need to tear it all down and start over. And that can be really scary, but it can also be really liberating. Because sometimes, you're holding on to things that are holding you back, and you don't even realize it until they're gone. This could very much be like the deadly beauty of the blue-ringed octopus being a threat to your reality. You may have to completely obliterate what you have come to know. Okay, how does this connect to everything we've been talking about? Especially that Queen of Wands energy. It's almost like too much confidence can lead to a fall, right? Or maybe the universe is testing your strength, seeing if you can handle a major upheaval and still come out on top, with you embracing being the queen and moving forward. And remember that ruby pyramid and its transformative energy? Well, the Tower is the ultimate transformation card, right? It's about completely changing your life, your perspective, your everything. It's like burning it all down to rise from the ashes. It feels like that pyramid is getting ready to do its work to completely transform your path and your goals. So this is going to be a huge change, and you need to pay attention. But okay, let's not freak out yet, right? Because the Tower doesn't always mean something bad is going to happen. It can also mean that something that was built on a shaky foundation is finally crumbling, and that's actually a good thing, you know. Like maybe you've been in a relationship that wasn't working, or a job that was soul-crushing, or a situation that was just toxic. The Tower could be the universe saying, okay, it's time to let this go. It's a clearing of the path, so it's making way for something better, something more aligned with your true self. And remember, fiery declarations. Maybe this Tower moment is a result of a fiery declaration you made. Or maybe it's a fiery declaration that's being made to you, something that completely shakes you to your core. Maybe you burned a bridge, or maybe someone burned one for you. With this ruby pyramid, it has to be a change that is going to make you better. Okay, so let's dive a little deeper into the potential interpretations here, because the Tower can manifest in so many different ways. It could be an external event, like a job loss, a breakup, a financial crisis, or even a natural disaster. Something that just comes out of nowhere and completely throws you for a loop. Or it could be an internal shift, like a sudden realization, a change in perspective, or a spiritual awakening. Something that changes the way you see the world and yourself. This could very much be that something is changing from within you, and your perspective is changing. If that is the case, lean into it. Listen to your heart and lean into your intuition. It knows what to do. And sometimes the Tower is about facing your fears. It's about confronting the things that you've been avoiding or denying for a long time. It's about tearing down the walls that you've built around yourself and letting your true self shine through. This can be a really painful process, but it's also incredibly liberating. Because once you face your fears, they no longer have power over you. I want you to sit with that. It is a scary thing, but so real. Okay, let's think about those fiery declarations again. Could the tower be a result of you finally speaking your truth? Maybe you've been holding back for so long, afraid of what people would think, afraid of rocking the boat. But finally, you just couldn't take it anymore, and you let it all out. And that caused a major upheaval in your life. Like, maybe you told your boss you couldn't stand your job, told your partner you wanted a divorce, told your family you couldn't live the life they want you to. Those are big declarations that have big results. Or maybe someone else made a fiery declaration to you. Maybe your boss fired you, your partner left you, or your family disowned you. That would definitely be a tower moment, right? But even in those situations, it's important to remember that the tower is ultimately about growth and transformation. It's about clearing the way for something better, even if it doesn't feel like it at the time. And, sometimes the tower is about karma. It's about reaping what you sow. If you've been living your life in a way that's not aligned with your values, if you've been hurting others, or if you've been making bad decisions, the tower could be a wake-up call, a consequence of your actions. But even in those situations, it's important to take responsibility for your mistakes and to learn from them. The tower can be a chance to start fresh, to make amends, and to create a better future. You need to make a change and start doing things differently. Okay, but let's get back to the Queen of Wands for a second, because that connection is really bugging me. She's so confident, so passionate, so in control. How does the tower fit into that picture? Well, maybe the tower is a reminder that even the most confident people can experience setbacks and challenges. Maybe it's a test of your resilience, a chance to prove that you can handle anything life throws your way. Maybe you are being set back to test your strength and courage. Maybe you are being tested. Or, you know what else? Maybe the Queen of Wands' confidence has turned into arrogance. Maybe you've become so sure of yourself that you're not listening to others, you're not considering the consequences of your actions, and you're making decisions based on ego rather than wisdom. The tower could be a humbling experience, a reminder that you're not always right, and that you need to be open to feedback and to learn from your mistakes. And okay, this is a little harsh, but maybe the Queen of Wands has become a bit of a bully. Maybe you're using your power and influence to manipulate others, to get your way, or to control situations. The tower could be a karmic consequence of that behavior, a reminder that you can't always get what you want, and that you need to treat others with respect and compassion. Someone is watching you, make sure you don't make mistakes that could cost you down the line. Okay, let's connect the tower to each of the previous cards, one by one, because I think that will give us a clearer picture of what's going on here. So first, the Queen of Cups. She represents emotions, intuition, and compassion. How does the tower affect that? Well, maybe the tower is shaking up your emotional foundation. Maybe you're experiencing a lot of intense emotions, like fear, anger, sadness, or grief. Maybe you're feeling lost, confused, and disconnected from your intuition. It's like the rug has been pulled out from under you, and you don't know where to turn. This is a test of your emotional resilience. The Queen of Cups energy can help you get through this, as long as you lean into it. Or maybe the tower is forcing you to confront some deep-seated emotional issues that you've been avoiding for a long time. Maybe you're realizing that you've been holding onto a lot of pain, resentment, or trauma, and that it's time to let it go. This can be a really difficult process, but it's also incredibly healing. Because once you release those old emotions, you create space for new ones to come in. And, maybe the tower is showing you that your intuition has been leading you astray. Maybe you've been trusting the wrong people, making the wrong decisions, or following a path that's not right for you. The tower is a wake-up call, a reminder that you need to listen to your inner voice and to trust your own instincts. Okay, next, the Sun. It represents joy, optimism, and success. How does the tower affect that? Well, maybe the tower is shattering your illusions. Maybe you've been living in a fantasy world, believing that everything is perfect and that nothing can go wrong. The tower is a reality check, a reminder that life is not always sunshine and rainbows. life is not always good. Or maybe the tower is showing you that your success has been built on a shaky foundation. Maybe you've been cutting corners, compromising your values, or neglecting your relationships in order to achieve your goals. The tower is a reminder that true success is not just about money or fame, it's about living a life that's aligned with your values, and that brings you joy and fulfillment. True success is more about being happy with the things you are doing. And, maybe the tower is forcing you to let go of your expectations. Maybe you've been holding onto a certain image of how your life should be, and you're refusing to accept anything less. The tower is a reminder that life is unpredictable, and that you need to be open to new possibilities and to unexpected detours. All right, let's move on to the Knight of Wands. He represents action, passion, and adventure. How does the tower affect that? Well, maybe the tower is a consequence of your recklessness. Maybe you've been acting impulsively, taking risks without considering the consequences or ignoring the advice of others. The tower is a reminder that you need to be more thoughtful and deliberate in your actions, and that you need to be aware of the potential risks involved. Slow down. Or maybe the tower is showing you that your passions have been misdirected. Maybe you've been pursuing goals that are not truly aligned with your values, or maybe you've been using your energy in a way that's not productive or fulfilling. The tower is a reminder that you need to be clear about your intentions and to make sure that your actions are aligned with your values. Make sure that you are doing things for the right reason. And, maybe the tower is forcing you to slow down and to reassess your priorities. Maybe you've been so focused on achieving your goals that you've neglected other important areas of your life, like your relationships, your health, or your spiritual well-being. The tower is a reminder that you need to find a balance between action and rest, and that you need to prioritize the things that truly matter to you. You need to prioritize what is really important to you. Okay, let's talk about the Four of Swords. It represents rest, contemplation, and solitude. How does the tower affect that? Well, maybe the tower is showing you that you haven't been taking enough time for yourself. Maybe you've been so busy with work, with family, or with other commitments that you've neglected your own needs. The tower is a reminder that you need to prioritize self-care and to make time for rest and relaxation. Maybe you didn't take the rest you needed, and that is why you are where you are now. Or maybe the tower is disrupting your peace and quiet. Maybe you've been trying to avoid conflict or to escape from your problems by retreating into solitude. The tower is a wake-up call, a reminder that you need to face your challenges head-on and to deal with your problems rather than avoiding them. You need to face your responsibilities and do what you need to do. And maybe the tower is forcing you to confront some difficult truths about yourself or about your life. Maybe you've been avoiding certain issues, denying certain feelings, or clinging to certain beliefs that are no longer serving you. The tower is a chance to clear out the old and to make way for the new. It is time for a reset. Finally, let's get back to the Queen of Wands. We've talked about her a lot already, but let's really dig in here. How does the tower affect her? Well, maybe the tower is challenging her confidence. Maybe she's realizing that she's not as strong or as capable as she thought she was. This can be a really humbling experience, but it can also be an opportunity for growth. Because when you realize that you're not perfect, you become more open to learning and to growing. No one is perfect. Or maybe the tower is forcing her to let go of control. Maybe she's been trying to control every aspect of her life, and she's realizing that she can't. The tower is a reminder that life is unpredictable, and that you need to be able to adapt to change and to go with the flow. This is your time to adapt. Can you? And maybe the tower is showing her that she needs to be more compassionate and empathetic. Maybe she's been so focused on achieving her own goals that she's neglected the needs of others. The tower is a reminder that you need to treat others with kindness and respect, and that you need to be aware of the impact of your actions on those around you. Watch out, because this could be a warning for you. Okay, what do you do with all of this? How do you navigate this tower moment? What's the practical advice here, Pyle? Well, first of all, I think it's important to remember that this is temporary. The tower is not a permanent state. It's a period of upheaval and change, but it will eventually pass. You will get through this. Secondly, I think it's important to allow yourself to feel your emotions. Don't try to suppress them or to pretend that everything is okay. It's okay to be scared, angry, sad, or confused. Just allow yourself to feel those emotions without judgment and know that they will eventually subside. Lean into the feeling, good or bad. Thirdly, I think it's important to take care of yourself. This is not the time to neglect your needs. Make sure you're getting enough sleep, eating healthy foods, exercising regularly, and spending time with people who love and support you. Do the Queen of Wands thing and put yourself first. Fourthly, I think it's important to be patient. Don't expect to have all the answers right away. It takes time to process a major upheaval and to figure out what to do next. Be patient with yourself and allow yourself to heal and to grow at your own pace. Take your time. And most importantly, learn what you need to. Fifthly, I think it's important to be open to new possibilities. The Tower is clearing the way for something new to come into your life. Be open to those possibilities and don't be afraid to try new things. You never know what amazing opportunities might be waiting for you. Look at the opportunities, don't run from them. And finally, I think it's important to remember that you are strong and resilient. You've gotten through difficult times before, and you can get through this too. Believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and know that you have the power to create a better future. You can do this, pile. And remember that ruby pyramid energy. This Tower moment, as scary and disruptive as it may seem, is ultimately about transformation. It's about breaking down old structures and creating space for something new and better to emerge. Trust that the universe has a plan for you, and that this upheaval is ultimately for your highest good. Lean into the ruby pyramid and transform with it. Okay, wow, that was a lot to unpack, but I feel like we really covered a lot of ground with the Tower. We talked about the general meaning of the card, the potential interpretations, the connections to the previous cards, and the practical advice for navigating this challenging time. I can see where you're scared, but I can also see where you can grow. So, where does this leave us? With everything we've discussed so far, from the Queen of Cups, the Sun, the Knight of Wands, the Four of Swords, the Queen of Wands, and now the Tower. What's the bigger picture here? What's the ultimate message? I have no idea, but I'm so incredibly excited to see what the final card reveals. It's going to be huge, I can feel it. What's the next step on this wild ride? Okay, wow, okay. So after all that, after the Tower moment, after everything just got shaken up, we have the King of Wands. Oh my gosh, this is so interesting. You know, the King of Wands, he's like a totally different kind of energy than the Queen. He's still fire, still passion, but he's more about leadership, vision, and really taking charge. When I see the King of Wands, I think of someone who is confident, charismatic, and totally knows what he wants, and he is going to get it, you know? He's not afraid to take risks, he's not afraid to be bold, and he's not afraid to lead the charge. He's sitting on his throne, holding that wand, looking powerful, basically. But he's not just about power for the sake of power, you know? He's about using his influence to inspire others, to create positive change, and to build a better future. He's a visionary, a leader, and a total boss. But he can also be a little bit, a little bit stubborn, a little bit arrogant, a little bit my way or the highway, you know. So it's a powerful energy, but it's important to use it wisely. It's not as bad or evil as a blue-ringed octopus, but you need to know what you're doing. Okay, so the big question, right? How does this King of Wands fit in after the Tower? I mean, the Tower just blew everything up. So is the King of Wands coming in to help you rebuild? Is he the architect of the new structure? Or is he part of the problem, you know? Was his leadership style, his arrogance maybe, a contributing factor to the Tower moment? Oh my gosh, okay, so many possibilities. It's hard to see what is going to happen. And how do you come back from a place so low? And how do you start something new? So let's think about it. Okay, so let's say the Tower was a result of external forces, right? Something that was totally out of your control. In that case, the King of Wands could be a total savior figure, you know? Someone who steps in to help you pick up the pieces, to offer guidance, to provide support, and to help you rebuild your life. He could be a mentor, a leader, or just a really good friend who's there for you in your time of need. He could be someone who inspires you to get back on your feet, to believe in yourself again, and to start moving forward. He could be a really good person to keep around, I think. Or, you know what else? The King of Wands could represent your own inner strength, your own ability to lead yourself through this crisis. Maybe the Tower shook you up, but it also revealed your inner power, your resilience, and your determination to, create a better future for yourself. Maybe it's up to you to realize that you are the king. Maybe, deep down, you are the King of Wands, you know. You have the vision, the passion, and the leadership skills to, overcome any obstacle and to create the life you desire. You need to harness that to really show who you are meant to be. But okay, what if the Tower was a result of, internal factors, right? Something that you did or something that you were responsible for? Oh my gosh, this gets a little trickier, right? In that case, the King of Wands could represent, the very qualities that led to the Tower moment in the first place, you know? Maybe your arrogance, your stubbornness, or your my way or the highway attitude contributed to the collapse. Or if you truly are the octopus. In that case, the Tower could be a reminder that you need to, check yourself, to be more humble, to listen to others, and to be more mindful of the impact of your actions. It's like the Tower is saying, okay, your leadership style isn't working. You need to try something different. I think that is something to think about too. Because you have the ability to lead many people, but you need to lead in the right way. Maybe, the King of Wands is a warning, you know? A reminder that you need to be careful not to let your ego get in the way, and that you need to be open to feedback and to change. It's like the Tower is saying, okay, you're on the wrong path. You need to course correct before you cause any more damage. So, which one is it, Pyle? Is the King of Wands your savior, or is he your downfall? Is he helping you rebuild, or is he part of the problem? Oh my gosh, it's so hard to know. It really depends on the specific circumstances of your situation and on your own interpretation of the Tower. But honestly, I think it's probably a little bit of both, you know. I think the King of Wands has the potential to be a really positive force in your life, but only if you're willing to learn from your mistakes and to use his energy wisely. I think there is an underlying tone of karma that you may be facing soon. It's like you need to embrace the positive aspects of the King of Wands, his vision, his passion, his leadership, but you also need to be aware of his potential downsides, his arrogance, his stubbornness, his my way or the highway attitude. And that is all easier said than done. Okay, so, let's connect this back to the previous cards, one by one, just like we did with the Tower. I think that will help us to get a clearer picture of what's going on here. So, first, the Queen of Cups. She represents emotions, intuition, and compassion. How does the King of Wands interact with that? Well, maybe the King of Wands is helping you to balance your emotions with your intellect, you know? The Queen of Cups can be a little bit too emotional sometimes, a little bit too sensitive. The King of Wands can help you to, ground those emotions, to think more logically, and to make decisions based on reason rather than just feeling. This could be a great counterbalance. Or maybe the King of Wands is challenging you to be more assertive and to stand up for your own needs. The Queen of Cups can be a little bit too passive sometimes, a little bit too willing to sacrifice her own happiness for the sake of others. The King of Wands can help you to, find your voice, to express your opinions, and to fight for what you believe in. You need to make sure you take what you need. And maybe the King of Wands is reminding you that it's okay to be strong and confident even when you're feeling vulnerable. The Queen of Cups can sometimes be afraid to show her strength, afraid of being judged or rejected. The King of Wands can help you to, embrace your power, to own your worth, and to know that you are capable of anything you set your mind to. It is really up to you. Okay, next, the Sun. It represents joy, optimism, and success. How does the King of Wands interact with that? Well, maybe the King of Wands is helping you to turn your joy into action, you know? The Sun can be a little bit too passive sometimes, a little bit too content with just basking in the sunshine. The King of Wands can help you to, take that joy and use it to create something amazing, to make a difference in the world, and to achieve your goals. He can help you make a big change, or maybe the King of Wands is challenging you to share your joy with others. The Sun can sometimes be a little bit self-centered, a little bit too focused on its own happiness. The King of Wands can help you to, spread your light, to inspire others. and to create a more joyful and positive world for everyone. Spreading that joy is important. And, maybe the King of Wands is reminding you that success is not just about money or fame. It's about living a life that's aligned with your values, and that brings you joy and fulfillment. The Sun can sometimes be a little bit too materialistic, a little bit too focused on external validation. The King of Wands can help you to, define success on your own terms and to pursue goals that are truly meaningful to you. So make sure you are finding the things you love. All right, let's move on to the Knight of Wands. He represents action, passion, and adventure. How does the King of Wands interact with that? Well, maybe the King of Wands is helping you to channel your passion in a more productive way, The Knight of Wands can be a little bit too impulsive sometimes, a little bit too reckless. The King of Wands can help you to, focus your energy, to plan your moves, and to make decisions based on strategy rather than just impulse. Having someone help you focus your energy is key. Or maybe the King of Wands is challenging you to take responsibility for your actions. The Knight of Wands can sometimes be a little bit irresponsible, a little bit too quick to blame others for his mistakes. The King of Wands can help you to, own your choices, to learn from your failures, and to take accountability for the consequences of your actions. Don't blame others, you need to take responsibility. And, maybe the King of Wands is reminding you that adventure is not just about taking risks. It's about exploring new possibilities and expanding your horizons. The Knight of Wands can sometimes be a little bit narrow-minded, a little bit too focused on his own goals. The King of Wands can help you to, open your mind, to embrace new experiences, and to see the world from a different perspective. Okay, let's talk about the Four of Swords. It represents rest, contemplation, and solitude. How does the King of Wands interact with that? Well, maybe the King of Wands is helping you to use your time wisely, The Four of Swords can be a little bit too passive sometimes, a little bit too prone to procrastination. The King of Wands can help you to, make the most of your time, to set goals, and to take action towards achieving them. Make sure you are setting goals for yourself, especially when you're having trouble in your life. Or maybe the King of Wands is challenging you to connect with others, even when you're feeling withdrawn. The Four of Swords can sometimes be a little bit isolating, a little bit too focused on its own thoughts and feelings. The King of Wands can help you to, reach out to others, to build relationships, and to share your experiences with the world. Sharing is important. And, maybe the King of Wands is reminding you that solitude is not just about escaping from your problems, it's about finding inner peace and clarity. The Four of Swords can sometimes be a little bit avoidant, a little bit too quick to run away from challenges. The King of Wands can help you to, face your fears, to confront your demons, and to find the strength within yourself to overcome any obstacle. I feel that you can always depend on yourself to be there for yourself. Finally, let's get back to the Queen of Wands, the predecessor to this card. We've talked about her a lot already, but let's really dig in here. How does the King of Wands affect her? Well, maybe the King of Wands is helping you to balance your feminine and masculine energies, The Queen of Wands represents feminine energy, intuition, and creativity. The King of Wands represents masculine energy, logic, and action. By combining these two energies, you can become a more well-rounded and effective leader, right? Or maybe the King of Wands is challenging you to step into your power and to take control of your own life. The Queen of Wands is confident and passionate, but she can sometimes be a little bit hesitant to take risks. The King of Wands can help you to, overcome your fears, to embrace your ambitions, and to create the life you truly desire. You have the power to make big things happen. And, maybe the King of Wands is showing you that you don't have to do it all alone. The Queen of Wands is independent and self-sufficient, but she can sometimes be a little bit too proud to ask for help. The King of Wands can help you to, build a strong support system, to delegate tasks, and to rely on the strengths of others. To find others that can help. This can be a great partnership. The Queen of Wands and the King? Okay, let's get even more practical, right? Let's say you're facing a difficult decision at work. How can you use the King of Wands energy to help you make the right choice? Well, first, you could ask yourself, What would a confident and decisive leader do in this situation? Channel that King of Wands energy and imagine yourself as a powerful leader who knows exactly what to do. What would they say? How would they act? This can help you to tap into your own inner strength and to make a decision based on confidence rather than fear. You want to embody the power of that energy. Secondly, you could ask yourself, what's the long-term vision here? What are the potential consequences of each choice? The King of Wands is a visionary, so he's always thinking about the future. Take some time to consider the big picture and to weigh the pros and cons of each option. This can help you to make a decision that's not just good for you in the short term, but also good for your company and for your career in the long term. Thirdly, you could ask yourself, am I being arrogant or am I being confident? Am I listening to others or am I just pushing my own agenda? The King of Wands can be a little bit arrogant sometimes, so it's important to check yourself and to make sure that you're being respectful of others. Ask for feedback, listen to different perspectives, and be open to the possibility that you might be wrong. It is very, very important to be open to others, so keep that in mind. Or let's say you're trying to start a new business. How can you use the King of Wands energy to help you succeed? Well, first, you could create a clear vision for your business. What's your mission? What are your goals? What problem are you trying to solve? The King of Wands is all about having a clear vision, so take some time to define yours. This will help you to stay focused, to make strategic decisions, and to inspire others to join you on your journey. Secondly, you could take bold action. Don't be afraid to take risks, to try new things, or to step outside of your comfort zone. The King of Wands is a risk taker, so embrace that energy and be willing to take chances. Just make sure you're also being smart and strategic about your choices. Don't just jump in blindly. Make smart choices and trust that you know what you're doing. Thirdly, you could build a strong team. The King of Wands is a leader, so he knows how to attract and inspire talented people. Surround yourself with people who share your vision, who complement your skills, and who will support you along the way. And don't be afraid to delegate tasks and to give others responsibility. The more you empower your team, the more successful your business will be. You don't have to do it alone, remember. Or, let's say you're trying to improve your relationship with your partner. How can you use the King of Wands energy to help you? Well, first, you could take the lead in planning dates and activities. The King of Wands is all about taking charge, so surprise your partner with a romantic getaway, a fun adventure, or a thoughtful gesture. This will show them that you care and that you're willing to put in the effort to make the relationship work. Secondly, you could communicate your needs and desires clearly and confidently. Don't be afraid to express your feelings, to set boundaries, and to ask for what you want. The King of Wands is all about being assertive, so channel that energy and speak your truth. Just make sure you're also being respectful of your partner's feelings and needs. You want to remember that you're in this together. Thirdly, you could support your partner's goals and dreams. The King of Wands is all about inspiring others, so encourage your partner to pursue their passions, to take risks, and to achieve their full potential. Be their biggest cheerleader, their biggest supporter, and their biggest source of inspiration. But keep in mind that you both need to be supporting each other. This is a team effort. Okay, so let's circle back to the Ruby Pyramid and its transformative energy, right? Because I think that's really key here. The tower was a major upheaval, a total destruction of the old. But the King of Wands is offering you a chance to rebuild, to create something new, to transform your life in a positive way. But only if you're willing to learn from your mistakes, to embrace your power, and to use your energy wisely. The transformative energy of the Ruby Pyramid is urging you to step into your leadership potential, to embrace your vision, and to take action towards creating a life that's aligned with your values. But it's also reminding you to be mindful of the potential downsides of the King of Wands energy, to check your ego, to listen to others, and to be compassionate and empathetic. The Ruby Pyramid is helping you to integrate all of the lessons you've learned from the previous cards, to combine your emotions, your joy, your passion, your rest, and your confidence into a powerful force for positive change. The Ruby Pyramid wants you to take all of what you are and transform it into something better. So, Pile, Are you ready to embrace the King of Wands energy? Are you ready to step into your power, to take charge of your life, and to create a better future for yourself and for others? Are you ready to transform your life in a way that is going to be positive? Are you ready to become who you were always meant to be? Only you can answer those questions, but I have a feeling that you are. I think the Tower cleared the way for you to step into your true potential, and the King of Wands is here to help you do just that. But, and this is a big but, remember to be mindful, to be humble, and to be compassionate. Don't let the power go to your head. Use your influence for good and always strive to create a more just and equitable world for everyone, with your newfound octopus strength. Only you can decide how that looks. This reading is about you and no one else, and you need to keep that in mind. Okay, wow, this is so exciting. We've gone from the emotional depths of the Queen of Cups to the joyful heights of the Sun, the passionate action of the Knight of Wands, the quiet stillness of the Four of Swords, the confident power of the Queen of Wands, the destructive force of the Tower, and now the visionary leadership of the King of Wands. What a journey! And we still have one card left to pull. Oh my gosh, what could it be? What's the ultimate message here? What's the final piece of the puzzle? I'm seriously on the edge of my seat. I can't wait to see what's next. I'm so curious, but I'm just as happy to let you explore it on your own. Let me know how you want to proceed, and what is the overall message for you. Okay, wow, okay. So after all of that, after the King of Wands, after all the rebuilding and the potential for leadership, we get the Nine of Wands. This is really interesting. Okay, so the Nine of Wands, it's like you're so close, you know? You're almost at the finish line, but you're also, like, battered and bruised. You've been through a lot, you've faced a lot of challenges, and you're still standing, but you're definitely feeling it, you know? When I see the Nine of Wands, I think of someone who is resilient, determined, and like totally not willing to give up, even though they're exhausted. You see that figure standing there, holding his wand with all those other wands behind him. He's been through a battle, he's got bandages on, but he's still ready to fight, you know? He's not going down without a fight. So generally, the Nine of Wands represents like resilience, perseverance, and like almost being there, you know? It's about pushing through the final obstacles, even when you're tired and discouraged. It's about staying strong, staying focused, and staying committed to your goals, even when it feels like you can't go on. You have the power to do whatever you want, but it can also represent like defensiveness, paranoia, and like being unwilling to let go of the past, you know. It's like you've been hurt so many times that you're afraid to trust anyone, afraid to let your guard down, afraid to open yourself up to new possibilities. It's a fine line between being strong and being stubborn, and it's important to be aware of that. So, like, the big question, right? How does this Nine of Wands fit in after the Tower and the King of Wands? I mean, the Tower just blew everything up, and the King of Wands offered a chance to rebuild. So, is the Nine of Wands, like, showing that the rebuilding process is going to be tough? Is it showing that you're going to face some final challenges before you can finally achieve your goals? Or is it showing that you're still holding onto some baggage from the past, some fears and insecurities that are preventing you from fully embracing the future? Oh my gosh, okay, so many possibilities. It's like, let's say the Tower was a result of external forces, right? Something that was totally out of your control. And the King of Wands stepped in to help you rebuild. In that case, the Nine of Wands could be showing that the rebuilding process is going to be long and difficult, you know? It's not going to be a quick fix. You're going to face setbacks, you're going to face obstacles, and you're going to have to work really hard to get where you want to be. You may have to give it your all. It's like you've been through a major trauma and you're still healing, you know? You're not going to be 100% right away. It's going to take time, it's going to take effort, and it's going to take patience. But the Nine of Wands is also showing that you're strong enough to get through it. You're resilient, you're determined, and you're not going to give up, no matter how hard it gets. You've got the power to do it. Or, you know what else? The Nine of Wands could be showing that you're facing some resistance from others, you know? Maybe there are people who don't want you to succeed, people who are trying to sabotage your efforts, or people who are just jealous of your progress. You need to stay aware of those types of people. You may need to, like, protect yourself, to set boundaries, and to be careful about who you trust. But the Nine of Wands is also showing that you're strong enough to overcome that resistance. You have the power to stand up for yourself, to defend your beliefs, and to create the life you desire, no matter what anyone else says or does. As long as you have a clear vision, nothing can stop you. But okay, what if the Tower was a result of internal factors, right? Something that you did, or something that you were responsible for. Oh my gosh, this gets even more complicated, right? In that case, the Nine of Wands could be showing that you're still holding onto some guilt or shame from the past, you know. Maybe you're blaming yourself for what happened, maybe you're feeling like you don't deserve to be happy, or maybe you're just afraid of making the same mistakes again. That is valid. It is okay to be concerned about that. It's like you're carrying around this heavy baggage and it's weighing you down, preventing you from fully embracing the future. You may need to, forgive yourself, to let go of the past, and to focus on creating a better future for yourself. Otherwise, it will be holding you back. Or, you know what else? The Nine of Wands could be showing that you're being too defensive, you know. Maybe you're so afraid of getting hurt again that you're pushing people away, building walls around yourself, and refusing to let anyone get close. You may need to, open yourself up, to trust others, and to be willing to be vulnerable. It's not easy, but it's necessary if you want to build meaningful relationships and to create a fulfilling life. You may need to try being open. So, which one is it, Pile? Are you facing external challenges, or are you facing internal challenges? Are you being strong and resilient, or are you being defensive and paranoid? Oh my gosh, it's so hard to know. You need to be able to tell what is what, and what you are doing, and it may be hard. It really depends on the specific circumstances of your situation, and on your own interpretation of the Tower and the King of Wands. But honestly, I think it's probably a little bit of both, you know? I think you're facing both external and internal challenges, and I think you're being both strong and defensive. Finding the balance is key. It's like you need to acknowledge the challenges you're facing, but you also need to remember your strength and resilience. You need to protect yourself from harm, but you also need to be open to new possibilities. You need to learn from your past, but you also need to let go of the baggage that's holding you back. Okay, so, let's connect this back to the previous cards, one by one, just like we did with the Tower and the King of Wands. I think that will help us to get a clearer picture of what's going on here, and you can see how everything has built up to where you are now. So, first, the Queen of Cups. She represents emotions, intuition, and compassion. How does the Nine of Wands interact with that? Well, maybe the Nine of Wands is showing that you're feeling emotionally drained, you know? You've been through a lot, and you're feeling like you don't have anything left to give. This could be a big problem and may need to be worked on. You may need to, take some time for self-care, to reconnect with your emotions, and to replenish your emotional reserves. But the Nine of Wands is also showing that you're still capable of feeling compassion for others, even when you're feeling down. It's like you haven't lost your empathy, you haven't lost your ability to connect with others on an emotional level. You just need to recharge your batteries so you can continue to be a source of support and comfort for those around you. It is a great feeling to be able to comfort others and to use your power for good. Or maybe the Nine of Wands is showing that you're struggling to trust your intuition, you know? Maybe you've made some bad decisions in the past, and you're now second-guessing yourself, doubting your ability to make the right choices. You may need to, reconnect with your inner voice, to trust your gut feelings, and to remember that you have the wisdom and knowledge to make the right decisions for yourself. Sometimes those bad decisions can shake you, but it is all about learning from them. Okay, next, the Sun. It represents joy, optimism, and success. How does the Nine of Wands interact with that? Well, maybe the Nine of Wands is showing that you're struggling to maintain a positive attitude, you know? You've been through a lot of challenges, and you're finding it hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel. You may need to, focus on the good things in your life, to practice gratitude, and to surround yourself with positive people. But the Nine of Wands is also showing that you haven't lost your sense of humor, you haven't lost your ability to find joy in the little things, and you haven't lost your hope for a better future. It's like you're still able to smile, even when you're feeling down. You're still able to laugh, even when you're feeling sad. And you're still able to believe in yourself, even when you're facing seemingly insurmountable obstacles. As long as you are still able to smile, things will always get better. Or maybe the Nine of Wands is showing that you're facing some setbacks in your pursuit of success, you know. Maybe you've hit a roadblock, maybe you've experienced a failure, or maybe you're just feeling like you're not making progress as quickly as you'd like. You may need to, reassess your goals, to adjust your strategy, and to be patient. But the Nine of Wands is also showing that you're still capable of achieving your dreams. You have the talent, the skills, and the determination to succeed, no matter what challenges you face. Believe in your dreams. All right, let's move on to the Knight of Wands. He represents action, passion, and adventure. How does the Nine of Wands interact with that? Well, maybe the Nine of Wands is showing that you're feeling burnt out, you know. You've been working so hard, you've been pushing yourself so hard, and you're feeling like you don't have any energy left. Don't let yourself get too burnt out. You may need to, take a break, to rest and recharge, and to reconnect with your passions. But the Nine of Wands is also showing that you're still capable of taking action, you're still capable of pursuing your goals, and you're still capable of embracing new adventures. The energy will come back. It's like you just need to pace yourself, to conserve your energy, and to be strategic about how you use your resources. You don't have to do everything at once. You can take small steps, you can focus on the most important things, and you can gradually work your way towards your goals. Or maybe the Nine of Wands is showing that you're being too reckless, you know? Maybe you're taking too many risks, maybe you're not thinking things through, or maybe you're just being impulsive. Be careful, it can hurt you and others around you. You may need to, slow down, to be more mindful, and to consider the consequences of your actions. But the Nine of Wands is also showing that you're still capable of learning from your mistakes. You have the wisdom, the experience, and the self-awareness to make better choices in the future. As long as you are self-aware, you have the strength to get through the obstacles in your path. Okay, let's talk about the Four of Swords. It represents rest, contemplation, and solitude. How does the Nine of Wands interact with that? Well, maybe the Nine of Wands is showing that you're having trouble finding peace and quiet, you know? You're constantly surrounded by chaos, stress, and drama, and you're finding it hard to relax and to clear your mind. You may need to, create some boundaries, to limit your exposure to negativity, and to make time for meditation, yoga, or other relaxation techniques. But the Nine of Wands is also showing that you're still capable of finding inner peace, even in the midst of chaos. It's like you can learn to quiet your mind, to focus on your breath, and to find a sense of calm within yourself, no matter what's going on around you. And you may even have the ability to share that inner peace with others. Or maybe the Nine of Wands is showing that you're being too withdrawn, you know? Maybe you're isolating yourself, avoiding social interaction, and refusing to ask for help. Try to have balance. You may need to, reach out to others, to connect with your support system, and to be willing to share your struggles. But the Nine of Wands is also showing that you're still capable of finding strength in solitude. You have the inner resources, the self-reliance, and the resilience to get through tough times on your own. I feel that you are the one that can always count on you. Finally, let's get back to the Queen of Wands and the King of Wands. We've talked about them a lot already, but let's really dig in here. How does the Nine of Wands affect them? Well, maybe the Nine of Wands is challenging your confidence, you know. You're questioning your abilities, doubting your worth, and feeling like you're not good enough. As long as you keep working, the doubt will fade. You may need to, remind yourself of your strengths, to celebrate your accomplishments, and to practice self-compassion. But the Nine of Wands is also showing that you're still capable of shining your light, inspiring others, and making a difference in the world. It's like you haven't lost your power, you haven't lost your passion, and you haven't lost your ability to lead. You just need to tap into those qualities and to remember that you are a force to be reckoned with. Never lose your passion. Or maybe the Nine of Wands is showing that you're being too controlling, you know? Maybe you're trying to micromanage everything, refusing to delegate tasks, and being too critical of others. You may need to, let go of control, to trust others, and to be more flexible and adaptable. But the Nine of Wands is also showing that you're still capable of providing guidance, offering support, and creating a positive impact. You can let others do their thing, It's like you just need to learn to lead with compassion, to empower others, and to create a collaborative environment where everyone can thrive. The Ruby Pyramid helps to balance you, to change you into what you want. Okay, what do you do with all of this? How do you navigate this Nine of Wands energy? What's the practical advice here, Pile? Well, first of all, I think it's important to acknowledge your challenges. Don't try to pretend that everything is okay, don't try to suppress your feelings, and don't try to downplay the difficulties you're facing. Acknowledge what is happening and be prepared to act. It's okay to struggle, it's okay to feel overwhelmed, and it's okay to ask for help. The more you acknowledge your challenges, the more effectively you can address them. To know the issue is half the battle. Secondly, I think it's important to focus on your strengths. Remind yourself of your past accomplishments, celebrate your talents and skills, and recognize your inner resilience. You've gotten through tough times before, and you can get through this too. You have the power, the knowledge, and the experience to overcome any obstacle. Just believe in yourself and never give up. You are the only you there is, and you are strong. Thirdly, I think it's important to set realistic goals. Don't try to do too much at once, don't try to achieve perfection, and don't try to compare yourself to others. Focus on making small, incremental progress and celebrate every step along the way. Make it happen. Every small step you take is a step in the right direction. Be patient with yourself, be kind to yourself, and remember that progress is progress, no matter how small. It's more about the journey and less about the destination. Fourthly, I think it's important to practice self-care. Make time for activities that bring you joy, that help you to relax, and that nourish your mind, body, and spirit. Read a book, take a bath, go for a walk, spend time with loved ones, or do whatever makes you feel good. Be sure to connect with your inner self and take care of yourself. You can't pour from an empty cup, so make sure you're taking care of yourself so you can continue to be a source of strength and support for others. Others are going to need you, so take care of yourself so that you can take care of them. And most importantly, I think it's important to remember that you're not alone. Reach out to your support system, talk to a therapist or counselor, join a support group, or connect with others who are going through similar experiences. You don't have to go through this alone. There are people who care about you, people who want to help you, and people who understand what you're going through. Don't be afraid to ask for help, and don't be afraid to lean on others for support. And remember that Ruby Pyramid energy. This Nine of Wands moment, as challenging and exhausting as it may seem, is ultimately about resilience and perseverance. It's about showing that you have the strength, the determination, and the inner resources to overcome any obstacle and to create the life you desire. Lean into your transformation. Trust that the universe has a plan for you, and that this final challenge is ultimately for your highest good. You will grow from the trials, and you will become better because of it. Okay, wow, that was a lot to unpack. But I feel like we really covered a lot of ground with the Nine of Wands. We talked about the general meaning of the card, the potential interpretations, the connections to the previous cards, and the practical advice for navigating this challenging time. So, where does this leave us? With everything we've discussed so far, from the Queen of Cups, the Sun, the Knight of Wands, the Four of Swords, the Queen of Wands, the Tower, the King of Wands, and now the Nine of Wands. What's the bigger picture here? What's the ultimate message? And most importantly, what is it to you? Well, Pile, I think the ultimate message is that you are strong, you are resilient, and you are capable of anything you set your mind to. You've been through a lot, you've faced a lot of challenges, and you've overcome a lot of obstacles. You've learned a lot about yourself, about your strengths, and about your weaknesses. You've grown a lot as a person, and you've become more confident, more compassionate, and more resilient. And now you're almost there. You're almost at the finish line. You just have a few more obstacles to overcome, a few more challenges to face, and a few more lessons to learn. You've made it this far, what's stopping you? But I know you can do it. I know you have what it takes to succeed. You have the power, the passion, and the resilience to create the life you desire. So, keep going, keep pushing, and never give up on your dreams. You are amazing, Pile. You are talented, you are strong, and you are capable of amazing things. Believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and never let anyone tell you that you can't do something. You are worthy of love, you are worthy of happiness, and you are worthy of success. So go out there and create the life you deserve. And remember that ruby pyramid energy. You are transforming, you are evolving, and you are becoming the best version of yourself. Embrace the journey, embrace the challenges, and embrace the power within you. Let that transformative energy guide you forward. The world needs your light, your passion, and your unique perspective. So shine bright, Pile. Don't let anyone dim your sparkle. You are a force to be reckoned with, and you are destined for greatness. So go out there and make it happen. Make it happen. Make it happen. I believe in you. I know you can do it. You have the power. Okay, wow, that's it. That's the reading. I'm so excited for you, Pile. I think you're on the verge of something amazing, and I can't wait to see what you do with it. You got this. Always keep this reading in mind. Hi, you chose the Garnet tree, so welcome to your reading. This crystal is all about harmonizing energies, so this reading is going to be focusing on how to bring balance and alignment to your life. The theme for this reading is Rooted Revelations, and it's all about discovering deeply personal truths that are going to foster growth and connection in your life. So let's jump in and see what the cards have to say. Okay, so the first card we have here is the Ten of Pentacles. Oh, this is interesting. This card generally represents family, security, tradition, abundance, all those good things that make you feel stable and grounded. But I'm getting a sense that for some of you, this card might represent something that feels a little bit stagnant. Yeah, stagnant. Like maybe you're feeling a bit trapped by these traditional roles or expectations. So let's dive a little deeper into this Ten of Pentacles energy. On the surface, everything looks great, right? You might have a beautiful home, a loving family, maybe even a comfortable financial situation. But is it truly fulfilling you? Are you living your life according to your own values, or are you just kind of going along with what's expected of you? This is a big question that is for sure coming up right away. Okay. So what I'm really feeling here is this could be about inherited beliefs or patterns that you've absorbed from your family or your upbringing. Maybe you were taught that certain career paths are safe and others are risky. Or maybe you were told that you need to get married and have kids by a certain age in order to be happy, right? And these beliefs, even if they're well-intentioned, might be holding you back from pursuing your true passions and desires. I think this is like a big moment of realization for some of you. It's like you're standing in this beautiful, opulent garden, that's what I'm seeing, but you're not allowed to pick the flowers you want. You're only allowed to admire them from afar, or maybe you're only allowed to pick the approved flowers. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like the resources are there, the potential is there, but something is preventing you from fully accessing them. I really think that's what's going on. And it's not necessarily that your family is intentionally trying to hold you back, okay? This is important. It's more likely that they're operating from their own fears and limitations. They want to protect you from getting hurt, or they genuinely believe that they know what's best for you. Like they're coming from a place of love, but their love might be a little bit suffocating. Yes, suffocating, that's the word. So what do you do with this realization? Well, the first step is to acknowledge it, right? To recognize that these inherited beliefs are not necessarily your own. And then you can start to question them. Ask yourself, is this really what I want? Is this really who I am? And be honest with yourself, even if the answer is scary or unconventional. I feel like there's a real sense of responsibility weighing on you with this Ten of Pentacles. Like you have to maintain this image of stability and success for the sake of your family. But what if true success means something different to you? What if it means taking a risk, pursuing a dream, or forging your own path, even if it means disappointing some people along the way? This is a very, very big thing for you to consider right now, I feel. I'm seeing this image of a family portrait, like one of those formal posed photos where everyone is smiling perfectly. But behind the smiles, there's a lot of unspoken tension and unfulfilled desires. It's like everyone is playing a role, but nobody is truly being themselves. And maybe you're tired of playing that role. Maybe you're ready to step out of the frame and create your own picture. Yeah, create your own picture. And this doesn't necessarily mean that you have to completely cut ties with your family, okay? That's not what I'm saying at all. It just means that you need to establish healthy boundaries and start living your life on your own terms. You can still love and respect your family, but you don't have to let their expectations define you. This is huge. I'm also getting a sense that there might be some financial ties involved here. Maybe you're relying on your family for financial support, or maybe you feel obligated to stay in a certain job because it provides financial security for your family. And that can make it really hard to break free. But I want you to know that there are always options. There are always ways to create your own abundance, even if it means starting small. Okay, and it's not just about money, okay? It's also about resources, connections, and opportunities. Maybe your family has a certain network or a certain reputation that you feel like you need to maintain. And that can be another form of pressure. But I think what you're realizing is that you can create your own network and your own reputation, one that is authentic to who you are and what you believe in. This 10 of Pentacles is also highlighting the importance of your roots, like your family history, your cultural background, your heritage. These are all things that make you who you are, and they can be a source of strength and inspiration. But they don't have to define your future. You can honor your roots without being limited by them. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I feel like some of you might be dealing with a situation where you're feeling torn between your family's expectations and your own desires. Like maybe you want to move to a different city, but your family wants you to stay close to home. Or maybe you want to start your own business, but your family thinks you should get a real job. And it's really hard to navigate those kinds of conflicts. You know, I'm seeing this image of a tree with really deep roots. And the roots are strong and healthy, but the branches are starting to grow in different directions. And that's a good thing. It means that the tree is expanding and evolving. But it can also create some tension at the base of the tree. And that's what you're feeling right now. But the thing is, those deep roots will always be there to support you, no matter which direction you choose to grow in. You can branch out and explore new possibilities without losing your connection to your roots. You can honor your past while creating your own future. I really believe that. You know, and I think what's really important here is to communicate your needs and desires to your family in a loving and respectful way. Don't be afraid to be honest about what you want, but also be willing to listen to their concerns. Try to find a compromise that works for everyone. And remember, it's okay to disagree. It's okay to have different perspectives. What matters is that you're communicating with each other openly and honestly. I'm also getting a sense that some of you might be dealing with some unresolved family issues. Maybe there's some old drama or some unspoken resentments that are bubbling to the surface. And this 10 of Pentacles is calling you to address those issues and clear the air. Because you can't fully move forward until you've healed those old wounds. Yes, you absolutely cannot. And this doesn't necessarily mean that you have to confront your family members directly. Sometimes the best thing you can do is to work on healing yourself and releasing any negative emotions that you're holding onto. Because when you heal yourself, you also heal your family system. It's all interconnected. This is like a big thing I feel you need to know right now. You know, I'm seeing this image of a tangled ball of yarn, and it's all knotted up and messy, and it's really hard to unravel. But if you take the time to gently and patiently work through the knots, you can eventually untangle the whole thing. And that's what you need to do with your family issues. Take it one step at a time. Be patient with yourself and with your family. And trust that you can eventually find a resolution. I also think there's a really strong message here about creating your own legacy. What do you want to leave behind for future generations? What values do you want to pass on to your children or your grandchildren? And how can you create a life that is aligned with those values? This is something you're really going to be asking yourself, I think. You know, I'm seeing this image of a family tree, and each branch represents a different generation, and each leaf represents a different individual. And you have the power to add new branches and new leaves to that tree. You can create a legacy that is unique and meaningful to you. And that's a really powerful thing. And it's not just about your family, okay? It's also about your community, your society, and the world at large. How can you use your gifts and talents to make a positive impact on the world? How can you create a legacy that extends beyond your own lifetime? I feel like you're really grappling with that. I'm also getting a sense that some of you might be considering making a major life change, like changing careers, moving to a new city, or starting a family. And this Ten of Pentacles is telling you to proceed with caution and to carefully consider all of the implications, because these kinds of changes can have a ripple effect on your entire life. But don't be afraid to take risks, okay? Don't be afraid to step outside of your comfort zone. Just make sure you're doing it with intention and awareness. You know, I'm seeing this image of a tightrope walker, and they're carefully balancing on the rope, taking one step at a time. And they know that if they fall, it could have serious consequences. But they're also determined to reach the other side, and that's what you need to do. Be mindful of the risks, but don't let fear paralyze you. And remember, you don't have to do it alone. Reach out to your friends, your family, your mentors, and ask for support, because you're not meant to carry all of this weight on your own shoulders. You have a whole community of people who care about you and want to help you succeed. Let them be there for you. I'm also getting a sense that some of you might be feeling a bit overwhelmed by all of the responsibilities in your life. You might be juggling work, family, relationships, and all sorts of other commitments. And it can feel like there's just not enough time in the day to do everything. And that's okay. It's okay to feel overwhelmed. It's okay to ask for help. You know, I'm seeing this image of a person spinning plates on sticks, and they're running around trying to keep all of the plates spinning. And it's exhausting. And eventually, one of the plates is going to fall. And that's okay. It doesn't mean you're a failure. It just means you need to prioritize and focus on what's most important. Like, this is a huge message. And it's okay to let some things go, okay? It's okay to say no. It's okay to delegate tasks to other people. You don't have to do everything yourself. You can't do everything yourself. And when you try to do too much, you end up burning yourself out. And that's not good for you or for anyone else. So, take care of yourself. Prioritize your well-being. And don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. I'm also seeing that with this Ten of Pentacles, some of you might be considering investing in something, like a property, a business, or an education. And this card is a good omen for that. It suggests that your investment is likely to be successful and to bring you long-term security and abundance. But again, do your research and proceed with caution. Don't put all of your eggs in one basket. Diversify your investments and make sure you're making informed decisions. Yeah, this is a big one for you. You know, I'm seeing this image of a person planting seeds in fertile soil, and they're carefully tending to the seeds, watering them, and protecting them from the elements. And they know that if they take good care of the seeds, they will eventually grow into strong and healthy plants. And that's what you need to do with your investments. Nurture them, protect them, and watch them grow. And it's not just about financial investments, okay? It's also about investing in your relationships, your health, and your personal growth. Because these are the things that truly matter in life. These are the things that will bring you lasting happiness and fulfillment. So, invest your time, your energy, and your resources in the things that truly matter to you. I also think what's coming through so strongly is about gratitude, appreciating what you already have. The Ten of Pentacles can sometimes make us focus on what we lack, what we want, but don't have yet. And that can make us feel unhappy. So, take a moment to appreciate all of the blessings in your life. The love, the friendships, the opportunities, the health, the roof over your head, the food on your table. These are all things to be grateful for. You know, I'm seeing this image of a person counting their blessings, and they're realizing how much they already have. And they're feeling a deep sense of gratitude. And that gratitude is attracting even more blessings into their life. And that's what you need to do. Focus on what you have, not on what you lack. And watch as your life becomes even more abundant. And it's not just about saying thank you, okay? It's about truly feeling grateful in your heart. It's about acknowledging the good things in your life and appreciating them. It's about recognizing that you are blessed, even when things are tough. And when you cultivate that attitude of gratitude, you will attract even more good things into your life. I really believe that. Wow, so that's the Ten of Pentacles. It is a lot, right? Like, it's about family, security, tradition, and abundance, but also about breaking free from limiting beliefs and creating your own legacy. It's about honoring your roots while forging your own path. It's about appreciating what you have while striving for what you want. It's about being grateful for the blessings in your life and attracting even more blessings into your life. Okay? Okay, so that was a lot, but we have another card to get to, which is the Page of Wands, so let's see what that has to say. Okay, the Page of Wands. This is so interesting coming right after the Ten of Pentacles. The Page of Wands is all about new ideas, exploration, adventure, creativity, and enthusiasm. So, it's like a complete contrast to the Ten of Pentacles, which is all about stability and tradition. So, what I'm seeing here is that you're feeling this urge to break free from the constraints of the Ten of Pentacles and to explore new possibilities. You're feeling this spark of inspiration, this desire to create something new, to try something different. And that's a really exciting feeling, right? It's like a breath of fresh air after being stuck in a stuffy room. Oh my gosh. But, there's also some hesitation. Maybe you're afraid of failing. Maybe you're worried about what other people will think. Maybe you're not sure where to start, and that's understandable. It's natural to feel a little bit scared when you're stepping outside of your comfort zone. But don't let fear hold you back. Don't let it paralyze you. This is a big deal. This Page of Wands is telling you to embrace your curiosity, to follow your passions, to take a leap of faith. Because you never know what amazing things might be waiting for you on the other side. You know, I feel like this Page of Wands is like a little kid who's just discovered something new and exciting. They're running around with boundless energy and enthusiasm, eager to explore every nook and cranny. And that's the energy that you need to tap into right now. That childlike sense of wonder and curiosity. It's so important. You know, I'm seeing this image of a person standing at the edge of a forest, and they're looking out at all of the trees, wondering what's hidden inside. And they're feeling a little bit nervous, but also really excited. And they take a deep breath and step into the forest. And that's what you need to do. Take a deep breath and step into the unknown. And it's okay if you don't have all of the answers, okay? It's okay if you don't know exactly where you're going. The important thing is to start moving, to start exploring, to start experimenting. Because that's how you discover new things. That's how you grow. That's how you evolve. It really is. I'm also getting a sense that this Page of Wands is about expressing your authentic self, about being true to who you are, even if it's different from what other people expect, about embracing your unique gifts and talents and sharing them with the world. This is so huge. You are really coming into yourself, you know. You know, I'm seeing this image of a person standing on a stage, singing their heart out, and they're not worried about what other people think. They're just expressing themselves fully and authentically. And that's what you need to do. Find your voice and use it. Share your truth with the world. And it's not just about singing, okay? It's about any form of creative expression. Writing, painting, dancing, acting, sculpting, whatever it is that makes your heart sing. Do it. Do it without apology. Do it with passion. Do it with joy. Because that's what you're here to do. This is so exciting. I'm also seeing that the Page of Wands is about taking risks, about stepping outside of your comfort zone, about trying new things even if they seem scary or intimidating. Because that's how you grow, that's how you learn, that's how you discover your potential. Seriously. You know, I'm seeing this image of a person jumping out of an airplane, and they're feeling terrified but also exhilarated. And they know that they're taking a big risk, but they're also trusting that everything will be okay. And that's what you need to do. Take a leap of faith and trust that the universe will catch you. Oh my gosh. And it's not just about skydiving, okay? It's about any kind of risk that challenges you to grow. Starting a new business, ending a toxic relationship, moving to a new country, whatever it is that pushes you outside of your comfort zone. Do it. Do it with courage. Do it with conviction. Because that's how you create a life that is truly fulfilling. You know, I'm also getting a sense that this Page of Wands is about learning new things, about expanding your knowledge and your skills, about becoming a lifelong student. Because the world is constantly changing and evolving, and you need to keep up. You need to stay curious. You need to keep learning. You know, I'm seeing this image of a person sitting in a library, surrounded by books. and they're feeling inspired and energized by all of the knowledge that's available to them. And that's what you need to do. Find your library, find your mentors, find your teachers, and soak up all of the knowledge that you can. And it's not just about reading books, okay? It's about any form of learning. Taking classes, attending workshops, watching documentaries, listening to podcasts, whatever it is that expands your mind. Do it. Do it with enthusiasm. Do it with a sense of adventure. Because that's how you stay young. That's how you stay relevant. That's how you stay alive. Like, seriously, I'm also seeing that the Page of Wands is about travel. About exploring new places, new cultures, and new perspectives. About stepping outside of your familiar surroundings and seeing the world with fresh eyes. Because travel can be so transformative. It can open your mind, expand your horizons, and change your life. You know, I'm seeing this image of a person backpacking through Europe. And they're visiting ancient ruins, tasting exotic foods, and meeting people from all walks of life. And they're feeling alive and connected to the world in a way that they never have before. And that's what you need to do. Plan a trip, go on an adventure, see the world. And it's not just about traveling to far-off lands, okay? It's about exploring your own backyard. Visiting local museums, hiking in nearby parks, trying new restaurants in your city, whatever it is that helps you to see your surroundings with fresh eyes. Do it. Do it with curiosity. Do it with a sense of wonder. Because there's so much to discover, even in the most familiar places. This is so true. I'm also getting a sense that this Page of Wands is about connecting with your inner child. About rediscovering your sense of playfulness, your sense of joy, and your sense of wonder. About letting go of your inhibitions and just having fun. Because life is too short to be serious all the time. You need to lighten up. You need to laugh. You need to play. You know, I'm seeing this image of a person swinging on a swing set. And they're laughing and giggling and feeling the wind in their hair. And they're completely present in the moment without a care in the world. And that's what you need to do. Find your swing set. Find your playground. Find your inner child. And let them come out and play. And it's not just about swinging on a swing set, okay? It's about any activity that brings you joy. Dancing, singing, drawing, painting, playing games, whatever it is that makes you feel like a kid again. Do it. Do it with abandon. Do it with a sense of freedom. Because that's how you recharge your batteries. That's how you reconnect with your soul. That's how you stay young at heart. Like, seriously. I'm also seeing that the Page of Wands is about taking initiative, about being proactive, about making things happen. Because you can't just sit around and wait for opportunities to come to you. You need to go out there and create them. You need to be your own advocate. You need to be your own leader. Oh my gosh, yes. You know, I'm seeing this image of a person climbing a mountain, and they're not waiting for someone to carry them to the top. They're taking the initiative to climb the mountain themselves. And they're pushing themselves, they're challenging themselves, and they're feeling a sense of accomplishment with every step they take. And that's what you need to do. Climb your mountain. Reach for your goals. Make your dreams a reality. And it's not just about climbing mountains, okay? It's about any situation where you need to take charge. Applying for a new job, starting a new project, asking someone out on a date, whatever it is that requires you to step up and take action. Do it. Do it with confidence. Do it with determination. Because you have the power to create the life you want. I really believe that. Okay, so that's the Page of Wands. Phew. It's about new ideas, exploration, adventure, creativity, enthusiasm, expressing your authentic self, taking risks, learning new things, traveling, connecting with your inner child, and taking initiative. It's about breaking free from the constraints of the Ten of Pentacles and embracing your full potential. So now we have one more card to look at, which is the Ace of Wands. I wonder how this is going to tie in with the other two. Let's see. Okay, so the Ace of Wands. This is so exciting. The Ace of Wands is all about new beginnings, new opportunities, new potential, inspiration, and passion. So it's like the spark that ignites the fire. It's the seed that grows into a tree. It's the potential for something amazing to happen, you know. And coming after the Ten of Pentacles and the Page of Wands, this Ace of Wands is like the culmination of everything. It's the green light to go ahead and pursue your dreams. It's the universe saying, yes, you can do this. Yes, you are worthy. Yes, you are capable. Oh my gosh. So, what I'm seeing here is that you're on the verge of something big, something exciting, something transformative. You've been feeling this urge to break free from the constraints of the Ten of Pentacles, and you've been exploring new possibilities with the Page of Wands. And now, the Ace of Wands is telling you that it's time to take action. It's time to make it happen. This Ace of Wands is like a lightning bolt of inspiration striking you out of the blue. It's a sudden realization of what you're meant to do. It's a surge of energy and passion that propels you forward. And it's impossible to ignore, you just have to follow it. Seriously. I'm seeing this image of a person standing at the edge of a cliff, looking out at the vast expanse of the ocean. And they're feeling a little bit scared, but also incredibly excited. And they know that they're about to embark on a new adventure. And they take a deep breath and jump. And that's what you need to do. Take a deep breath and jump into the unknown. And it's okay if you don't know exactly where you're going. The important thing is to start moving, to start creating, to start manifesting your dreams, because the universe will guide you. The universe will support you. The universe will provide you with everything you need. You just have to trust. I'm also getting a sense that this Ace of Wands is about embracing your creativity, about expressing your unique gifts and talents, about sharing your vision with the world, because you have something special to offer. You have something that no one else has, and it's time to share it. Oh my gosh, this is so true. I'm seeing this image of a person standing in front of a blank canvas, holding a paintbrush. And they're feeling a little bit nervous, but also incredibly excited. And they know that they're about to create something beautiful. And they dip their brush into the paint and start to create. And that's what you need to do. Find your canvas, find your paintbrush, and start to create. And it's not just about painting, okay? It's about any form of creative expression. Writing, dancing, singing, acting, sculpting, whatever it is that makes your heart sing. Do it. Do it with passion. Do it with joy. Because that's what you're here to do. I'm also seeing that the Ace of Wands is about taking risks, about stepping outside of your comfort zone, about trying new things, even if they seem scary or intimidating. Because that's how you grow. That's how you learn. That's how you discover your potential. I'm seeing this image of a person starting a new business. And they're feeling a little bit nervous, but also incredibly excited. And they know that they're taking a big risk, but they're also trusting that everything will be okay. And that's what you need to do. Take a leap of faith and trust that the universe will catch you. And it's not just about starting a new business, okay? It's about any kind of risk that challenges you to grow. Ending a toxic relationship, moving to a new country, going back to school, whatever it is that pushes you outside of your comfort zone. Do it. Do it with courage. Do it with conviction. Because that's how you create a life that is truly fulfilling. I'm also getting a sense that this Ace of Wands is about taking action, about being proactive, about making things happen. Because you can't just sit around and wait for opportunities to come to you. You need to go out there and create them. You need to be your own advocate. You need to be your own leader. I'm seeing this image of a person running a marathon, and they're not waiting for someone to push them across the finish line. They're taking the initiative to run the marathon themselves. And they're pushing themselves, they're challenging themselves, and they're feeling a sense of accomplishment with every step they take. And that's what you need to do. Run your marathon. Reach for your goals. Make your dreams a reality. And it's not just about running marathons, okay? It's about any situation where you need to take charge. Applying for a new job, starting a new project, asking someone out on a date, whatever it is that requires you to step up and take action. Do it. Do it with confidence. Do it with determination. Because you have the power to create the life you want. I'm also seeing that this Ace of Wands is about passion, about doing what you love, about following your heart. Because when you're passionate about something, it doesn't feel like work. It feels like play. It feels like you're doing exactly what you're meant to be doing. I'm seeing this image of a person dancing. And they're not thinking about the steps. They're just moving their body to the music. And they're feeling free and alive and joyful. And that's what you need to do. Find your dance. Find your passion. And let it move you. And it's not just about dancing, okay? It's about any activity that brings you joy. Singing, writing, painting, sculpting, playing games, whatever it is that makes you feel alive. Do it. Do it with passion. Do it with joy. Because that's how you create a life that is truly fulfilling. I'm also getting a sense that this Ace of Wands is about new beginnings, about starting fresh, about leaving the past behind and moving forward with hope and optimism. Because you can't change the past, but you can create a better future. You have the power to start over. You have the power to create the life you want. You know, I'm seeing this image of a person standing at the top of a mountain, looking out at the sunrise. And they're feeling a sense of hope and optimism. And they know that anything is possible. And that's what you need to do. Find your mountain, find your sunrise, and start fresh. And it's not just about climbing mountains and watching sunrises, okay? It's about any situation where you need to start over. Ending a relationship, leaving a job, moving to a new city, whatever it is that requires you to start fresh. Do it. Do it with hope. Do it with optimism. Because you have the power to create a better future. Okay, so that's the Ace of Wands. It's about new beginnings, new opportunities, new potential, inspiration, passion, creativity, taking risks, taking action, and following your heart. It's about igniting the fire within you and creating the life you've always dreamed of. Wow. So we've gone from the Ten of Pentacles, which is all about stability and tradition, to the Page of Wands, which is all about exploration and adventure, to the Ace of Wands, which is all about new beginnings and taking action. It's like you're on this journey of breaking free from limiting beliefs and creating a life that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose. That's so amazing. Okay, so what does this all mean for you? Well, it means that you're being called to step outside of your comfort zone and to pursue your dreams with passion and determination. It means that you have the power to create a life that is truly fulfilling. And it means that the universe is supporting you every step of the way. So, what are you waiting for? Go out there and make it happen. Okay, so that's it for this part of the reading. I'm so excited to see what the next cards reveal about this journey. Stay tuned. Okay, wow, the Wheel of Fortune. This is a big one. This card is all about destiny, cycles, and change, so it's like, buckle up, buttercup, because things are about to get interesting. You know, the Wheel of Fortune often represents these major turning points in life. These moments where everything just kind of shifts, sometimes unexpectedly. It's about recognizing that life is a constant cycle of ups and downs, and that what goes around comes around, right? It's about understanding that nothing stays the same forever, and that even when things seem tough, they will eventually get better. This card is also about luck, both good and bad. It's about recognizing that sometimes things are just out of our control, and that we have to surrender to the flow of life, you know? But it's also about understanding that we have the power to influence our own destiny through our choices and actions. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. Like, there's a real sense of fate and destiny with this card, but it's not a passive thing. It's not like you're just sitting around waiting for things to happen to you. It's more like you're co-creating your reality with the universe. You're making choices, taking actions, and putting energy out there, and then the universe is responding in kind. I'm so excited to see what this means for you, especially after the Ten of Pentacles, the Page of Wands, and the Ace of Wands, because this Wheel of Fortune, it's like it's tying it all together, you know? So, how does this connect to the previous cards, right? Well, first of all, that Ten of Pentacles. That card was all about tradition, security, and feeling maybe a little bit stuck, right? And now, the Wheel of Fortune is coming in to shake things up, to break you free from those old patterns and expectations. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've been playing it safe for too long. It's time to take a risk and see what else is out there. And then, you know, you've got that Page of Wands, right? All that new inspiration, exploration, and adventure. And the Ace of Wands. Those new beginnings, new opportunities, and that spark of passion. The Wheel of Fortune, it's like it's amplifying all of that energy. It's saying, yes, all of those exciting new possibilities. They're actually within your reach. You just have to be willing to take a chance and go for it. It's like you've been building up all of this momentum with those other cards. And now the Wheel of Fortune is here to give you that final push, you know? And I really think it's about time, you know? Like, you've been feeling this urge to break free from the constraints of the Ten of Pentacles, and you've been exploring new possibilities with the Page of Wands and the Ace of Wands. And now the Wheel of Fortune is telling you that it's time to take action. It's time to make it happen. It's about understanding that all of those challenges and obstacles that you've faced in the past, they were all leading you to this moment. They were all preparing you for this opportunity. And now it's up to you to seize it. I also feel like this is about the law of attraction. Like, you've been putting out all of this positive energy with the Page of Wands and the Ace of Wands, and now the universe is responding by bringing you this amazing opportunity. It's like you've been manifesting this change in your life, and now it's finally here. And it's not just about positive thinking, okay? It's about taking action. It's about aligning your thoughts, feelings, and actions with your desires. And that's what you've been doing. You've been taking steps to create the life you want, and now the universe is meeting you halfway. But what is this change, right? That's what you want to know. Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? The Wheel of Fortune can represent so many different things, depending on the person and the situation, so I can't say for sure, but let's think about it. One possibility is that this could be a career change. Maybe you've been feeling unfulfilled in your current job for a while now, and this could be the opportunity you've been waiting for to finally make a move. Maybe you'll get offered a new position, or maybe you'll decide to start your own business. I'm seeing this image of someone who's been working in a corporate job for years, and they're just feeling so drained and uninspired. And then one day, they just have this epiphany. They realize that they're meant to be doing something completely different, and they quit their job and start their own art studio. Or maybe they become a yoga instructor. Or maybe they start a blog about their passion for cooking. You know, like, it could be anything. The point is that it's something that brings them joy and fulfillment. And it's something that aligns with their values. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've been working hard for a long time, but you're not happy. It's time to do something that makes you feel alive. I feel like for a lot of you, this is really going to resonate because that 10 of Pentacles could have been a career that your family wanted you to go into, not necessarily what you wanted, right? Like, I know someone who went to law school because their parents wanted them to be a lawyer, but they really wanted to be a musician. And they were miserable for years. And then finally, they just said, you know what? I can't do this anymore. And they quit their job and started playing music full-time. And they were so much happier, even though they were making less money. You know, it's about prioritizing your happiness and your well-being over everything else. Another possibility is that this could be a change in your relationship status. Maybe you're single and you're about to meet someone amazing, or maybe you're in a relationship and you're about to take things to the next level. I'm seeing this image of a couple who's been dating for a few years, and they're just feeling like something's missing. And then one day, they have this conversation where they realize that they're both ready to commit to each other fully. And they get engaged, or maybe they move in together, or maybe they decide to start a family. You know, like, it could be anything. The point is that it's a deepening of their connection. It's a commitment to building a future together. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you found someone special. It's time to take the next step. Or, you know, on the flip side, maybe you're in a relationship that's not working, and this card is telling you that it's time to move on. It's time to let go of what's not serving you and create space for something new. It's like the universe is saying, okay, this relationship has run its course. It's time to move on and find someone who's a better fit for you. I know that can be a scary thought, but sometimes it's the best thing you can do for yourself. I had a friend who was in a relationship for like 7 years, and they were just constantly fighting. And they knew that it wasn't working, but they were afraid to break up because they didn't want to be alone. And then finally, they just realized that they were more miserable together than they would be apart, and they broke up. And it was hard at first, but then they both found much better partners. You know, it's about having the courage to let go of what's not working and trusting that something better is waiting for you. And you know what? I feel like because of that 10 of Pentacles, you might be in a relationship your family approves of, but you aren't really happy in, you know? Maybe you're with someone that checks all the boxes, but there's no spark, there's no passion. And this Wheel of Fortune is like, okay, but what about what you want? What about your happiness? What about your fulfillment? It's about recognizing that you deserve to be with someone who truly makes you happy. not just someone who meets your family's expectations. Another possibility is that this could be a change in your living situation. Maybe you're about to move to a new city, or maybe you're about to buy a new house. I'm seeing this image of someone who's been living in the same place for years, and they're just feeling restless. And then one day, they just decide to pack up their bags and move to a completely different city. Maybe they move to a city by the beach, or maybe they move to a city in the mountains, or maybe they move to a city in Europe. Like, it could be anything. The point is that it's a change of scenery. It's a chance to experience something new. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've been in the same place for too long. It's time to shake things up and see what else is out there. Or maybe you're staying put, but you're redecorating, renovating, or just decluttering your space to create a more harmonious environment. This could also mean investing in your home to make it more comfortable and enjoyable. It's about creating a space that reflects who you are and supports your well-being. I also feel like this could be a spiritual awakening. This Wheel of Fortune can signal big shifts in your perspective and understanding of the world. You might start questioning your beliefs, exploring different spiritual practices, or connecting with a higher power. I'm seeing this image of someone who's been feeling lost and disconnected, and they're just searching for something to believe in. And then one day, they stumble upon a spiritual teacher or a book that just completely resonates with them. And they start to explore different spiritual practices like meditation or yoga. And they start to connect with a higher power. And they start to feel a sense of peace and purpose that they've never felt before. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've been searching for something and now you've found it. It's time to embrace your spirituality and connect with your true self. I had a friend who was an atheist for most of their life, and then they went through a really difficult time. And they started to question everything they believed in. And they started to explore different religions and spiritual practices. And eventually, they found a spiritual path that really resonated with them. And it completely changed their life. They became more peaceful, more compassionate, and more connected to the world around them. Or, maybe the Wheel of Fortune is bringing a financial change. This could be a sudden windfall, like winning the lottery or getting an unexpected inheritance. Or it could be a change in your income, like getting a raise or finding a new job that pays more. I'm seeing this image of someone who's been struggling financially for a long time, and they're just feeling so stressed and overwhelmed. And then one day, they win the lottery, or they get an inheritance from a long-lost relative, or they get a new job that pays twice as much as their old job. Like, it could be anything. The point is that it's a sudden influx of money. It's a chance to get out of debt, invest in your future, and live a more comfortable life. But it's important to be responsible with your money, even when you get a windfall. It's important to save some of it, invest some of it, and use some of it to help others. Because money is energy, and it's important to use it wisely. Of course, the Wheel of Fortune isn't always about positive changes. Sometimes it can represent challenges and setbacks. It's important to remember that life is a cycle of ups and downs, and that even when things are going well, there will be times when things get tough. It's about understanding that you can't control everything that happens to you, but you can control how you react to it. It's about learning to adapt to change and to find the silver lining in every situation. But even if you do face some challenges, it's important to remember that you have the strength and resilience to overcome them. You've overcome challenges in the past, and you can overcome them again. You just have to believe in yourself and trust that the universe has your back. I feel like the Wheel of Fortune is preparing you for whatever comes your way. It's giving you the strength and the wisdom to navigate the ups and downs of life. It's teaching you to surrender to the flow of life and to trust that everything is happening for a reason. Like, maybe you lose your job. That sucks, right? But maybe that's the universe's way of pushing you to pursue your passion. Maybe that's the universe's way of telling you that you're meant to be doing something completely different. Or maybe you go through a difficult breakup. That's also really hard, right? But maybe that's the universe's way of making space for someone who's a better fit for you. Maybe that's the universe's way of teaching you to love yourself more. Or maybe you get sick. That's definitely not fun, right? But maybe that's the universe's way of telling you to slow down and take care of yourself. Maybe that's the universe's way of teaching you to appreciate your health. I think that 10 of Pentacles also might be about health, and the Wheel of Fortune coming now might be about health issues finally resolving or knowing the right path forward for your health. The Wheel of Fortune is a reminder that everything is temporary. Both the good times and the bad times will eventually pass. So, it's important to appreciate the good times while they're here and to remember that the bad times won't last forever. It's also a reminder that you're not alone. There are people who care about you and want to support you. Reach out to your friends, your family, your mentors, and let them be there for you. You don't have to go through this alone. I know, it's easy to feel isolated when you're going through a difficult time, but it's important to remember that you're part of a larger community, and there are people who are willing to help you. I'm also getting a sense that this Wheel of Fortune is about letting go of control, about surrendering to the flow of life, about trusting that the universe knows what's best for you, even if you don't understand it right now. This is a big one, especially for those of you who are control freaks, because I know there are some of you out there. It's hard to let go of control, right? It's hard to trust that everything will be okay, even when you don't know what's going to happen. But it's so important to do it, because when you try to control everything, you end up creating more stress and anxiety for yourself. And you end up missing out on all of the amazing opportunities that the universe is trying to bring you. So, let go, surrender, trust, and watch as your life unfolds in ways that you never could have imagined. I also feel like this Wheel of Fortune is really emphasizing the Garnet tree's harmonizing energy. It's about finding balance amidst change. It's about recognizing that even when things are chaotic, you can still find inner peace and harmony. It's about grounding yourself in the present moment and appreciating the simple things in life. It's like the universe is saying, okay, things might be a little crazy right now, but you can handle it. You have the strength, the wisdom, and the resilience to navigate whatever comes your way. Just remember to breathe, to stay grounded, and to appreciate the beauty that surrounds you. Wow, this Wheel of Fortune is really powerful, right? It's about destiny, cycles, change, opportunity, surrendering to the flow of life, and trusting the universe. And it's all connected to that 10 of Pentacles, that Page of Wands, and that Ace of Wands. It's like you're on this journey of breaking free from limiting beliefs, embracing new possibilities, and creating a life that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose. So, buckle up, Buttercup, because things are about to get really interesting. This whole reading is so exciting, so it will be so cool to see what comes next. Okay, we have one more card to pull. I wonder what it will be. This is so exciting. Okay, wow, the 9 of Swords. This is intense. This card is all about anxiety, worry, sleepless nights, that feeling of dread that just kind of hangs over you. It's like, oh honey, after all that excitement with the Wheel of Fortune, we're hitting a bump in the road. The 9 of Swords often represents those moments where your mind just won't shut off. You're tossing and turning, replaying every mistake you've ever made, imagining the worst possible scenarios, right? It's about feeling trapped by your own thoughts, like you're drowning in a sea of worry. This card is also about fear, sometimes irrational fear, and about feeling overwhelmed by the weight of your responsibilities, Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. Like, there's a real sense of mental anguish with this card, and it's not just a fleeting worry. It's a deep-seated anxiety that's really affecting your well-being, I'm so curious to see how this connects to everything else, especially after the 10 of Pentacles, the Page of Wands, the Ace of Wands, and the Wheel of Fortune, because this 9 of Swords, it's like, where did this come from, So, how does this connect to the previous cards, right? Well, first of all, that 10 of Pentacles. That card was all about tradition, security, and maybe feeling a little bit stuck, right? And now, the 9 of Swords is coming in to show you the dark side of that. It's like the anxiety is stemming from the fear of breaking free from those traditions, the fear of disappointing your family, the fear of losing that security, It's like the universe is saying, okay, you want to break free, but are you really ready for the consequences? And then, you've got that Page of Wands, right? All that new inspiration, exploration, and adventure. And the Ace of Wands, those new beginnings, new opportunities, and that spark of passion. The Nine of Swords, it's like it's casting a shadow over all of that excitement. It's saying, yes, all of those new possibilities are exciting, but what if you fail? What if you make the wrong choice? What if you're not good enough? It's like you've been feeling so optimistic and inspired, but now the anxiety is creeping in, making you doubt yourself and your abilities. It's a big old case of imposter syndrome coming to haunt you, I feel. It's like you've been building up all of this momentum with those other cards, and now the Nine of Swords is here to throw a wrench in the works, And I really think it's about time, Like, you've been feeling this urge to break free from the constraints of the Ten of Pentacles, and you've been exploring new possibilities with the Page of Wands and the Ace of Wands, and now the Nine of Swords is telling you that it's not going to be easy. It's going to be scary. It's going to be uncomfortable. It's about understanding that all of those fears and doubts that you've been suppressing, they're all coming to the surface now, demanding to be addressed. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you want to create a new life for yourself, but you can't just ignore your fears. You have to face them head on. I also feel like this is about the pressure you're putting on yourself. Like, you've been feeling so inspired and motivated, and you want to make the most of this opportunity. But you're also afraid of letting people down, of not living up to your own expectations. It's like you're putting so much pressure on yourself to succeed that you're actually sabotaging your own efforts. It's like you're so afraid of failing that you're not even allowing yourself to try, But what is this anxiety really about, right? That's what you want to know. Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? The Nine of Swords can represent so many different things, depending on the person and the situation, so I can't say for sure, but let's think about it. One possibility is that this could be anxiety about your career. Maybe you're afraid of failing in your new job or business venture. Maybe you're worried about not being able to meet the demands of your work. Maybe you're stressed about the financial instability that comes with changing careers, I'm seeing this image of someone who's just started a new business, and they're working like 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they're so stressed about making ends meet, about finding clients, about competing with other businesses. And they're constantly worrying about whether they're going to succeed. And they're so afraid of failing that they're not even enjoying the process, Like, it could be anything. The point is that it's something that's causing them a lot of stress and anxiety. And it's something that's affecting their sleep, their health, and their relationships. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you're pursuing your passion, but you're burning yourself out in the process. You need to find a better balance. I feel like for a lot of you, this is really going to resonate because that Ten of Pentacles could have been a career that was stable and secure, even if it wasn't fulfilling. And now you're taking a risk, and that risk is bringing up a lot of fear and uncertainty, Like, I know someone who quit their corporate job to start their own photography business, and they were so excited at first. But then, they started to realize how much work it actually took to run a business, and they started to worry about where their next client was coming from. And they started to compare themselves to other photographers, and they became so anxious that they almost gave up on their dream. It's about recognizing that starting a new career or business is not always going to be easy. There are going to be challenges and setbacks along the way. But it's important to stay focused on your goals, to believe in yourself, and to ask for help when you need it. Another possibility is that this could be anxiety about your relationships. Maybe you're afraid of getting hurt in a new relationship. Maybe you're worried about not being good enough for your partner. Maybe you're stressed about the conflicts and challenges that come with being in a relationship, I'm seeing this image of someone who's just started dating someone new, and they're constantly analyzing every text message, every phone call, every interaction. And they're constantly wondering if the other person likes them as much as they like them. And they're so afraid of getting rejected that they're not even allowing themselves to be vulnerable, Like, it could be anything. The point is that it's something that's causing them a lot of insecurity and anxiety. And it's something that's preventing them from fully enjoying the relationship. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you're opening yourself up to love, but you're also bringing a lot of baggage with you. You need to heal your past wounds and learn to trust again. I feel like because of that Ten of Pentacles, You might have been in relationships that were based on security and stability rather than love and passion. And now, you're finally allowing yourself to be vulnerable and to pursue a relationship that truly excites you. But that vulnerability is also bringing up a lot of fear and anxiety, you know? Like, I had a friend who was in a long-term relationship that was just kind of meh. Then they met someone who they were really passionate about, but they were terrified of getting hurt because they had been cheated on in the past. And they almost sabotaged the relationship because they were so afraid of getting hurt again. You know, it's about recognizing that every relationship is a risk. There's no guarantee that it's going to work out. But it's important to be willing to take that risk in order to experience the joy and fulfillment that comes with being in a loving relationship. Or, you know, on the flip side, maybe you're anxious about ending a relationship because you're afraid of being alone. You know, I'm seeing this image of someone who knows that they need to end a relationship, but they're just terrified of being single again. And they're worried about what their friends and family will think. And they're afraid that they'll never find someone else. You know, like, it could be anything. The point is that they are staying in something that is causing them anxiety because they are afraid of the alternative. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you're afraid of being alone, but you're also miserable in this relationship. You need to have the courage to let go and trust that you will find happiness again. Another possibility is that this could be anxiety about your living situation. Maybe you're stressed about moving to a new city. Maybe you're worried about not being able to afford your new house. Maybe you're feeling overwhelmed by the process of packing, unpacking, and setting up your new home, you know. I'm seeing this image of someone who's just moved to a new city, and they're feeling lost and alone. And they're struggling to find a job, to make friends, and to adjust to a new culture. And they're constantly wondering if they made the right decision, you know? Like, it could be anything. The point is that it's a change that's causing them a lot of stress and anxiety. And it's something that's affecting their sense of security and stability. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you're embracing a new adventure, but you're also leaving behind everything that's familiar and comfortable. You need to be patient with yourself, to give yourself time to adjust, and to focus on building a new support system. I also feel like this could be anxiety about your spiritual path. This Nine of Swords can signal doubts and fears about your beliefs and your connection to a higher power. You might be questioning your faith, feeling lost and disconnected, or struggling to find meaning and purpose in your life. You know, I'm seeing this image of someone who's been feeling really disconnected from their spirituality. And they're starting to wonder if everything they've believed in is a lie. And they're starting to feel really lost and confused. You know, like, it could be anything. The point is that they are experiencing a lot of anxiety because they're questioning their beliefs. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you're questioning your beliefs because you're growing and evolving. You need to be open to new perspectives, to explore different spiritual practices, and to trust that you will find your own truth. I had a friend who was raised in a very strict religious household, and they started to question their faith. And they felt really guilty and ashamed because they thought they were betraying God. It took them a long time to realize that it was okay to question their beliefs, that it was a natural part of their spiritual journey. They eventually found a spiritual path that resonated with them, and they were so much happier. Or, you know, maybe the Nine of Swords is bringing a financial change that is causing a lot of anxiety. Maybe you're worried about losing your job. Maybe you're stressed about paying your bills. Maybe you're afraid of not having enough money to retire, you know? I'm seeing this image of someone who's been struggling financially, and they're just feeling so overwhelmed. And they're constantly worrying about money, and they're not able to sleep at night because they're so stressed. You know, like, it could be anything. The point is that they are experiencing a lot of anxiety because of their financial situation. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you're struggling financially because you need to make some changes. You need to be more responsible with your money, to find a better job, or to create a new source of income. But, you know, it's important to remember that money is not everything. It's important to focus on what you have, not on what you lack. It's important to appreciate the simple things in life, because money can't buy happiness, right? I think that Wheel of Fortune coming right before this is hitting hard because now you are in a period of major change, and the anxiety is about the fear of the unknown of what is to come. I'm also getting a sense that this Nine of Swords is about not trusting yourself, about doubting your intuition, about second-guessing every decision you make. Because you're so afraid of making a mistake. This is a big one, especially for those of you who have been criticized or judged in the past, because it's hard to trust yourself when you've been told that you're not good enough. But it's so important to do it, because you are the only one who knows what's best for you. You have to learn to listen to your inner voice and to trust that you are being guided in the right direction. So how do you cope, right? Well, with this card, what I want to say is, it's important to acknowledge your anxiety. Don't try to suppress it or ignore it. Allow yourself to feel your feelings, because when you try to push them away, they just come back stronger. It's also important to identify the source of your anxiety. What are you really afraid of? Once you know what's causing your anxiety, you can start to address it. It also sounds like you need to practice some self-care, When you're feeling anxious, it's easy to neglect your own needs. But it's important to make time for activities that help you relax and distress. Take a bath, read a book, listen to music, go for a walk, spend time in nature, whatever works for you. With the Garnet tree crystal, I think grounding is also super important. The Garnet tree is all about harmonizing energies, so this Nine of Swords is calling you to bring balance and alignment back into your life. And one of the best ways to do that is through grounding. Spend time in nature, walk barefoot on the earth, or visualize your roots growing deep into the ground. This will help you to feel more connected to the earth and to release some of that excess energy. It's also about getting enough sleep. This card is often associated with insomnia, so it's important to prioritize sleep. Create a relaxing bedtime routine, avoid caffeine before bed, and make sure your bedroom is dark, quiet, and cool. Meditation can be also super helpful. When you're feeling anxious, your mind is racing, and you need to find a way to quiet it down. Meditation can help you to focus on the present moment and to release your thoughts. There are many different types of meditation, so find one that works for you. And remember, even just a few minutes of meditation each day can make a big difference. I'm also getting a sense that this Nine of Swords is about needing to talk to someone, about sharing your fears and anxieties with a trusted friend, family member, therapist, or counselor. Because sometimes just talking about your feelings can help you to feel less alone and to gain a new perspective. Don't be afraid to reach out for help. There are people who care about you and want to support you. And honestly, you might want to limit your exposure to triggers, right? What makes you anxious? Is it the news? Is it social media? Is it certain people? Limit your exposure to those triggers. Create a safe space for yourself where you can relax and distress. It's also about practicing gratitude. When you're feeling anxious, it's easy to focus on what's wrong in your life. But it's important to remember what you have to be grateful for. Make a list of all the things you appreciate and focus on those things. Because gratitude can help you to shift your perspective and to feel more positive. And then, it's important to remember that you are not alone. Many people experience anxiety at some point in their lives. You are not weak or flawed. You are simply going through a challenging time. Be kind to yourself, be patient with yourself, and know that you will get through this. It's all connected to that 10 of Pentacles, that Page of Wands, that Ace of Wands, and that Wheel of Fortune. It's like you're on this journey of breaking free from limiting beliefs, embracing new possibilities, creating a life that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose, and learning to manage your anxiety along the way. Wow, this Nine of Swords is really intense, right? It's about anxiety, worry, fear, sleepless nights, self-doubt, and the need for self-care. I'm so curious to see what comes next, because this whole reading is setting up for something big, and honestly, I don't know where we're going from here. Are we going to find peace and resolution, or are we going to dive even deeper into the darkness? Only the next card will tell. It's about understanding that even when things are chaotic, you can still find inner peace and harmony. So, hang in there, Buttercup, because we're almost there. Okay, we have one more card to pull. I wonder what it will be? This is so exciting. Okay, oh my gosh, okay. So the final card, the card that's going to bring it all together, is The world. Okay, wow. Okay, so my first thought is this is either like the best possible outcome or it's something that's being blocked. Because the world, it's all about completion, you know. It's about feeling fulfilled, like you've reached the end of a cycle and you're ready to start a new one, but from a place of wholeness, from a place of having all your ducks in a row, you know? It can also literally mean travel, seeing the world, experiencing new cultures. It's like all your hard work has paid off and now you're reaping the rewards. But, after that Nine of Swords. I'm also wondering if maybe that anxiety is getting in the way of fully experiencing this sense of completion. Or if this card is all about overcoming that anxiety to be able to live in the world, you know? So, we're gonna have to unpack this. Like, what does this world look like for you? And how does it connect to everything that's come before? And most importantly, how do you get there from where you are right now, from that Nine of Swords energy? Okay, so let's start with the positive, right? Let's say that this world card is representing the ultimate goal, the happy ending, the thing that you're striving for. What does that look like? Well, for some of you, it might literally be about travel. You know, that Ten of Pentacles, that might have been keeping you tied down to a certain place, a certain routine, a certain way of life. Maybe you always dreamed of seeing the world, but you felt like you couldn't because of family obligations or financial limitations or whatever, you know. But now, with the Page and Ace of Wands lighting that fire, and the Wheel of Fortune shaking everything up, it's like the universe is opening up these doors for you to finally go on that adventure, you know. I'm seeing this image of someone who's always lived in the same small town, and they've always felt this longing to see what else is out there. And then, they finally get the opportunity to travel, and it just completely changes their life. They see new cultures, they meet new people, they experience new things, and they realize that there's so much more to the world than they ever imagined. And that Ten of Pentacles has been left completely behind for something that they actually love to do. It's like they've been living in a black and white movie, and now they're suddenly seeing everything in color, you know? And it's not just about the places you go, but also about the person you become along the way. When you travel, you're forced to step outside of your comfort zone, to confront your fears, to adapt to new situations, and to learn about yourself in the process. It's like you're shedding all of these old layers of identity and becoming more authentic, more open-minded, more alive, and more of the best possible version of you. And I think that Nine of Swords is saying that, yes, traveling can be scary. It can be stressful. It can be overwhelming, but it's also worth it. Because on the other side of that fear is this incredible sense of freedom and expansion, a feeling of having truly lived, you know? And it doesn't have to be some extravagant, around-the-world trip, okay? It can be something as simple as taking a weekend getaway to a nearby city, or visiting a national park, or even just exploring a different neighborhood in your own town, you know. The point is to get out of your routine, to see something new, to challenge yourself, and to open yourself up to new experiences. It's so important, you know? Or, for some of you, this world card might be about achieving a sense of inner peace and fulfillment, regardless of your external circumstances. You know, that Ten of Pentacles might have been representing a life that looked good on the outside, but felt empty on the inside. Maybe you had all the trappings of success, but you were still feeling unfulfilled, disconnected, and like something was missing, you know. But now, with the Page and Ace of Wands igniting your passions, and the Wheel of Fortune shaking up your priorities, it's like you're finally realizing that true happiness comes from within, not from external validation or material possessions. I'm seeing this image of someone who's been chasing success their whole life, and they finally reach the top of the mountain, and they're like, wait, this isn't what I thought it would be, you know? And they realize that they've been so focused on achieving their goals that they've neglected their relationships, their health, and their own well-being. And they decide to make a change. They quit their job, they sell their house, they simplify their life, and they start focusing on what truly matters to them and on what they truly love. They start spending more time with their loved ones, they start taking care of their body and mind, and they start pursuing their passions. And finally, they are living in their world. It's like they've been living in a gilded cage, and now they're finally free, you know? And I think that Nine of Swords is saying that, yes, letting go of those external markers of success can be scary. It can be uncomfortable. It can be challenging, but it's also worth it. Because on the other side of that fear is this incredible sense of freedom and authenticity, a feeling of being truly aligned with your soul's purpose, and finally, creating your own world. And it doesn't have to be some drastic, life-transforming change, okay. It can be something as simple as setting boundaries with toxic people, or saying no to things that drain your energy, or practicing self-care, or pursuing a hobby that you love, The point is to prioritize your own well-being, to honor your own needs, and to create a life that feels authentic and fulfilling, Or, for some of you, this world card might be about finding your place in the world, about feeling like you belong, about making a difference, That 10 of Pentacles might have been representing a family or a community that didn't quite accept you for who you are. Maybe you felt like you had to hide your true self, or conform to certain expectations, or suppress your own beliefs in order to fit in, But now, with the Page and Ace of Wands empowering you to express your individuality, and the Wheel of Fortune connecting you with new people and new opportunities, it's like you're finally finding your tribe, your people, your place in the world, where you can be yourself, where you can share your gifts, and where you can make a positive impact, I'm seeing this image of someone who's always felt like an outsider, and they've always struggled to find their place. And then, they stumble upon a community of like-minded people who share their values and their passions, and they finally feel like they belong. They start volunteering their time, they start sharing their talents, and they start making a difference in the world. It's like they've been wandering in the desert, and now they've finally found an oasis, creating the world they always wanted to live in. And I think that 9 of Swords is saying that, yes, putting yourself out there can be scary. It can be vulnerable. It can be risky, but it's also worth it. Because on the other side of that fear is this incredible sense of connection and belonging, a feeling of being part of something bigger than yourself, and a realization that you have the power to change the world, And it doesn't have to be some grand, world-changing gesture, okay. It can be something as simple as joining a local club or organization, or volunteering at a soup kitchen, or donating to a cause you care about, or even just being kind and compassionate to the people around you, The point is to connect with others, to share your gifts, and to make a positive impact on the world. Even in small ways, it all adds up. But okay, let's talk about the shadow side of this world card, right? Because, let's be real, after that 9 of Swords, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. What if that anxiety is actually preventing you from reaching this sense of completion, or from experiencing the joys of travel, or from finding your place in the world, and taking the leap from the 10 of Pentacles? What if you're so consumed by fear and doubt that you're sabotaging your own efforts, and instead you are stuck living in the shadows of what could have been? Like, maybe you do get the opportunity to travel, but you're so anxious about flying, or about being in unfamiliar places, or about getting sick, or about something terrible happening, that you can't even enjoy the experience. You're constantly on edge, you're constantly worrying, and you're constantly thinking about all the things that could go wrong, and you miss all the beauty and the wonder that's right in front of you. It's like you're seeing the world through a filter of fear, and the filter is creating a very different and scary world to live in, the world outside you. Or maybe you do achieve a certain level of success, but you're so afraid of losing it, or of not being good enough, or of being exposed as a fraud that you can't even savor the moment. You're constantly working, you're constantly striving, and you're constantly comparing yourself to others, and you are still stuck in that 10 of Pentacles energy because you are following expectations from somewhere outside of yourself. You're like a hamster on a wheel, running faster and faster, but never getting anywhere. Or maybe you do find your tribe, your people, your place in the world, but you're so afraid of being rejected, or of being judged, or of not fitting in, that you can't fully be yourself. You're constantly trying to please others, you're constantly censoring yourself, and you're constantly hiding your true thoughts and feelings. And honestly, is that even a world you want to be a part of? It's like you're wearing a mask, and it's a mask that is a new version of that old 10 of Pentacles mask, pretending to be someone that you are not, when on the inside you are dying to break free and be happy. And you know what? Maybe you achieve a certain level of completion or wholeness, but it's not what you expected. Maybe you thought that once you reached a certain goal, you would be happy, fulfilled, and content. But then you get there and you're like, wait, this isn't what I thought it would be, and it is not actually your world. It's still that world from the Ten of Pentacles. Maybe you're still feeling empty or disconnected or unfulfilled, and then the Nine of Swords is there to stay. Maybe you realize that the things you were striving for weren't actually aligned with your values, your passions, or your soul's purpose, and actually what you wanted to do with the Ace and Page of Wands. Maybe you realize that you've been chasing the wrong dream and you're still stuck with the Ten of Pentacles. And now what? And the Wheel of Fortune is spinning again. It's a world of having to make a new decision. Like, I know someone who always dreamed of being a doctor, and they worked so hard to get into medical school, and they worked so hard to graduate, and they worked so hard to become a successful doctor. And then they finally achieved their goal, and they were miserable. They realized that they didn't actually enjoy being a doctor. They were just doing it because their parents wanted them to. And they felt trapped, they felt unfulfilled, and they felt like they had wasted their life. And they ended up quitting their job and becoming a yoga instructor, and they were so much happier, you know? So, how do you navigate this, right? How do you ensure that you're not letting that Nine of Swords anxiety steal your world, your completion, your fulfillment? How do you create a world that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose? How do you take the leap from that Ten of Pentacles? Well, the first step is to acknowledge your fears, the need behind the Ten of Pentacles. To recognize that anxiety is a normal human emotion, and that it's okay to feel scared or uncertain or overwhelmed, okay? Don't try to suppress it or ignore it or pretend that it's not there. That's what you were doing with the Ten of Pentacles. Allow yourself to feel your feelings and to process them in a healthy way. The second step is to challenge your thoughts. To question the validity of your fears and to reframe them in a more positive light. Are your fears based on facts or are they based on assumptions? Are you catastrophizing or are you being realistic? Are you focusing on the negative or are you focusing on the positive? Because I am telling you, that Nine of Swords is going to make it easy to focus on all the bad things. The third step is to take action, but to take it from that Page and Ace of Wands energy. To do something, anything, that moves you closer to your goals and helps you to overcome your fears. Don't let anxiety paralyze you or keep you stuck in your comfort zone. Start small, start simple, and build momentum. And that Wheel of Fortune is telling you that even if you're taking action, you might still need to adapt and adjust. You might have to pivot, you might have to change course, but you don't need to be stuck. The fourth step is to practice self-care, like I said with the Nine of Swords, but also with the Garnet tree energy. To nourish your body, mind, and spirit, and to create a life that supports your well-being. Get enough sleep, eat healthy foods, exercise regularly, spend time in nature, connect with loved ones, pursue your hobbies, and do things that bring you joy. Don't let anxiety rob you of your happiness or your health. And the fifth step is to seek support. To connect with people who understand what you're going through and who can offer you encouragement, guidance, and accountability. Talk to a therapist, a counselor, a coach, a mentor, a friend, or a family member, the exact opposite of that energy you had with the Ten of Pentacles. Don't try to go it alone or to suffer in silence. There are people who care about you and who want to help you, as the Wheel of Fortune may bring new people into your life. And honestly, looking at all these cards together, it's like you're being called to create your own world, to define your own success, to live your own truth, and to not let fear hold you back, and to break free from that energy that may have been present with the Ten of Pentacles. It's about honoring your roots, but not being limited by them. It's about embracing your passions, but not being consumed by them. It's about finding your place in the world, but not losing yourself in it. It's about creating a life that is both fulfilling and meaningful, both authentic and sustainable. And I think that Garnet tree crystal is here to help you harmonize all of these different energies, to find the balance between tradition and innovation, between security and adventure, between fear and faith, between self-doubt and self-love. It's about grounding yourself in your values, connecting with your intuition, and trusting that you have the power to create the world you want to live in. It really, really is. The garnet tree is reminding you that your roots are strong and that you can branch out in any direction you choose. Okay, so thinking about our theme, rooted revelations, right? I think this world card is representing the ultimate revelation, the realization that you have the power to create your own reality, that you are not defined by your past, that you are not limited by your circumstances, and that you can create a life that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose. The Ten of Pentacles might have been your roots, but now you're creating your own branches. The garnet tree is a reminder to harmonize all your energies to come into your own. It's about understanding that your roots are a source of strength and resilience, but they don't have to define your future. You can honor your heritage, your traditions, and your family, but you don't have to let them hold you back from pursuing your dreams. You can create your own legacy, your own story, your own world. It's about embracing your individuality, expressing your authenticity, and sharing your gifts with the world. It's about finding your voice, your passion, and your purpose. It's about making a difference, leaving a mark, and creating a positive impact. And I think that Nine of Swords is just a reminder that the path to your true world, to this rooted revelation, is not always going to be easy. There are going to be challenges, obstacles, and setbacks along the way. There are going to be moments of doubt, fear, and uncertainty. But it's important to remember that you are strong, you are resilient, and you are capable of overcoming anything that comes your way. Trust yourself, trust the universe, and never give up on your dreams. Wow, this reading has been so intense, so powerful, so transformative, right? I feel like we've gone on this incredible journey together, from the limitations of the Ten of Pentacles, to the possibilities of the Page and Ace of Wands, to the changes of the Wheel of Fortune, to the anxieties of the Nine of Swords, and now, to the potential of the world. I am so excited to know what happens next. I have no idea what this next card could be, but I am very ready to find out and to share it with you. Are you ready? Okay. So the next card we have to look at is the Five of Cups. Oh wow. Okay, so immediate reaction? This is definitely, still in that Nine of Swords zone, right? We're not quite out of the woods yet. The Five of Cups is all about loss, regret, disappointment, that feeling of focusing on what's missing rather than what you still have. It's like you're spilling the milk, and you're just staring at the spilled milk instead of looking at the cups that are still standing, that are still full. It's about wallowing in sadness, about dwelling on the past, about feeling sorry for yourself, and honestly, I don't want that for you. The Five of Cups often represents those moments where you've experienced a setback, a disappointment, or a loss, and it's really hard to move on. You're just stuck in this cycle of negativity, replaying the events in your mind, blaming yourself or others, and feeling like everything is hopeless. And after that Nine of Swords, I'm wondering if this is just kind of compounding that anxiety, or if this is showing us what causing the anxiety, And how does this relate to that world card that we're trying to get to? Is this Five of Cups like the obstacle that's preventing you from experiencing that completion, that fulfillment, that sense of having finally arrived? Or is it a necessary step on the path? Is it something that you need to move through, something that you need to learn from, in order to fully appreciate the world when you finally get there? Because it can also sometimes signify emotional healing and learning to let go. Ooh, wow, okay. So, lots to unpack here, but definitely feeling like we're still in that kind of heavy, emotional space, This isn't all bad, I promise, because this also is helping you get to your world. Okay, so let's dive into this Five of Cups a little bit more deeply and see how it connects to everything that's come before and what it's really trying to tell you, right? So first of all, let's go back to that Ten of Pentacles. Remember, that card was all about tradition, security, family expectations, and maybe feeling a little bit stuck or unfulfilled, right? Well, the Five of Cups, it's showing us what happens when you start to break free from those constraints. It's showing us the potential for loss, for disappointment, for regret that can come along with that journey of self-discovery, Maybe you decide to pursue a different career path, one that's more aligned with your passions, but less stable, less secure, less approved of by your family. And then, things don't go as planned. You struggle to find clients, you struggle to make ends meet, you struggle to get your family's approval, and you start to wonder if you made the wrong choice. You start to regret leaving that safe and secure world that you knew and that they wanted for you. You start to feel like you've disappointed your family, like you've let them down, and that's all that matters. It's so painful, you know? This energy is really hard. Or maybe you decide to end a relationship that's no longer serving you, even though it's comfortable, even though it's familiar, even though it's what everyone expects you to do. And then you're alone. You're lonely. You're questioning everything. You're wondering if you'll ever find someone else, someone who loves you, someone who understands you, someone who makes you happy, or someone who is approved of by others. You start to regret leaving that relationship, even though you knew it wasn't right for you. You start to feel like you've made a mistake, like you've thrown away something valuable, and like you are never going to find something better and are forever doomed to feel bad. Or maybe you decide to move to a new city, to start a new life, to pursue your dreams. And then you're homesick. You miss your family, you miss your friends, you miss your familiar surroundings. You struggle to find a job, you struggle to make new connections, you struggle to adjust to a new culture, and you start to wonder if you made the right decision. You start to regret leaving everything behind, even though you knew it was time for a change. And wow, that wheel of fortune has really put that into motion. What is coming? You start to feel like you've uprooted yourself, like you've lost your sense of belonging, and like you'll never feel at home again. And that's the Five of Cups right there, you know. It's that feeling of loss, that feeling of disappointment, that feeling of regret that can come when you step outside of your comfort zone, when you challenge the status quo, when you pursue your own path, and when you step away from that 10 of Pentacles. It's like you're so focused on what you've lost, on what's missing, on what could have been, that you can't see what you still have, what you've gained, and what's still possible, right? Like, you're so busy staring at those spilled cups that you're not even noticing the ones that are still standing, the ones that are still full. And those other cards, the Page and Ace of Wands. It's like the Five of Cups is casting a shadow over all of that excitement, all of that inspiration, all of that potential, and all of that fire. It's making you question your abilities, your worthiness, your decisions, and your future. It's making you feel like you're not good enough, like you're not capable of achieving your dreams, and like you're destined to fail. It's like you're so afraid of making a mistake that you're not even allowing yourself to try. And that Wheel of Fortune, it's like the Five of Cups is reminding you that life is full of ups and downs, that things don't always go as planned, and that sometimes you experience loss, disappointment, and regret. It's reminding you that change can be painful, that growth can be uncomfortable, and that the journey to your dreams is not always a smooth one. It's like you're so focused on the negative aspects of change that you're forgetting about all the positive possibilities, all the new opportunities, and all the potential for growth and transformation. And that Nine of Swords. It's like the Five of Cups is fueling all of that anxiety, all of that worry, all of that fear. It's making you obsess over the past, it's making you imagine the worst possible scenarios, and it's making you feel like you're trapped in a cycle of negativity. It's like you're so consumed by your thoughts, your emotions, and your fears that you're not even able to see the present moment, to appreciate what you have, and to move forward with hope and optimism. And now, with the world, you aren't able to go into it because this Five of Cups is in the way. You are unable to see it. But okay, let's not stay stuck in this Five of Cups energy, right? Because that's not what this reading is about. This reading is about breaking free, about embracing your potential, and about creating a life that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose. So, how do you move through this Five of Cups energy? How do you overcome this loss, this disappointment, this regret? How do you get back on track? And how do you start moving towards that World card again and step away from that Ten of Pentacles? Well, the first step, and this is so important, is to allow yourself to grieve. And it is okay to feel what you are feeling, I promise. To acknowledge your pain, to validate your emotions, and to give yourself permission to feel sad, to feel disappointed, to feel regretful. Don't try to suppress your feelings, or to pretend that they're not there, or to tell yourself that you shouldn't be feeling this way. That's just going to make things worse in the long run. Allow yourself to cry, to vent, to journal, to talk to someone you trust, to do whatever you need to do to process your emotions in a healthy way. And it's important to remember that grief is a process, not an event. It takes time to heal from loss, to adjust to change, and to move on with your life. Be patient with yourself, be kind to yourself, and don't expect to feel better overnight. And that garnet tree will help. It's okay to feel what you are feeling. The second step, and this is also really important, is to practice self-compassion. To treat yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and empathy that you would offer to a friend who was going through a similar situation. Don't beat yourself up, don't blame yourself, and don't judge yourself for your mistakes, your shortcomings, or your failures. Everyone makes mistakes, everyone experiences setbacks, and everyone has moments of weakness. It's part of being human. Instead of criticizing yourself, offer yourself words of encouragement, words of support, and words of love. Remind yourself of your strengths, your accomplishments, and your positive qualities. Remind yourself that you are worthy of love, respect, and happiness, no matter what. And that 5 of Cups is making you forget all of those things, and it's making you only focus on the negative things. Remember that garnet tree crystal, and remember that wheel of fortune. This will pass. This wheel of fortune is ever turning. The third step, and this is where we start to shift our focus, is to focus on what you still have, right? To appreciate the good things in your life, to acknowledge your blessings, and to be grateful for what you have, rather than dwelling on what you've lost. Make a list of all the things you're grateful for, no matter how small or insignificant they may seem. Focus on your health, your relationships, your talents, your opportunities, your resources, and your experiences. Remind yourself that you are still loved, you are still supported, and you are still capable of achieving great things. Because that 5 of Cups is making you forget all of those things, and it's making you only focus on the negative things. It's like you're so busy staring at those spilled cups that you're not even noticing the ones that are still standing, the ones that are still full. The wheel of fortune is still turning and will continue to turn in your favor. The fourth step, and this is where we start to look towards the future, is to learn from your experiences. To identify the lessons you can take away from your losses, your disappointments, and your regrets, and to use those lessons to grow, to evolve, and to create a better future for yourself. Ask yourself what you can do differently next time, what you can learn from your mistakes, and how you can use your experiences to become stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Because every challenge, every setback, and every loss is an opportunity for growth and transformation, if you choose to see it that way. This is something your 10 of Pentacles family could have taught you, even if you don't follow in their footsteps. And that Page and Ace of Wands energy will help you be more open to seeing things in a new light. Look for new opportunities for what to come. The fifth step, and this is where we start to move forward, is to set new goals. The ones that you found were your passions, your creativity, from the Page and Ace of Wands. To create a new vision for your life, to identify what you want to achieve, what you want to experience, and what you want to become, and to start taking action towards those goals. Don't let your past define you, don't let your fears hold you back, and don't let anyone tell you that you can't achieve your dreams. You are capable of creating a life that is truly fulfilling, meaningful, and authentic, but it starts with a clear vision and a commitment to taking action and to moving forward. Start with some baby steps, the smallest baby steps. And when that 9 of Swords shows up, call back to what you want to have come to fruition in the world. And you know what else? It's important to remember that you're not alone in this, right? Like, everyone experiences loss, disappointment, and regret at some point in their lives. It's part of the human experience. So reach out to your friends, your family, your mentors, your community, and let them support you. Let them encourage you, and let them remind you of your strengths, your accomplishments, and your worthiness, but definitely away from the 10 of Pentacles, unless they are supportive of your goals. And be open to receiving their love, their support, and their guidance. Because you don't have to go through this alone, you know? There are people who care about you, who believe in you, and who want to help you succeed. And that wheel of fortune is going to keep bringing you more and more people who are meant to support you. You just have to be open to receiving their love and their support. Don't isolate yourself. Don't withdraw from the world, and don't let your fears prevent you from connecting with others. Because connection is essential for healing, for growth, and for creating a life that is truly fulfilling. And it's also important to practice self-care, right? This goes back to that Nine of Swords, but it's worth repeating. When you're going through a difficult time, it's easy to neglect your own needs, to put yourself last, and to focus on everyone else's problems. But that's a recipe for burnout, for exhaustion, and for even more pain. You need to prioritize your own well-being, to take care of your body, your mind, and your spirit. Get enough sleep, eat healthy foods, exercise regularly, spend time in nature, meditate, practice mindfulness, and do things that bring you joy. And you really need to step into what those things actually are, because you might find that your Ten of Pentacles family has also guided those things. Because the world, I feel, is so close for you, so close to actually finding it and grasping it and pulling it into your own energy. The Ten of Pentacles isn't bad, but not living in your own truth is, and that's what that world is. And it might be scary, because what comes after the world? What is next? And that can feel like a lot of pressure. The Five of Cups really wants you to just sit in the milk and not clean it up and move forward to the next. So, what does this all mean for you right now? Well, it means that you're going through a challenging time. You're experiencing loss, disappointment, and regret. You're questioning your decisions, your abilities, and your future. You're feeling anxious, overwhelmed, and maybe even hopeless. But it also means that you're on the verge of something amazing. You're on the verge of breaking free from limiting beliefs, embracing your potential, and creating a life that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose. And I think what you need to realize is, it's not either or, it's and. It's a constant, I have a family that I love and I'm going to go do my own thing that makes me happy. I had success in this and I'm going to go have success in this new venture too. And it's okay to still love your family, even if you don't live your life the way they want you to, because it's your life to live and you get to make those decisions. You get to step into your world. And it's the wheel of fortune, you get to make that turn, you get to steer that wheel, and you get to tell it to move in whatever direction you want to. But that Five of Cups is telling you to stop turning that wheel, to not let go of the milk. And you can move through this. I believe in you. It can hurt to be vulnerable. It can be difficult to put yourself out there and challenge yourself. Even the heroes in all the stories have their moments of challenge. They have their Five of Cups moments. They want to stop, but they don't. They take that and they grow from it. And I think you're doing that too. You just need to keep believing. Keep going and you'll be there soon. That world is waiting. What's the point of the challenge if the reward isn't great? Wow, so that was the Five of Cups. Intense, right? But also, hopefully, helpful. It's about acknowledging your pain, practicing self-compassion, focusing on what you still have, learning from your experiences, setting new goals, seeking support, and practicing self-care, and moving toward that world and away from that Ten of Pentacles. Okay, so we have one more card to pull, and I am so curious to see what it is. Is it going to be something that helps us move through this Five of Cups energy? Is it going to be something that clarifies what the world looks like for you? Is it going to be something completely unexpected? I have no idea, but I am so excited to find out. Are you ready? Here we go. Okay, wow, okay, so the next card we have to look at, the final card, is the Six of Pentacles. Okay, so like immediate reaction, this is like a really nice card to end on, especially after that Five of Cups, right? Like the Six of Pentacles is all about generosity, balance, charity, giving and receiving, you know, like that feeling of abundance and sharing that with others and getting that back too. It's like you are really coming into your own and finding that harmony. It's like, okay, we've been through the tough stuff, we've acknowledged the pain, we've seen the challenges, and now we're moving into a place of healing, a place of abundance, a place of giving back, which is amazing. I'm super excited about this card. You know, the Six of Pentacles often represents those moments where you're feeling grateful for what you have, and you're looking for ways to share your blessings with others. It's about recognizing that you're not alone in the world, and that you have a responsibility to help those who are less fortunate than you. It's like you are seeing your Ten of Pentacles, but in a completely different way. It's also about receiving help when you need it, you know? Like, it's not just about giving, It's also about being open to receiving, to allowing others to support you, to letting go of that feeling that you have to do everything on your own. And after that Five of Cups, that's like a big freaking deal because you might be feeling like, oh, I have to do all of this on my own, nobody understands, I'm all alone. But the Six of Pentacles is like, nope, that's not true. There are people who care about you, who want to help you, and who are willing to support you. And it's just so beautiful to see that come through, especially after all of this, you know? So, with that being said, how does this connect to all of the other cards that have come before, right? Well, let's start with that Ten of Pentacles. Remember, that card was all about tradition, security, family expectations, and feeling maybe a little bit stuck or unfulfilled, right? And now, the Six of Pentacles is like, it's showing us a new way to relate to those things. It's showing us that you can honor your traditions, you can appreciate your security, and you can maintain your family connections, but you don't have to let them define you, and you definitely don't have to let them hold you back from pursuing your dreams. It's like you are breaking free from those constraints, but you're not completely cutting ties, right? You're finding a way to integrate those things into your life in a way that feels authentic and fulfilling. Like you are appreciating the blessings you have received and are able to give back to those that have helped you on the way. This is just like the best possible growth from that Ten of Pentacles I could ask for, you know? And then, let's think about those Page and Ace of Wands. All that creativity, all that inspiration, all that passion, all those new beginnings. The Six of Pentacles is like, it's showing us how to use those things to make a positive impact on the world. It's showing us how to share your gifts, your talents, and your resources with others, and how to create a life that is not only fulfilling for you, but also beneficial to those around you. It's like you are taking that spark of inspiration and turning it into something tangible, something meaningful, something that makes a difference. You are creating your own special, beautiful world with all of this. That's like, you know, taking your art and giving it back to your community or doing something completely amazing for the world in general. You are in tune with what is going on around you and want to leave your imprint. And then we've got that Wheel of Fortune, all those changes, all those cycles, all that destiny. The Six of Pentacles is like, it's showing us how to navigate those changes with grace and with generosity. It's showing us that even when things are uncertain, even when things are difficult, we can still find ways to give back, to support others, and to create a sense of balance and harmony in our lives. It's like you are understanding that life is not always fair, but you can still choose to be kind, to be compassionate, and to be generous, even when it's hard. It's all about learning to ride the waves of life, and to find the silver lining in every situation, and I just think it's so beautiful. And then we have that Nine of Swords, all that anxiety, all that worry, all that fear. The Six of Pentacles is like, it's showing us how to overcome those things by focusing on others, by giving back, and by making a positive impact. It's showing us that when we take our focus off of ourselves and our own problems, and we start to think about how we can help others, we can actually reduce our own anxiety, we can overcome our own fears, and we can find a sense of purpose and meaning in our lives. You know, I think it's like, when you are helping others, you don't have time to worry about yourself, you know. Or like, you feel like you're actually, like, making a difference, and the feeling that you are in control, and that you're not just sitting in this anxious place and worrying about the future. It's like you're actually creating the future that you want to see, and it is just beautiful. And then, of course, we have the world, all that completion, all that fulfillment, all that integration. The Six of Pentacles is like, it's showing us that the world is not just a destination, it's a way of life. It's about living in a state of gratitude, generosity, and balance, and about sharing your blessings with others, and that all comes back to that Ten of Pentacles. It's about recognizing that you are part of a larger community, and that you have a responsibility to contribute to the well-being of that community, and it will just come back to you. It's like you are living in your purpose, you're living in your truth, and you're living in a way that is both fulfilling for you and beneficial to others, and that's the best thing you can do. And then we've got that Five of Cups, all that loss, all that regret, all that disappointment. The Six of Pentacles is like, it's showing us how to heal from those things by giving back, by helping others, and by focusing on the positive. It's showing us that even when we've experienced loss, even when we've made mistakes, and even when we've been disappointed, we can still find ways to create a meaningful and fulfilling life. And it's just like a whole new world is opening. It's like you are taking your pain and turning it into something beautiful, something that helps others, something that makes a difference, and in turn, that helps you. It's just like the most amazing cycle of healing and growth that I could possibly imagine, you know? So, how does this manifest in your life, right? Like, what does this Six of Pentacles energy actually look like for you in a practical sense? Well, there are so many possibilities. For some of you, this might mean volunteering your time at a local charity, at an organization. Maybe you're going to give back to that family from the Ten of Pentacles. Maybe you help them out and show them a little something about what you have learned along the way, so that they can have the same sense of release that you did. Maybe you spend some time at a local soup kitchen or something that touches you. Helping people that are less fortunate, helping people that are on a different path than you, it's such a good thing. It's about recognizing that you have something to offer, even if it's just your time and your energy, and that you can make a positive impact on the world by giving back in this way, and it's a beautiful thing. It's about finding an organization that reflects your values and helping others, and bringing something to the table that no one else can. Or, for some of you, this might mean donating money to a cause that you care about. Maybe there's a particular organization that you really believe in, or maybe there's a specific issue that you're passionate about, and it could be something that you are very involved with from the Page and Ace of Wands cards. And it's just been burning inside you that you just want to help. It could be local, it could be global, it doesn't matter, as long as you find something that you want to give back to. It's about recognizing that you have the financial resources to make a difference, and that you can use your money to support the things that you believe in. It's about being responsible with your money, and about using it in a way that aligns with your values and your passions, because it feels good to spend a little bit of your money and just make something amazing happen in the world, and you just get to watch it. That, to me, is the Six of Pentacles coming to its highest form. Or, for some of you, this might mean mentoring someone who is less experienced than you, but this can be away from the Ten of Pentacles, you know. This is not necessarily your family, but someone that needs some guidance, or needs some mentoring, or you get to offer your wisdom. Sharing your knowledge and your skills with others, and helping them to achieve their goals, and I think that's just such a beautiful expression of this energy. It's about recognizing that you have something valuable to offer, and that you can use your experience to help others grow and to get on a path that is much clearer. It's so impactful when people do that. It's so great, especially if this is something that you're super passionate about from those Page and Ace of Wands energy. It makes it even better, you know? Or, for some of you, this might mean creating something, creating art, creating music, writing a book, or starting a business that benefits others. This is also from that Page and Ace of Wands. You have something to offer, but how do you bring it to fruition? You are literally creating things to bring to this world that you are about to step into. Like, maybe you are just really passionate about creating art, and you're thinking to yourself, how can I bring this to the world? How can I share my art with others? And you decide to donate a portion of the proceeds to charity. You create this beautiful thing, it makes you feel good, and then it does other good in the world too. How great is that? It's so in line with everything we've seen today. It creates this sense of fulfillment and satisfaction in the process. Or, for some of you, this might mean simply being kind and compassionate to the people around you, and really in line with getting away from that Nine of Swords energy that just wants to take over the whole world, you know. It's about recognizing that everyone is struggling with something, and that you can make a positive impact simply by offering a listening ear, a helping hand, or a word of encouragement. It's about being present, about being empathetic, and about being supportive, and about just being a good human, which is a beautiful thing that we should all be, you know. This will also help you get into your world. You know, it's not always easy to give back, right? Especially when you're going through a tough time, and especially when you're feeling anxious, or overwhelmed, or disappointed. But it's important to remember that even small acts of kindness can make a big difference. And there are always ways to share your blessings with others, even when you don't feel like you have much to offer. You have to remember that. I think that Five of Cups wants you to think that there is nothing left, but you have to remember that the Six of Pentacles is coming in to show you that's not true. And it's not just about giving money, or giving time, or giving resources. It's also about giving love, giving support, giving encouragement, and giving hope. It's about being a source of light in the darkness, about being a beacon of hope in a world that often feels hopeless. And I really, really believe that you can do this. I know it. So, where do you start, right? How do you actually put this Six of Pentacles energy into practice in your daily life? Well, there are a few things you can do. You can start by identifying your values and the things that you're passionate about. What do you care about? What do you believe in? What do you want to see change in the world? Once you know what those things are, you can start to look for ways to support them, to give back to them, and to make a positive impact on them, right? This is a big thing from that Ace and Page of Wands. You know what's setting your soul on fire? Let that guide the way. You can volunteer your time at a local charity, right? Find an organization that aligns with your values and offer your help. You can donate money to a cause that you care about, set up a recurring donation, or make a one-time gift. Even a small amount can make a difference. You can mentor someone who is less experienced than you. This will come from that Ace and Page of Wands. Share your wisdom, your knowledge, and your skills with others. You can create something that benefits others. Write a book, make art, start a business, and donate a portion of the proceeds to charity. You can simply be kind and compassionate to the people around you. Offer a listening ear, a helping hand, or a word of encouragement, or send them a funny TikTok or something. Everyone appreciates a little bit of something. And most importantly, practice gratitude, right? Every day, take a moment to appreciate what you have, to acknowledge your blessings, and to be thankful for the good things in your life. And from that Five of Cups, that might be difficult, but it is important to remember those blessings. Gratitude is the foundation of abundance, generosity, and balance, and the more grateful you are, the more you will attract good things into your life, and the more you will want to share those good things with others, because that's just how it works. It all comes back around, you know. This Wheel of Fortune is always turning, and you can make it turn in the right way. You know, it's not always easy to stay positive, especially when you're going through a tough time. But it's important to remember that your thoughts create your reality, and that you have the power to choose your thoughts. You have to break through that Nine of Swords energy. So, focus on the positive, focus on the good, and focus on what you're grateful for, and you will attract more of those things into your life. I really believe that. So, what does this mean for your world, right? How does this Six of Pentacles energy help you to create that life that you've been dreaming of? That life that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose. And that life that helps you move on from that Ten of Pentacles and start to create something completely amazing? Well, it means that you are living in a state of gratitude, generosity, and balance. You are sharing your blessings with others, and you are making a positive impact on the world. You are using your gifts, your talents, and your resources to help those who are less fortunate than you. You're being kind, compassionate, and supportive to the people around you. You are offering your love, your encouragement, and your hope to those who need it most. And you are living in your purpose, you are living in your truth, and you are living in a way that is both fulfilling for you and beneficial to others. Because this Wheel of Fortune is pushing you forward no matter what you do. But you get to choose the path you are moving on. So, that said, this reading is almost over. What are the big takeaways here? What are the things that you really need to remember as you move forward on this journey? First, you are not alone, right? You are part of a larger community, and you have a responsibility to contribute to the well-being of that community. You have a voice, be it from the Ace or Page of Wands, so use it. This Wheel of Fortune is ever turning, so steer it in the way you want it to go. And second, you have something valuable to offer, right? You have gifts, you have talents, you have resources, you have experiences, and you have the power to use those things to make a positive impact on the world. Get rid of that fear. And third, giving back is not just about helping others, it's also about helping yourself. When you give, you receive. When you help, you heal. And when you love, you are loved in return, Keep those things in mind, and let those things help you come out of the darkness. The world needs more love. So that garnet tree, this whole reading, this whole journey is about harmonizing your energies, about finding balance in your life, and about creating a world that is both fulfilling for you and beneficial to others. The Ten of Pentacles may have gotten you here, but it's not everything you want to be. And the Six of Pentacles is asking you to share that harmony, share that balance, and share that love with everyone around you. So, with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and finish off this reading with some guidance for you. And just remember, you are strong, you are capable, and you are worthy of love, respect, and happiness. You have everything you need to create the life you've always dreamed of. It's time to believe in yourself, to trust yourself, and to step into your power. And it's time to remember that you are not alone, and that you have the love and support of the universe to guide you every step of the way. And yeah, people that are not being their authentic salespeople, that are their full selves, they're gonna have a hard time with that. But yeah, that's it. That's the reading, so let me know what resonated. I'm so happy that you were here, and I am very excited for you to start this path. Bye.